begin to see the impact more, maybe by this dry season, and most importantly, by the next oncoming rainy season, when we hope, for example, most of the mechanization tools will have been in country. We are already getting delivery. Some items have arrived in Lagos, but of course, you don't take them piecemeal. You have to allow everything to come in. We are aware there are shipments on the sea already towards all of this mechanization program. So for me, I think the strategy we are adopting is...
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for all you've reeled out. But so that we don't lose the moment, what are the items on this list?
The list for the mechanization, or...
Expecting. I'm not expecting. Expecting that you talked about, what's on the list?
The list of mechanization.
The list of items you're expecting that you said you're expecting in Lagos at the moment.
We're talking about tractors. We're talking about all the the ridges, the harrow, the disc, and all the other the cart that comes with tractors. And then we're talking about planters. We're talking about hand tillers, and all the other types of mechanization tools like harvesters that are part of the mechanization package that we are working on right now. So the John Deere component is there. The what do they call it? Belarus component is there, and then we have the Greener Hope mechanization program. All of these have different components or different quantity of mechanization tools that falls within this, including spare parts. Because what we are doing here this time around is not just to bring mechanization tools. How do you train people who can be able to use it? Because these are all modern mechanization tools. That is a part of the package, to train young Nigerians who will be able to operate these mechanization tools maximally and to help farmers to achieve their productivity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Maintenance, spare parts will be available for maintenance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We will need to give you a breather just so that we can engage the guests in the studio. And let me get to Omolara here in the studio. Now, the Minister has railed out quite a lot, but from where you stand, is it nearly enough, the efforts of government at this time, to lift the 31.8 million people said to be suffering from acute food insecurity?
Thank you, and thank you to the Honourable Minister for all that is. It's quite a lot to take in. I'm going to start with a credit to this administration, which is the acknowledgement of the fact that we have food insecurity. Because farmers has been shouting about food insecurity in Nigeria for about 10 years back, So the fact that they acknowledge it, and the administration is being intentional about bringing about food sustainability, that I give to the administration. And of course, we all see all the initiatives that has been coming up. I mean, everyone now wants to go into farming, which is a good thing. But with the efforts that is being made, it's a lot of factors, like he rightfully said, because the gap between the government and the real farmers has been there for over a decade. So before whatever efforts that is being made now would actually give us the right impact, it's not going to happen in 12 months. It's not going to happen in 18 months. But yes, I can't sit here and say this administration has not been making efforts to see that we have food sustainability. But now back to reality with what we have on ground. No, it is not enough, not just yet. It is still a lot of work that needs to be done. And I wouldn't want to speak about what the government is doing or the government is not, what the government is doing. I like to speak about what the government is yet to pay attention to.
No, but let us also look at what the government has done, and then we'll take a measurement. Because when you implement a thing, you also need to take stock. That's why we're here. Yes.
I agree on that. What the government is doing, trying to help the farmers, get input to the farmers, is one thing, is one aspect.
Have you received any help yourself? Because you are a farmer. You started by...
The farmers, my farmers had been reached out to from their commissioners for agriculture, the way the system works. From the commissioners for agriculture in a couple of states, you know, they've reached out to the farmers to give them fertilizers, you know, a couple of it. Not yet enough. Okay,
agricultural production input supplies, including power tillers, knapsack sprayers, herbicides, organic fertilizers, and over 5,000 metric tons of maize seeds. This is just...
My darling, 5,000 metric tons of maize seed for Nigeria is a joke.
For each of the 25 farmers within clusters.
Oh,
is that not enough to at least...
Well, if this has been given to each of the
25 farmers within clusters.
Farmers within clusters, then we should, you and I should see that in the markets. I mean, it's not for me to sit there and answer. But as I was saying before, whatever the government is doing now, or what the government is doing now is just a beginning in terms of giving out farm inputs to farmers. Nigeria is a big country. And if you look at it, the numbers of grassroots farmers that has been neglected over the years is a lot. I don't even think that the ministry themselves has the right data to that, which is why I said I wouldn't want to go into that, deeply into that, because I don't work for the government, so I may not have the right data. I represent the women in agriculture.
But that's why we're asking from where you stand.
I just said it. It's not enough. Whatever the government has given to the farmers is not enough. And where I'm going, in order for whatever the government is giving to the farmers, because everyone keep putting attention on what did you give to farmers, what did you give to farmers, there are bigger issues that we need to address here. In order for what the government, let's even assume that the government...
Sorry, we need to, as a farmer, have you received, and I'm just asking you now, have you received any of these, interventions?
No.
To the tune that the government says?
No. But you can't take away the fact that compared to what we had before, quite a number of farmers has been empowered within January and now.
Beautiful.
But is it enough? No, it is not enough. We're just getting started. And now I'd like to put this out there. It is not enough for government to give farm inputs to farmers, because the industry, the sector itself has been neglected, or the right thing hasn't been done for a very long time. There is a lot of orientation that needs to be, the mentality and the approach of these farmers we're talking about that the ministry is actually not working on.
What kind of approach?
So let me use something that all of us understand. Just because a farmer believes that the people in Abuja earns more money, and she's grown her tomatoes in Buhari Council or something, somewhere in Abaji, near Abuja, he or she then brings this to the market in Abuja and inflates the price about 1,000% on it, because it's expected that as far as he or she believes that people in Abuja earns more money. And then she watches these tomatoes from when they were hard, because of course she's inflated the prices, until when they start going bad, and then she brings down the price, and at the end of the day sells at loss. That is an example of how, because we do a lot of orientation work as an association. So the fact that in order for us to maximize all of this support, all the help that the government has started giving out, which is actually just the beginning, there is a lot of our farmers, especially the grassroots farmers, they need a lot of training when it comes to their ideology, their orientation, and they need to understand that farming and agric now has gone beyond just I want to farm to eat some, sell some so I could pay my bills. There is what we call agribusiness. All of this and much more needs to be done in order for whatever help. If the government comes out today and they do like they did those years we did census and goes from door to door to give support to farmers and what have you, if the right training and the orientation for our farmers is not done, we will keep having this conversation of there is food insecurity in Nigeria. When it comes to grains, you see farmers. I tell my women, what you're doing, you're being penny wise, pound foolish. You harvested your corn, and instead of you to bring out the corn and sell now, you keep it in your warehouses and wait until there is no more corn, and then you come out and you claim that you're making a kill on it. But you forget that if you sold this corn at the time where you bought it, and you'd actually bought your agrochemicals and other inputs at that time, the prices of your inputs is increasing, just as the prices you're selling the corn is increasing as well. So this is another aspect that we also need to look into. These farmers, do they understand the value chain, how it works, how it is important that when I harvest, I have to sell at a certain rate, why it is important that I should not inflate prices of my farm produce. I'll tell you another thing. This is really saddening. When input comes from the farmers, right? Say a farmer gets inputs for a plot of land. They will now say, oh, because they know that maybe extension workers will come later to check. So they'll divide the plot into two, and they'll be planting one, and they will not, half of it they won't pay attention. Just something to show to the extension workers when they come. They take half of it and put on another half plot of land, and they pay attention to it. They believe that they are being smart. Who does that favor? You're losing out. The government that is giving you input is losing out. And generally, we as a people, it affects the cost of that food in the market. Because if he or she had paid the same attention to the one she believes is for government, the way she's paid attention to the half plot, so we have more yield. And I can go on and on.
In other
like
words, there's need for greater awareness from the education, from government and all those.
And supervision.
And supervision,
yes. And supervision. Let's bring in Professor Salisu Mohammed, who is the Deputy Country Rep, Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. I'm just going to ask a simple question. What is the food, situation in Nigeria, and are we making any leap forward at all?
Thank you very much for that question. I begin by saying good morning, Nigeria, and also happy World Food Day in arrears. It happened yesterday, actually. Now, maybe just to say something about the World Food Day before I come to the question you are asking. The World Food Day, is a global event of the FAO that is celebrated every 16th of October, and it's been celebrated in over 150 countries where FAO has membership in those countries. So this World Food Day is actually to identify and also empathize with the people who are food insecure. As it is now, about 733 million people around the globe are acutely food insecure. So World Food Day is about identifying with these families, empathizing with them, and also reiterating the actions that needs to be taken in order to see that this trend is actually stopped or maybe backslided. So maybe to come to your question, maybe according to the cadre harmonisé of March 2024, there are about 31.8 million people in Nigeria that are acutely food insecure. However, very quick caveat, this analysis was actually done on 26 states plus FCT, meaning that there are some other 10 states in Nigeria that were not included in this analysis. Maybe putting these two together, the figures may be more than what is obtainable, what is we're having now, the 31.8%. So that is the situation as it is now.
When you give us these statistics, can you make it more relatable so that we will understand, the severity of what we're facing?
Okay, what it means is that, when we talk about the global food insecurity, we are talking about 733 million people, which is really very significant. And also for Nigeria to have about 31.8 million people who are food insecure. And unfortunately, about maybe 1/3 of this are just from one region of the country, maybe the Northwest. Which is
when you say food insecure, does it mean that people who probably cannot afford to buy, cannot afford to eat 3 square meals a day, what do you mean by that?
Okay, when we say people are food insecure, meaning that, they cannot, when we define food insecurity, we define it in different forms. There is the availability, the accessibility, the stability, the utilization. So when we say people are insecure, we are actually looking at all these elements of food insecurity. When we're talking about availability, that they do not have available food. Availability comes from the farm, when you produce the food yourself, or when you are being given handouts for food, or when you are having something in the warehouse for your family use. Affordability has to do with your ability to buy the food from the market. People do not have the resources to go to the market to buy, even if the food is available in the market. That one is an element of food insecurity. When we're talking of stability, is how stable is your food security? Maybe if you now get all the right food that you consume now, do you have the guarantee that over the next 1 week, are you going to have that kind of food security, or over the next 1 month, over the next 12 months in a year? So these are the things that we now analyze and see. Then we talk about utilization. It is not about just food, but also about nutritious food. Having food is one thing, but having nutrition is another thing. So for normal functioning of the, of the body, you need nutritious food. If the diversity of the food is such that it does not make up to the level at which we can now say you are fully diversified, it can be counted as food insecurity. So all these elements are now being put together to find out, okay, who are those that fall short of the threshold of this element of food insecurity, and they are now termed as food insecure.
So which class of people mainly fall within this figure?
It is mainly the poor smallholder farmers who do not actually have the requisite inputs as a result of so many things. There are so many drivers to this food insecurity.
Give us a few.
Okay. First, conflicts. Conflicts are one of the key drivers of insecurity worldwide, and particularly in Nigeria. If you now maybe take a look at some regions of Nigeria, when you go to the northeast, we have been battling this Boko Haram insecurity. As a result of that, people have left their farms, they have been displaced, and one good resource that a farmer has is his farmland. Once you displace him, you are now unarm him on everything. Where he is now taking refuge, he may not have that farm that he can farm. And more so, even if he has, he'll be now competing with the people who are host to those places. By that, the volume of the farms that can be put onto, under cultivation has reduced. Those ones have abandoned, and these ones have been fragmented, because if you are to share maybe with your IDP partners in a host community, you can now see that you can only be farming on some fragmented plots. That is one. Then we have these climate events. Climate change is taking its own toll also on agriculture production. A typical example now, though we have very good rainfall at the start, but now you can now imagine the losses that we have sustained over the floods that we have been having all around Nigeria. Maybe typical examples are those that happened in Borno, Kebbi, and now Kogi State. You can imagine the number of hectares that have been inundated by floods, and those hectares, the food that was on it has been lost. For the floods that happened in Maiduguri, even foods in the stores have been lost. So this one now is now adding to the reduction in the availability of the food in the market, and therefore prices will ultimately go up because of the imbalance between supply and demand of this food.
But now that we have come to this area, how well would you say Nigeria is doing in the area of irrigation? And what more, in your opinion, can be done?
Yeah, I think that is the way to go. We have to diversify our agriculture. Our dependence on rain-fed agriculture has been so intense, such that any mishap, in the rain-fed situation, we lost it. And the fact that most of the people that are responsible for producing the food that we eat in Nigeria, they are people who just live on agriculture. When I say agriculture, they just live on that rainy season cultivation, for which after that they will be out of employment until another rainy season comes. So we have to engage them. Engage them in what? In what they know better. So every place where there is potential for irrigation, the thing is for those places to be committed to irrigation. And sometimes, you know, for some crops, even they thrive so well under irrigation than even under rain-fed farming. However, irrigation is expensive because you have to provide the moisture yourself. So in this case, this is where now the government will have to come in to provide the enabling environment for this irrigation now to thrive. Having this, you know, the infrastructure, you know, you have to have the water. So by that, you have to have the wells, you have to have the water pumps and all that. So these are some of the things that, you know, our smallholder farmers do not have, which is very, very essential for irrigation farming. So if they can now be provided all those things and can be engaged, like the minister has said, back-to-back production. You produce the rainy season and also continue during the dry season. You know, at the end of the day, you know, the quantum of the food that can be produced will ultimately bring down the prices such that those people who are even going to the farm can afford it in the market, because the supply-demand this thing has been somehow balanced in such a way that people can be able to buy food for their families.
Okay, let's bring in the Honorable Minister again to probably look at some of the key interventions that this administration, you know, has undertaken to secure our food. You know, now that we know the quantum of people, you know, that are in their need of, you know, food in terms of affordability, availability, sustainability, nutritious food, and all that. And one of the landmark interventions was the setting up of the Presidential Advancement and Stabilization and Presidential Acceleration, Stabilization and Advancement Plan. And within that, I remember the 150-day duty-free, you know, removal for some imports of some. Can you evaluate that for us? You know, what value and what gain did we make from that?
Well, you know, I don't have much information on this because it's an inter-ministerial, you know, work, and it's coordinated by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. But what I know from our own component is the fact that we are gatekeepers, and the whole idea behind that concept was for us to see what interventions can be made during that lean period. Incidentally, I think we are almost past that lean period. And for that reason, I wouldn't want to dwell much on that. But what I know is that, yes, why did we even get into that situation? We got into that situation because supply was falling. And so, like the FAO Deputy Rep said, one of the issues has to be with what is the stock of supply you have. And I think the only way you can begin to guarantee that is when you increase your production across all your production sites. And that's why I talked about the back-to-back production. And the rainy season is ending now. The good thing about this wet season is the fact that, based on the live survey that was conducted, which is just as recent as, you know, in the last, I think it was concluded on the 18th of September. You know, they conducted it in September. That, you know, report indicated to us that there are a marginal increase in production across many states. So what this translates to us is the fact that at least it will compensate for some of these losses through the flood, which I talked about. Unfortunately, they also give us a figure. 71,000 hectares of land was lost to the flooding. But I think if you look at the marginal increase, the use of the improved varieties, we're expected to see some compensation. And this same survey, the dry season component will come on board. That is where we are going to get clear picture of what was harvested by various farmers. And so for us, it's a continuous work, it's work in progress. And we believe if we sustain this, we will begin to reverse the negative trend of the past. I think both speakers in the studio alluded to the fact that the problems we are seeing now have been long-standing neglect, decay in certain, you know, areas of the agricultural production system. And I believe we've realized what we need to do. For example, like I said, mechanization, is a key, because anytime you increase the mechanization capacity, Nigeria currently has 0.027 horsepower per hectare. That is unacceptable. The African average itself is 1.7. And so we believe we must step up the game. And that's what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done with the approval by the Federal Executive Committee of the 3 mechanization programs that are currently under,
all right. All right.
Apart from that, we realize.
All right, Honorable Minister, we don't have a lot of time, but we acknowledge, the essence of the approvals given at the Federal Executive Council level. But back here in the studio, we've talked about flooding. Right. But this year hasn't been quite good in terms of the rains, for starters. How much impact has this had, and how did the farmers navigate this period? Omolara.
Okay, so the flooding started in the north, as we all know, which we can say is natural, whatever reason the flooding is. We all know how Nigeria is. So the moment there was flooding in Borno, we knew it's only a matter of time before we have it in Lokoja and other places. But even before the flooding, talking specifically about Southwest, the wet season in Southwest starts in March, and then we have the peak within May, June, July. But this year we had, in Ekiti State, for example, we had 62 days between June and July when our corn is supposed to be, of no rain. And in Oyo State, in the Okeogun area in Oyo State, we had over 37 days of no rain. I know firsthand, because these are locations where I have my personal farms, and of course my farmers are there as well. And we had so many farmers from the Southwest today that are in debts and in a lot of losses. And again, it brings me back to, because I don't want to talk about what government is doing or not doing. That's its excellency is already doing that.
Are they not aware of dry season farming approach, method?
No, this is rainy season farming I'm talking about now.
Okay.
Right? So we are, just like you said, climate change. We know these are the period where rain is heavy in Southwest. But for the first time in a very long time, we had from June up until beginning of August before we had a single rain in Southwest, where farmers are done maize everywhere. And of course, what that resulted to is massive loss. Now, bring it back to what I said earlier about we just not focusing on give input to farmers, give input to farmers. I have been preaching for as long as I can remember the importance of you insuring your farms to the farmers. They will tell you, no, there is God. I'm praying. I do night vigil. I go to mosque. Meanwhile, a handful of them that I call the semi-elite farmers, right, that insured their farms can still, with or without the help of anyone, government or association, still say, okay, if I have a borehole, I have my own semi-irrigation method, I harvested well, maybe not as well as they would have if they, I got support from my insurance, because my farm is insurance. We have NAIC, we have a lot of other private companies that I can't mention here that actually do pay when you insure your farm. So now, because our farmers do not have the right orientation to protecting themselves, because in Southwest this year, we actually farmed well. We farmed enough of crops, staple crops, for wet season.
But isn't that what
your association is supposed to do?
No,
to enlighten the people.
Yes, we are enlightening the people. That we are just an association. Bulk of this work, if I come out and say something here, it is an association that is coming out to talk. If the Ministry of Agric, in collaboration with NOA, decides to do sensitization, they have the manpower, they have the support of the government, they have the structure, they have the resources. So what we do, I said we have been trying to sensitize our people, but there is only a little to what you can do as an association. But the ministry has
also extended, hands of collaboration.
Yes.
The ministry is always saying, look, we are open for collaborations. Did you attempt to either approach the ministry for some
you're not getting this right. I'm not saying the ministry is not working. I'm saying there is a whole lot of attention that needs to be put. The way the ministry is intentional about everything that his honorable minister has said, they're bringing in mechanized equipment, they're giving our farmers.
Yeah,
yes, I need to see, or we need to see, the farmers like myself, the women that are, you know, semi-elite farmers. We need the government to pay more attention into our farmers' orientation, because otherwise all of the efforts that the government is putting into providing farm inputs and make support to the farmers will always end up in a shortfall.
But why don't you, seek collaboration with governments to ensure that you can do it at the level that you are looking for?
Well, we have reached out to the government, and I think this is NTA. This is a platform to still bring it out to say, look, fine, the government, you're doing well in this aspect, but you need to pay more attention to this.
Absolutely.
I was actually looking forward to meeting his honorable minister here today, so I could. He knows me. We know each other, so I could drag him again and say,
he can hear you.
Yeah,
Omolara, he can hear you. We have very limited time, so we'd like to take Prof. Is there a sense in what she has said? What do you make of all that she has raised?
Okay, let me just put it this way. These climate events, she has said something about dry spells. They are very serious issues as well. Although the flooding, it has been the one that has been receiving greater attention. But we really do acknowledge that dry spells are also part of the climate events that are happening and affecting agriculture negatively. Even up north that we experience flood, there are places in the southern part of Adamawa, northern parts of Taraba states. They suffered this dry spell for 40 to 45 days, which rendered, the crops that have been already established to be to peril. So that one is another reason. So part of what I'm just trying to say is that maybe to see how, disaster risk is minimized in agriculture. That is how, to come about maybe having some programs, some projects that can bring, including sensitization. Sensitize people on when is it feasible for them to plant so that they can avert, having these kind of issues. And also bringing in some climate smart technology into it. Maybe seeds that can resist these situations. Maybe even sensitization as to when do you plant, when do you not have to plant. And also maybe about, in some cases, maybe overturning some of the misfortunes to become fortunes. For example, now the flood water can be harvested such that it can now be used for dry season farming and all that. Okay. So this,
all right, let's, I'm sorry we had to abruptly put you on hold. Let's get to the Honorable Minister. We have just a short time. We are rounding off this conversation. So, Honorable Minister, how do you respond to the concerns, particularly that Omolara has raised here in the studio?
Thank you very much. 2 or 3 issues are involved here, but let me deal with the critical one, which I think the 2 guests talked about, having to do with the climate, situation. Definitely, I told you we had a, dry, wet season survey, and we saw clearly there are widespread dry spell in 33 states. But let me say one thing. What we also discovered was that the loss was not as massive as the dry spell, because most of our farmers use improved seeds, and these improved seeds were bred for, this what we call drought tolerant. That capacity to stay up to certain levels of spell. And so where the dry spell was not severe, they were able to recover. Yes, the recovery may not still give them what they would have gotten if that dry spell did not happen. But that is part of the mitigation strategy. And I want to say very clearly that as part of response to these climate, challenges, our research institutes definitely are also looking at what we call short duration and improved varieties that will also withstand these, dry spells. So that is part of what is done. When you know you cannot, stop this, then you have to and that is what the government is also focusing on. Trials are ongoing, and research work are not done just and then you stop. We are continuously working on that, and we are learning. That is why the survey is important. We've seen that report. Now, the other aspect is that for the flood outcomes, yes, so far, 17,000 hectares of farmlands were discovered to have been lost across most of the states that we have, and it cut across 31 states, 180 local government areas. So the whole exercise is for us to now see what do we do before the next, season to mitigate what we have seen in the field. I think that is the essence of having this kind of performance, because in everything you do, you must learn. And we are learning from all the things we are seeing in the field. Now, the other aspect is capacity building of farmers. Definitely, that is part of what the ministry is now currently working on. Different programs are there where we are also looking at how to build the capacity of farmers. And I think the guest, Ms. Omalara, our organization is a new one based on the response and engagements we've had over the past couple of months. And I think she's aware that we believe organizations like her have to be supported, and she's welcome to bring ideas that we can use to definitely help raise the capacity of our women farmers, especially in the area of post-harvest losses, where they are very, very good.
Exactly, Honorable Minister. I'm sure she was looking forward to meeting you here in the studio, but I mean, the message, she's gotten the message. I'm sure she will explore that. Now that you've mentioned the issue of women, and I'm particular about this, because the First Lady, has also come up with initiative to, to drive women in agriculture, through her Every Home a Garden. What are you doing? Are you also giving special attention, to women? Because if you want to really attain food security, you must, or you could drive it, or better drive it, using women.
Let me tell you, like she said, we are very intentional about this. And the point to be made here is that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, we have a gender, policy. And that gender policy is to see what we can do at all times to make sure that women are captured. And I think when it comes to distribution, you are supposed to provide an intentional policy guide as to the number of women who should benefit. Where they are going to be disadvantaged, you need to protect them and make sure that they are brought onto the fold. And where they have their comparative advantage and competitiveness, you also begin to give them that support. And that is why we are happy with organizations that are looking at women in agriculture. And I think they visited us. We've seen what they are capable of doing. And I want to assure you that, yes, we have plans towards working with them and many other women groups that are out there trying to support the food security situation. Now, finally, let me also add here that there is no way we are working with the state governments through every program that we are doing, and we are happy that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is working to see that the local governments are brought to life. One area where local governments will play a critical role is agriculture, because the lands we talked about are all located in various local governments across the 774 local governments in the country. And I think when our programs are being implemented alongside the local government, state officials, we're going to make better impact. And I believe this is what we're looking at. Like she rightly pointed out, beyond the operational aspect of agriculture in the field, there are institutional issues that we must work on. And we respect that those institutional issues are the critical success factor that will bring success. And this includes collaboration, partnership. FAO is there. They are one of our strong collaborators, bringing in technical expertise. And we have many others who are helping us to achieve the desired direction.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security. We thank you very much for your time, and we do wish you a safe flight as you head for Jigawa.
Thank you very much for having me, and I want to assure you that.
All right, and we also want to thank here in the studio Omolara Svensson, who is a farmer, and National Coordinator of the Nigerian Women for Agricultural Progressives and Development Initiatives. It's been a pleasure having you on Good Morning
We need
Nigeria.
more time.
Let me also thank Professor Salisu Mohammed, Deputy Country Rep, Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. Thank you very much for your time and thoughts on Good Morning Nigeria. We'll pause here for a break now. When we return, we're heading to our second topic.
As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions. As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions to alleviate the suffering of our citizens. Once again, I plead for your patience as the reforms we are implementing show positive signs.
I think Amaka should just move out of the house.
Yes.
No. Standing out of the house is not the right thing to do.
Oh, there you go again with your sentimental family stuff.
Baby, if our aim is to stop this affair, it is best achieved under our roof.
You do something terrible and you'll be acting innocent.
What are you going on about?
Don't ask me that question again. You couldn't even control yourself in the presence of our visitors.
What are you accusing me of, woman?
My son, I don't know how serious you are with my daughter, but there's something that needs to be done urgently before you move any further.
Anything, just anything, just say it. I'm ready to do anything.
There is a spell that needs to be removed.
A spell?
Family forever, the story of our lives. This Saturday, Juventus.
In Bangula, with a chance to score his debut! What a story this is!
Lazio.
He's looking for Fuller, yeah!
Juventus versus Lazio. Live on Sporty TV. SportyBet sponsors coverage of the Italian Serie A.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipments will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
This Sunday, live on Sporty TV. Villarreal versus Getafe. Watch live on Sporty TV. Brought to you by SportyBet. Play with champions.
All right, thanks for staying with us. And today we have guests joining us to speak on the Nigeria-Morocco Business Week, an investment summit. And so joining us here in the studio, we have Ambassador Usman Seriki, who is Chairman, Organizing Committee of the Nigeria-Morocco Business Summit. A pleasure to welcome you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, we've also been joined here in the studio by Lamis Diko, member of the Nigeria-Morocco Business Week. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Good morning.
All right. We also have to join us in the conversation. We have Ahmed Modibo, who is member organizing committee.
Yeah, good morning and thank you.
Yes,
for the invitation.
thank you very much for joining us. Abdul Hamid Mahmoud is also here, secretary of the organizing committee.
Thank you for having me. Good
Welcome.
morning.
All right, let's start, of course, with Ambassador Usman Sarki, who's chairman organizing committee. I haven't been to Morocco, but from all the business talks and friendly relations, I actually look forward to going there. Yeah. I remember in 2016 there was this agreement on the gas pipeline, Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline and all that. Right. So please talk to us about Nigeria-Morocco relations.
Well, thank you very much for having us on this program. It's very important for us to align our own objectives with the federal government's objectives in terms of scaling up investments in Nigeria and actually, achieving industrialization, power self-sufficiency, and more importantly, in terms of food security. Just now, you concluded a very important program on achieving food security by 2030. I think one of the objectives of our activities is to really align those policies with the objectives that we wish to attain. For instance, in enhancing the availability of fertilizer in this country, and also bringing improved seeds so that the yield per acre or hectare on our farms can increase considerably. And also other inputs, without which actually you cannot speak about modern agriculture. So the relationship between Morocco and Nigeria is an age-old relationship that goes back centuries, in history. What we are doing is simply to add another layer to that relationship by improving business-to-business contact and also informing the Nigerian public, particularly the private sector and the business community, about the opportunities that are there in Morocco, and also the Moroccan business community of the opportunities here in Nigeria. And beyond that also, to really engage the two governments in terms of facilitating establishment of frameworks or making established frameworks to be more effectively implemented. For instance, the bilateral cooperation agreements between Morocco and Nigeria in the air services, for instance, or in terms of double taxation, which is actually a vexatious issue between us and many countries. So we want to enhance and facilitate conversation around those issues so that agreements that have been signed can be implemented. And also for us to pick those agreements outside the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Federal Ministry of Justice, and bring them into the business environment so that they will know about those frameworks, which will help them in facilitating their activities.
Okay.
And lastly, sir, the issue of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is here. Whether we like it or not, it is a reality. So we have to really expound on that and see how we can leverage the facilities the agreement provides towards enhancing intra-African cooperation.
All right, thank you very much, Ambassador Usman Seriki. Let me quickly get to Lamis Diko, who is just by my right here. What opportunities is the Business Week likely to provide, for in relation to non-oil exports?
Well, thank you very much. And, as Ambassador really so eloquently established, there are great opportunities in Nigeria and Morocco. First of all, let's see where Morocco is situated. Morocco occupies a unique position both geographically and culturally. Culturally, Morocco is an Arab country, so it has link with the Arab world. Geographically, it's actually next door to Europe. From Casablanca to most European capitals, it's just a flight of 2 hours. Some of them actually less than 1 hour. So what it provides is that with the Africa Free Trade Area agreement that has happened, all products can actually move from Nigeria just across Niger and Algeria or whatever which we are in Morocco. So besides actually directly dealing with Morocco, Morocco provides a gateway to Europe, to the Arab world. Right. And if you like, even Ambassador has lived in New York. His flight from Casablanca to New York is 6 hours. Right. So it's a gateway to the Americas. So all our non-oil exports can move, not necessarily just on the sea. Okay, you can move on land to Casablanca, join the sea there, take them to anywhere. It shortens the distance between our products to the destinations, to the markets where they are needed.
All right.
So these are huge opportunities that at least we can leverage, and if this information is shared across our business communities, and they understand also the leverage on the advantage that the Africa Free Trade Area Commission provides. I was privileged to be part of the implementation committee after Nigeria signed, and I know what can be done to break down barriers. Right. Luckily for us in Nigeria, you're passing through West African countries, there is already the ECOWAS protocols that eases trade. And once you pass Niger, before you get, for example, to Morocco, you only have to deal with Algeria, or essentially Algeria. And you get here in Morocco.
Okay, let's bring in Ahmed Modibo, of course, who is the organizing, member organizing committee. And I'm just wondering, this Nigeria-Morocco Business Week, what does it hold for us in terms of business relations and trade?
Well, in terms of business relationship, I think it's important to take it from context. Context in the sense that I think, as Ambassador Usman mentioned, I think both the governments of Morocco and Nigeria have, in the last few years, done a lot. Of course, we are aware of the two very transformative and impactful projects currently in the pipeline. I believe that very soon the final investment decision on the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline is about to be taken. We are aware that that project cuts across the whole of the West African sub-region, even maybe extendable to Spain. It's going to be very impactful, transformative. Also linked up with the other project, which is the fertilizer plant, where the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority had partnered with the OCP, Mobile, Akwa Ibom State Government. There's going to be backward integration, ensuring food security, industrialization, and cooperation. As much as those two impactful projects have come to the fore, I think there is still a lot of gap, especially in terms of trade. Because when you look at the numbers, it's not looking very good. I think in the last 2 years, the trade between Morocco and Nigeria, that's the products coming into Nigeria from Morocco, which are only about 3 or 4 items. Some foodstuffs, some chemicals linked to the fertilizer. I think it's now up to $250 million. And from Nigeria to Morocco is not even up to $50 million, which means there are barriers.
The trade balance,
yes, not only the balance, even there are a lot of barriers in trade. Meanwhile, there are so many opportunities. In agriculture, Alhaji Lamis pointed out, because of the location of Morocco and the demand of the two biggest trading partners, that's France and Spain, it has spurred a lot of growth, and most especially because Morocco is a very stable economy and political environment. So there has been a lot of industrialization and innovation. So the innovation mechanisms in agriculture, I think Nigerians have a lot to learn. This seminar we're organizing is unique from the sense that we're working with practitioners that are trading in Morocco with other West African
Nigerian
countries.
practitioners
in Morocco. That is the unique thing about it. So I think it's going to also be about experience sharing. So directly to your question, opportunities for trade is going to be a lot. It's not going to be a talk shop only. There's going to be B2B. Part of the participants cut across, especially the renewable energy space, infrastructure, agriculture, and even the automotive industry.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, let's talk Nigeria's untapped export potentials, Abdul Hamid. How does this business week enhance that?
Thank you. This business week, the aim of this business week, like my chairman has rightly said, and what Alhaji Lemis has rightly said, is to remove the trade barriers between Nigeria and Morocco in order to help our Nigerian producers to export to Morocco and beyond. For example, Morocco imports a lot of soya oil. And what will amaze you is that part of the countries Morocco is importing the soya oil from, Nigeria is a major exporter of that of raw material to that country. For example, Nigeria exports to raw soybeans, to Brazil, Argentina, Canada, and Turkey. So Morocco now goes to Brazil and Argentina to import the crude of soya oil. So this investment summit is trying to see how we can get our producers in order for them to reduce their transit time in taking their products outside of the country, and for them to have an enhanced market in Morocco and beyond. And Morocco imports soya oil of about 450,000 metric tons to 550,000 metric tons annually. And that's about $500 million annually. So apart from that, Morocco, there is also opportunity in the iron and steel sector. Morocco has now surpassed South Africa in the production of automobiles. It might interest you to know Morocco imports iron ore of a minimum of $1.9 billion annually, while Nigeria has large deposit of this iron ore. So this investment summit will promote exports in the sense that it will be a win-win situation, because we are going there to sit with other Moroccan counterparts in order to see how we can come together to boost the extraction of raw materials and also process it in Nigeria for the sole purpose of exports and other.
But how easy is it to travel to Morocco?
Yeah, we have
in terms of access.
Access, we have the airline that is being owned by the government of Morocco. That's Royal Air Morocco. It has started flying from Abuja, which is a straight flight from Abuja to Casablanca, which takes you just 5 to 6 hours. And now they have reduced the problems people encounter in terms of visa and other things. They are trying to promote Morocco to the world, because a lot of Nigerians, as I have known, don't know Morocco. Mostly people that know Morocco.
I know a little. Well,
Yes.
I haven't been there,
Yes.
but I made good friends, when I traveled out, yes, when we went for a workshop. So I made good friends from Morocco. But, Your Excellency, I'm just wondering, we're here discussing Nigeria-Morocco Business Summit, and we're all Nigerians. So that is prompting me to ask the nature of this summit.
Well, it is essentially a business and government interaction, summit, forum where government and business will interact. That is Nigerian government agencies and Nigerian businesses interacting with Moroccan government agencies and businesses. And the aim is to facilitate contact, understanding, and also explore areas of collaboration. Morocco is desirous of expanding its footprint in West Africa. It's already very firmly entrenched in the Francophone West African countries in terms of developing markets, fisheries, vegetables, food, rice, and other things. But its main focus is actually, to upgrade that engagement to enter into industrialization area. And the main attraction is Nigeria, actually, for them to come and establish large-scale fertilizer production in this country, and also iron and steel works, and also in the energy sector, where Alhaji Modibo actually specializes in terms of generation, renewable energy, and so forth. So they are speaking to us about those opportunities, and actually to see how we can ease the aspects of doing business between the two countries by renewing the frameworks the bilateral agreements that are existing, and also removing barriers such as taxation, double taxation, and so forth. And one of the steps they took was actually to enhance flight connections between the two countries. Like Mahmoud said, 2 months ago, I think they opened the direct flight from Abuja to Casablanca. And from here, actually, you can reach Europe in a matter of 2 hours from Casablanca, and America in a matter of 6 hours, just direct flight from here to Casablanca and then to New York or Atlanta or wherever you want to go. So the important thing is for us to be aware of those opportunities. Now, Morocco also wants to engage in the vehicle assembly sector here in this country. Today, I think they produce about 700,000 units per year, and they're the biggest producers of vehicles in Africa today. Now, in the EV area, the electric vehicle area, they are looking at tapping into lithium and actually, producing the components here. So the opportunities are quite great, and we want Nigerian
I don't know how we can manage this last 2
because
minutes.
we have just a few minutes to go. But let me get to Alhaji Lamis here. Who is expected? How open is the business week? To who is it open, and who are you expecting?
Well, okay. Now, to be fair, we've narrowed it down to people that are engaged in certain sectors as the first one. And for each business that is going there, there is a matching. The correspondent businesses in Morocco that will be brought to the table so that they can interact. In the steel sector, automotive sector, power and energy, and essentially an agric and agro-allied. These are the ones we actually pushed for this first summit because we think there's easier way of communicating. And like I said, whatever companies that are going here, the Moroccan counterparts are bringing to the table, to the conference, businesses in that area so that people can talk to each other and begin to understand what are the opportunities for trade, but also for investment.
Is it possible to put a figure to, what we're expecting?
In terms of the value?
Yes, in terms of value.
Like I said, it's going to be more or less to discuss actually that, okay, Potentials. Now, for example, the company I represent, I work in the power sector, and we own a distribution license in certain part of the country. And the whole point is that the regulator in Nigeria of power requires you to take a certain percentage of power based on renewable sources. Morocco is one of the leading countries in Africa that has developed a very robust renewable energy for sustainable development. And we are partnering with a company there to come and replicate it here.
All right, thank you very much. You see, we have to be chipping in because we don't have a lot of time. But Abdul Hamid, where is this business week holding and when precisely?
Yeah, it's happening in Casablanca, in Sofitel Hotel, from 29th to 31st of October.
Am I welcome?
Yes, you are welcome. We'll love to have you over there. Yes, we'll love to have you over there because... Yeah, we've already invited you to be there. Your NTA will be covering the event, and your DG also will be there.
All right, let's quickly appreciate Ambassador Usman Sadiki, who is chairman organizing committee. Of course, Elijah Lamis Shehu Diko, Ajian Katsina, is that correct?
Yes, you're right.
Ajian Katsina.
Don't ask me what I keep.
And then Ahmed Modibo, his member organizing committee.
Thank you.
Abdul Hamid Mahmoud, secretary organizing committee.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for sharing your
Thank
perspectives with us.
It's a pleasure.
I was almost going to ask, is it that women don't do business?
We have women in business.
Women in business.
We have women in business, which is
The mic is not awful.
Which is
women in business.
An arm of Nasima. All right. That's Good Morning Nigeria for today. We thank you for watching. Don't forget, tomorrow is Friday. And, of course, we'll be back.
All right. I'm Victor Azo. She's Claire Adelabo Abdulrazak. I'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
NTA. You can't beat the rich.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connects great minds while explaining everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The saying that Nigeria has enormous tourism potentials that could put the nation among the top 20 economies in the world is indeed a statement of fact. One of such tourist destinations in Nigeria is the Yankari Game Reserve. It is a large wildlife reserve located in the south-central part of Bauchi State, northeastern Nigeria. It covers an area of about 2,240 kilometers square. The location of Yankari Game Reserve in the heartlands of the West African savanna makes it a unique place for tourists and holidaymakers to enjoy the fascinating splendor of wildlife in their natural habitat.
Yeah, as a tourist and somebody that likes moving around, I like animals. That is the first thing that made me to come to Yankari. And I like a place that is so quiet. I think that is the major thing that brought me to Yankari. I've really enjoyed my stay in Yankari. That's the truth. I'm like staying outside the major world, you know. It's a place that is so quiet. My mind is at rest, and with the animals and the kind of people I've met, I'm so happy. It's a very wonderful place actually to be.
When I want to relax, if there's anywhere in the northeast, it's Yankari. I like the place. Yeah, I like it.
The main entrance of Yankari Game Reserve is Mainamaji village in Alkaleri local government area of Bauchi State, about 40 kilometers to the Wiki camp, which is the tourist camp in Yankari Game Reserve. As you move from the first gate to the second, where the Wiki camp is, your excitement might just begin, as you might begin to watch wild animals, which no doubt have the right of way in Yankari Game Reserve. At the Wiki camp, more excitement awaits you, as you are additionally welcomed by some animals who do not need to wait for you to get into the bush before you begin your watch. Yankari Game Reserve lies in the southern part of Sudan savanna grassland with well-developed patches of woodlands. It is also a region of rolling hills, mostly between 200 meters and 400 meters. Among its geographical features is the Tolong Gorge, which is located in the western part of the park. The gorge is a scenic gorge with associated hills and escarpments. In the game reserve, you have the Kalban Hill, which is located near the Marshall Cave. It offers a very good picnic ground for visitors with its shaded surroundings. The Paliaram Hill is another flat-topped hill at Yankari, yet an ideal place for camping. There is a cave, which is popularly considered a habitat for hyenas on one side of Paliaram Hill. To have an almost complete view of the entire Yankari Game Reserve area, a tourist will need to climb Kario Hill, which is the highest point in the reserve. It is about 640 meters high. Up there, the beauty of the game reserve is appreciated further. There are also evidences of human settlement at the area of Yankari Game Reserve. Dookie wells are among such evidences. There are 139 wells with interconnecting shafts, which represent an elaborate water storage system of ancient inhabitants. It is a wonderful sight for tourists to behold at the Yankari Game Reserve. We have the iron smelting furnaces, referred to as the Shao Shao Iron Smelting Works, which is located at Ampara area. It had 60 standing iron smelting furnaces and was believed to be the largest historical industrial complex in the West African sub-region. Even today, the solidity of the furnaces still standing and pieces of smelt irons leave a visitor to Yankari Game Reserve with a story to tell.
We intend to make sure that all these historical sites are fortified, that is, we protect them. Those that are dilapidated, we will renovate them at least to a level that when you see it, you can recognize that yes, such things were there. We will give as equal attention as we give the conservation of animals to these historic sites, because there are many. In fact, probably many may even be discovered by the time we start doing that.
Evidences of early human settlement in the area of the reserve abound, as grinding stones either dug during the excavation works while building the Wiki Worm Spring, as it gushed from under the rock, are displayed in Yankari Game Reserve's Artifact Museum. Another evidence of early human settlement at the reserve area are the Marshall Caves. They are 59 dwelling caves dug into sandstone encampments. They indicate that the ideal story building, as well as room and parlor, is an age-long civilization. The dogged caves are believed to have served as hideouts during wars. The forest area near the Marshall Cave could indeed serve as an ideal hideout during the wars of such time. Yankari Games Reserve is dissected by River Geji, which flows into the reserve from outside it.
The river is on the middle of the reserve, and it's not a seasonal river, you understand? This river is coming from outside the reserve. The source of this river is along Gombe Road, one village there. So from there, the river comes into the reserve. So from this reserve, this river is linked to the river Benue.
One of River Geji's tributaries is the Wiki Worm Spring. At the confluence where they meet, River Geji maintains its coldness, while Wiki Worm Spring remains warm. The river also helps in sustaining the animals that inhabit Yankari Game Reserve, since it does not dry up both in the rainy and dry seasons. Many species of fishes and crocodiles are found in the river. One interesting feature of River Geji is that it houses hippopotamus. At the dry season, most especially, tourists and other visitors have a chance of seeing hippopotamus, thereby adding value to the tourist who visit Yankari. One other thing that helps in keeping the animals in the game reserve area is a natural potash which the mammals enjoy. This is in addition to the one usually poured out by the Reserves Authority. No doubt, nature has destined Yankari Game Reserve as one major tourist haven in Nigeria. The game reserve features 5 springs, 4 warm and 1 cold. The warm springs are Guana Warm Spring, which maintains 32 degrees Celsius constant, Dimil Warm Spring, which has 35 degrees Celsius, Mawulgo and Wiki Warm Springs. The only cold spring is Tungang Maliki.
All these ones we are not going to develop them as we developed Wiki, because it's something that nature kept for the wild animals, but to make sure that they are distinct. When you go there, you will see that there is something that is unique in the place. We are going to make them look good, inshallah.
The largest and developed warm spring is the Wiki Warm Spring. It is about 14 meters wide and 1.6 meters deep. The warm spring flows 21 million liters of clear spring water daily into River Geji. The spring has a constant temperature of 31 degrees centigrade all year round. The warm spring is open for visitors and tourists to swim in both day and night, and is surely unique. One important thing that keeps the joy of tourists that visit Wiki Warm Spring while at Yankari is the sanity with which it is operated. No act of illegality is condoned at the spring, and strictly so. Over 350 species of birds are found in the game reserve. Of these, 140 are resident, 50 are pediatric migrants. The rest are intra-African migrants. Yankari Game Reserve has rich wildlife resources. The reserve is an important refuge for over 50 species of mammals. Warthogs are a common sight at the reserve. They are a sure view once a visitor gets to Yankari. It doesn't take much time for one to see them moving about undisturbed within the Wiki camp, while many others are in the bush. Various primates find a peaceful dwelling place in Yankari Game Reserve. Tantalus monkeys, as well as Patas monkeys, enjoy their stay and continuously reproduce in Yankari Game Reserve. Groups of Panthers monkeys moving from place to place are not difficult to come across. One predominant primate species at the Yankari Game Reserve is the olive baboon. Interestingly, though one of the same species, the baboons in Yankari Game Reserve could be categorized into two, the civilized and the uncivilized. One could consider the baboons that move about in Wiki camp as civilized. They feel free as they move about, knowing well that they will not be harmed. They portray a pleasant sight for visitors.
Maman ne ta kori ɗan ko. Maman ne ta kori don baban bare sai ya gaba. Ta gani fa sai ta saba da shi. Kaskan ba? Haka gani tana ta nema ne fa yanzu haka.
ne ba?
The ones in the deep bush, on the other hand, do not come very close to humans, though they will not be harmed either. Experience shows that the baboons that live around the wiki camp see it as their territory. So any intruder baboon from the deep bush is chased back, just as the ones inside the bush do not allow the somewhat urban baboons to move into the deep bush area. Mammals such as African buffalo and even lions make up part of the over 50 species of mammals in Yankari. Indeed, Yankari Game Reserve is recognized as having one of the largest population of elephants in West Africa, estimated at more than 300 in 2005. They still dwell in the Game Reserve.
Elephant species that are here, you can hardly find them anywhere in the world right now. The species that are existing there, the elephant. This was confirmed by the visitors from Kenya, from South Africa, from other places that have similar animals, confirming that these are rare animals that need to be clearly classified as endangered. So,
well, in those days, they were easy to see because their activities were only around the Gaji River. But now, the place being as large as 2,400 and something square kilometers, they have a large area of where to go. But even then, we are trying to open up all the tracks, the jeep tracks, what we call the viewing tracks, that will lead to every boundary of Yankari, so that tourists can be able to go as far as where the animals are. We are even trying to open up more tracks that will make everywhere in Yankari accessible. That means every animal will be seen if that is done.
Yankari Game Reserve is also a home for numerous species of antelopes. Waterbucks are definitely easy to view when someone engages in safari. They are commonly seen sometimes in groups. They mostly live near sources of water. Bushbucks, who belong to the same family, find Yankari Game Reserve a safe haven. Once in Yankari Game Reserve, a tourist is in a place where western hartebeests are a common sight. Where else will you see more of these? The reserve is a place where you can come across the roam antelope, both moving in singles or as a group. This tourist haven allows them to live undisturbed. Yankari Game Reserve houses a museum which is well stocked with a variety of ski, tusk, bones and fully mounted soft games. Part of animals which a tourist could not view during safari are displayed in the museum.
And that long skin is the skin of African rock python. African rock python. Then a Nile crocodile skin, the feature and the skull. We have two types of crocodile in this reserve still. We have long nose and short nose, and this is among the family of long nose, you see. This is a natural crocodile. It was found dead. And take the dynamite, you see, they remove this and remove everything inside. It is natural. This is not a leather or rubber.
Recreational facilities are available in Yankari Game Reserve for true relaxation of tourists and visitors. The Wiki Camp provides a decent accommodation for visitors who troop to the Yankari Game Reserve. Also available at the Game Reserve are halls of various sizes that are ideal for retreat. Therefore, the Yankari Game Reserve is a tourist haven. No wonder Bauchi State is tagged the Pearl of Tourism. A visit to Yankari Game Reserve leaves you with nothing short of desires for more visits.
Fashion has been described as a form of self-expression and autonomy at a particular period and place and in specific contexts of clothing, footwear, lifestyle, accessories, makeup, hairstyle and body posture. In its everyday use, it implies a look defined by the fashion industry as that which is trending. Nigeria is known to be one of the most fashionable countries in Africa, with over 250 ethnic groups. Each has something uniquely beautiful in its dressing style. Africa is a place of spectacular fashion practices in textiles, jewelry, hairstyles, or multiple combinations of all these. Today, Africa has an extremely rich and evolving fashion culture, leading to the emergence and the multiplication of African fashion weeks, top stylists and designers from the continent. West African prints have long been a multicultural and international trade item in the wider sense, with vibrant colors and patterns. African fashion is taking over the world by the storm because African fashion or designs have been able to distinguish its designs from that of every other continent. The enormous leverage on the impact of the social media is helping African fashion gain global recognition. thereby influencing inspired ideas into their work. That is why a lot of international celebrities are taking interest in African styles and prints. Though African continent has brought in new dimensions to have various prints, designs and styles, the Ankara prints, for instance, is a game changer. They have in no small way changed the face of African fashion, both locally and internationally. Over the years, the stereotype of reducing the wearing of African prints for many wedding ceremonies, planned church activities, funeral events or child naming ceremony, among others, are no longer correct because they are now hugely popular and accepted. In the past, African clothing were worn more by the elders, and it was not so attractive or acceptable to the younger generation. This was because African prints were sewn in styles looking raw and not creative. Fast forward to the year 2000, dynamic and impressionable styles began to emerge in big A0 paper and hung in shops of tailors and seamstresses. You could look through the styles and choose what you want. Then came the emergence of young tailors and designers. Then the policy of wearing traditional dresses on Fridays by the federal government of Nigeria. This policy impacted positively on the boom experienced in the promotion of African prints and the various designs and styles that comes with them. Indeed, the African fashion has come to stay.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
(2025) budgets, House of Representatives demand timely submission of medium-term expenditure framework, MTEF. President Tinubu will continue economic reforms, says Vice President at the close of next 30 event. Central Bank of Nigeria, Security and Exchange Commission sanctions 10 banks for forex violations. Federal government unveils 10 billion naira plan to boost CNG usage through consumer credit. Oil prices up after surprise drop in U.S. crude stockpiles. Plus, Asia markets rally with eyes on China housing briefing. The program is Business Express, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I am Benny Adams, your guide. Good to have you here, and it's that time we talk business. Start by telling you that the 3-day conversation around collaborative action for growth, competitiveness and stability at the 30th edition of the Nigerian Economic Summit has come to a close. Maria Ado-Zakari reports that Vice President Kashim Shettima represented promised better collaboration in the quest to achieve inclusive growth and development through pragmatic policies and actions.
The convergence of regional and global leaders from government, business, civil society, the social sector and academia is aimed at addressing socio-economic challenges, improving economic competitiveness and identifying policies for inclusive growth and development. Having identified gaps that need bridging, key actors now agree on ways to forward the economy.
I note with satisfaction that participation in the annual summit attract experts from diverse backgrounds and help deepen and broaden citizens' collaboration and ownership in formulating government policies.
The World Bank's Vice President and Chief Economist, Indamet Gill, urged the Nigerian government to remain committed to its ongoing economic reforms, despite the immediate hardship they have imposed on citizens. Participants believe the 30th Nigerian Economic Summit has set the stage for continued dialogue and action towards a more prosperous and sustainable future for Nigeria.
Now the Vice President has arrived in Sweden on a 2-day visit to represent Nigeria in bilateral engagement with the Scandinavian nation at the instance of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. During the visit, the Vice President will engage in high-level bilateral talks with key government officials, including a meeting with Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden and the Swedish Prime Minister. Shettima will use the visit to explore opportunities to strengthen collaboration between Nigeria and Sweden in areas of ICT, innovation, education, digitalization, sustainable transport, mining and agriculture. The Vice President will also meet with Nuskin, a Stockholm-based venture capital impact investor, which recently launched Nuskin 22, a $205 million tech investment fund for Africa. While in Sweden, Shettima is also expected to articulate Nigeria's economic vision and the reforms being undertaken by the administration to create a business-friendly environment in Nigeria for investors. The Vice President is expected back in the country on Saturday. Now, the House of Representatives is urging the executive arm of government to hasten up the submission of the 2025 appropriation bill for consideration by the National Assembly. At Wednesday's plenary, lawmakers also pointed out that time is running out for the presentation of the medium-term fiscal policy framework as stipulated in the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2007.
Lawmakers during plenary were unanimous that the January to December budgetary cycle is a good policy that should be sustained. They equally expressed readiness to receive the 2025 appropriation bill.
The federal government must, not later than 4 months before the commencement of the next financial year, cause to be prepared and laid before the National Assembly and entered for the next 3 financial years. The time the National Assembly requires to exercise its functions as enshrined in Section 88, subsection 2B, is technically being taken away by the non-compliance of Section 11B of Fiscal Responsibility Act by the executive.
And giving a time frame to go ahead and get these budgets passed within a month, just like what happened last year, Mr. Speaker, is going to affect our oversight function.
The last budget, like we rightly noted, we were almost rushed. In fact, we were rushed into concluding that budget. And that is what we want to avoid.
This motion is referred to the Committees on National Planning and Economic Development, Appropriation and Finance for further legislative action.
A motion seeking stable prices of petrol and cooking gas was referred to a joint ad hoc committee for investigation.
Does the regulation allow the price of petroleum product
to be different in Lagos, in Abuja, in Jos, in Katsina, in Gombe.
We are calling on government not to remove the cylinder that the poor are already living under oxygen.
The Joint Committee of the House and Senate that's already mandated to take care of this situation should speedily get to work.
Lawmakers called for rehabilitation of highways in parts of the country.
Federal Minister of Works and FEMA to make adequate provision for the erosion control and rehabilitation at Obinamba, Ubiaroko, Umukwada section of Old Sapele Agbo Road.
Liaise with the Federal Ministry of Works and relevant agencies to ensure the speedy completion of the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Road.
Our Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says the nation's capital is open for business as the administration has streamlined processes to ensure ease of doing business in the territory. Onoze Yakubu reports that the minister stated this at a maiden edition of the Abuja Business and Investment Summit.
Besides infrastructure security, we also focus on fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. We have run several initiatives to empower small and medium-sized enterprises, which are the backbone of our economy. The safety of our investment is our top priority.
In response to the growing financial strain from high energy and transportation costs on Nigerians, the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, and the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative have joined forces to launch the Credit Access for Light and Mobility Fund. Lydia Sampson reports that the fund, tagged CAM Fund, is for civil servants and other income earners.
CNG, which is a cheaper form of energy for transportation, significantly cheaper for transportation, because we recognize very clearly that that is one of the areas where there has been a major spike in the cost of living of our people. And we're doing everything possible to reduce that cost of living and reduce the pain and suffering they're going through as a result of the unintended consequences of Mr. President's reforms, which we are very much in support of. And we believe that those reforms are in the best interest of the country.
This kind of scheme has a tendency to attract the investment that will enable these conversion kits to be manufactured domestically. But I can assure you that this particular program will not just deliver consumer credit to Nigerians, but we also encourage these products to be made in Nigeria and will drive job creation as well as lower energy for all Nigerians.
To qualify for credit, obviously, you have to have an income that is verifiable. And the easier ones are those who are current civil servants or public servants or in white-collar jobs where the financial institutions can assess you for credit. And once you have that, then the question is just, what is your credit being applied to? And that is where the PITNG would come in.
As a chairing one, and the federal government delegation, led by the Minister of Information and National Orientation, has met with the organized labor over key issues of national interest. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, says the closed-door discussions held at the office of the SGF is a proactive initiative to continue interaction with major stakeholders towards ensuring no issue of national importance is left unattended to.
This is our continuous engagement with labor for the good of the country. You know that labor is an important component of this country. All of them are our brothers and sisters. Government is there for everyone, including labor.
The President Joe Ajaero, in company of other labor union representatives, declined comment, awaiting conclusion on issues at hand. Meanwhile, the Minister of Budget and National Planning, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, who was part of the meeting, explains ongoing efforts towards addressing the current economic situation.
Quota increased by over 2%. In the close to 3%. In the second quarter, it went by 3.19%. Some people will say it sounds too slow, but let me give you how big that number is. Germany which is wealthier than us, which have more resources to respond to any challenge, has declined by 0.3%. UK is struggling at minus 0.2%. Why is all this happening? Why are we not growing fast enough? Because that's what we need. We need to grow fast enough at a higher rate. That is why we are taking all the painful measures, so that we put Nigeria on a sustainable, inclusive, higher rate of growth.
The minister expresses optimism that the nation is on the path to economic recovery. And now to regulation. Regulatory agencies responsible for overseeing the activities of deposit money banks in Nigeria have sanctioned 10 banks for violations of foreign exchange guidelines and other regulatory offenses. These agencies, including the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Securities and Exchange Commission, imposed fines totaling 1.502 billion naira as penalties within the first 6 months of 2024. This contravention highlights the ongoing challenges faced by financial institutions in adhering to compliance standards set by regulatory authorities. Now, stakeholders. At this point, we take a break for this commercial break.
Do you know about the federal government's 50 billion naira presidential conditional grant scheme? This program is being implemented by the Bank of Industry. It is a federal government palliative grant aimed at supporting businesses in key sectors of the economy across the 774 local government areas in the country. Already, the bank has reached the targeted 1,000 beneficiaries in each of the 774 local government areas across the country, with each beneficiary receiving 50,000 naira. The beneficiaries include traders, artisans, creative industry, ICT, food and associated services, transportation, and logistics. In addition to this, there's a 75 billion naira federal government MSME loan scheme and the 75 billion naira federal government manufacturing sector loan scheme, which are ongoing. This message is brought to you by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Job Creation and MSMEs.
Stakeholders in Nigeria's marine and blue economy are eagerly awaiting the implementation of the National Strategic Plan document following the successful deliberation and adoption of the draft document. Vivian Ezedefe reports that the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy expressed confidence that the strategy will bolster economic growth while safeguarding the country's marine ecosystem.
Remember that the true measure of our success lies in the tangible benefits we bring to our communities and the ecosystem we are entrusted to protect. Together, we can navigate the path towards a vibrant blue economy that not only meets the needs of today, but also secures a prosperous future for generations to come.
The blue economy holds immense potential to revolutionize not only our maritime sector, but our broader economy, driving job creation, enhancing food security, and promoting the sustainable use of our ocean and coastal resources.
The maritime domain represents a wealth of opportunities, not only in terms of trade and transportation, but also in fisheries, tourism, energy production, and environmental sustainability.
As an institution, we are pleased with the outcome of these discussions.
It is estimated that 1 in 11 people around the world go to bed hungry each night. Despite food being essential for human survival, after oxygen and water, many still struggle to access an adequate supply. In this report, Musa Babaliu takes a look at what the federal government is doing to reduce the number of hungry people in the country.
The right to food for a better life and a better future is the theme for this year's World Food Day. This roadwork serves as a part of the sensitization program aimed at raising awareness about the challenges faced by individuals who lack access to an adequate food supply.
Without farmers, the food security cannot be achieved. If they are celebrating world food, farmers as the key holder of food security will be in the forefront.
A survey conducted by the United Nations agencies reveals that approximately 2.8 billion people worldwide suffered from food insecurity. Among them, 22 million individuals reside in the Sahel region, including Nigeria.
World Food Day is about, sensitizing the world about people who are not really, who are food insecure, so that people now should now know about them, so that they can now take action. What we need is a collective action, so that everybody must not go hungry.
Now, with NWAPD, we have the opportunity to amplify these efforts, to harness technology and global best practices, and to write a new chapter in the story of Nigeria agriculture.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has instructed the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security to collaborate with sub-regional governments to ensure that a significant majority of Nigerians do not go to bed hungry.
This administration has outlined plans to cultivate 500 hectares of farmland across the country to grow maize, rice, wheat, millet, and other staple crops to boost production, supply, and affordability. The strategy involves collaborating with state government to stem inflation and enhance food security in the country.
Local and international organizations are also initiating programs to enhance farmers' output, aiming to make food available, accessible, and affordable for Nigerians.
Sokoto State Government is revamping irrigation sites in Kwari and Wurno to harness a production of onions and other cash crops to improve its internally generated revenue and nation's economy. Dalhatu Abdullahi reports that Governor Ahmed Aliu gave the indication while declaring open the 6th International Conference organized by the National Association of Onion Producers, Processors and Marketers of Nigeria.
Of fertile soil and vast Padama land that the state endure with.
The data we got from Northman indicates that between just this April and September, just within 6 months, we have exported onions worth 108 trillion naira.
There is need to establish a single document for exporter within, after, and past for ease of doing business.
On this note, let's take a trip to the commodities market. Now, the African Development Bank has announced funding of $5 billion to help women and small businesses on the continent. ADB's Southern African Director General Leila Mokadem says the women will also get training support. The affirmative finance for women in Africa objectives is to leverage $5 billion by 2026 to support financing women-led enterprises. She added that finance supporting is not all about credit, but also about supporting technical assistance and building their case to grow and to have a sound business plan. Now, on a little bit sad note, the World Bank says the Naira is among the worst performing currencies in sub-Saharan Africa in 2024. In its Regional Economic Outlook report, Africa's Pulse, released recently, the World Bank said the Naira continued to lose value with a year-to-date depreciation of about 43% as of August. According to the World Bank, limited dollar inflows and slow foreign exchange disbursements to bureaus of change operators by the Central Bank of Nigeria weakened the Naira. Now, how much is the Naira exchanging for other currencies. And Asian markets rally with eyes on China. Housing briefing. It's over to you, Maria, for summary of the market. How is the market looking like? Much more like how is African markets looking?
African markets are in a mixed trade, but we're starting with Europe. We have the markets mostly bullish this morning, and European markets are slightly higher this morning as they look ahead to the next monetary policy decision from the European Central Bank. The figures show DAX going up 0.49% as well as the CAC. FTSE went down 0.075. Most Asian markets fell after China's housing ministry briefing failed to impress investors and sent the country's property stocks nosediving. The figures show Nikkei going down 0.69%. We have Shanghai Composite down by 1.09%. And we have Hang Seng Index down by 1.29%. We have U.S. markets high after the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed at a record for the second time this week. The figures show Dow Jones high by 0.79%. We have S&P 500 up by 0.47%. Nasdaq Composite advanced by 0.28%. Africa markets in a mixed trade, like it said, and with South Africa JSE Top 40 high down by 0.28%. We have Namibia All-Share Index, which went high by 0.22%. That's a summary of the global market update. I am Maria Ado-Zakari. It's over to you now, Benny.
Thank you, Maria, for that update. And this is where we end this edition of Business Express. We do value your feedback, so keep the comments, observations, and suggestions coming. Be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube or on other NTA's channel. Business Express returns tomorrow, Friday at 3 p.m. Do keep a date with us.
Are you tired of buying non-effective blenders? Are you tired of buying expensive blenders with inferior quality? Sharp Kitchen Made Germany got you covered. All you need to do is to elevate your home with the 4-in-1 Sharp Kitchen Made Germany heavy duty blender. The Sharp Kitchen Made 4-in-1 blender is designed with 6,500 watts power, which gives protection against high voltage, short circuit, and also got 3-month warranty. The blender has different feature variables such as the speed control, on and off power button, a powerful pulse manual operation, a paddle agitator, and a powerful motor. The Sharp Kitchen Made 4-in-1 blender has a double motor system complete with gearbox to prevent motor burnout. With the 4-in-1 Sharp Kitchen Made Germany blender, operation would be easier, faster, and you get to cook with elegance, love, confidence, and with no stress. You also tend to blend tough and abrasive products such as nuts, grains, soya beans, coffee, stockfish, bambara nuts. Also peel the back of your beans using the Sharp Kitchen Made 4-in-1 blender. The Sharp Kitchen Made Germany blender is also designed with a waterproof control panel. And the 4-in-1 Sharp Kitchen Made Germany blender can blend high volume of foods within seconds. It has unbreakable high-quality transparent jar and adjustable speed settings. With the Sharp Kitchen Made Germany 4-in-1 blender, you can stir, chop, and mash anything just the way you want it within the comfort of your home. The 4-in-1 Sharp Kitchen Made Germany blender is easy to clean and use. The Sharp Kitchen Made Germany blender are available in different sizes such as 3 liters and 5 liters. You can give us a call to order for the 4-in-1 Sharp Kitchen Made Germany blender, and the item will be delivered to you at your doorstep. Let Sharp Kitchen Made Germany do the magic in your home. Sharp Kitchen Made Germany will be at the Lagos International Trade Fair happening at Tafawa Balewa Square from on the 1st of November 2024 to the 10th of November 2024. Please locate Sharp Kitchen Made Germany to enjoy items at discounted prices. Our stores are also located at Hallmark Supermarket by Kada Plaza, Sapele Road, Benin City. Next Cash and Carry, Parboard Trans Amadi, Port Harcourt. Hyper City Supermarket, Port Harcourt. Saat Stores, Abuja. Shop A3, Ali Umodibo, Umar Gariki International Market, Abuja. Don't forget to locate us at the Lagos International Trade Fair coming up from on the 1st of November to the 10th of November 2024. If it is not Sharp Kitchen Made Germany, it can never be Sharp. Sharp Kitchen Made Germany are seen on TV. Let the Sharp Kitchen Made Germany blender do the magic in your home with ease, confidence, and care to cook with love and spread your love to people. With the Sharp Kitchen Made Germany blender, cook with elegance. If it is not Sharp Kitchen Made Germany, it can never be Sharp. Sharp Kitchen Made Germany are seen on TV.
Hello and welcome to the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We are live in Abuja. I'm Olajide Bello. First, the headlines. Nigeria to strengthen collaboration with Sweden for business-friendly environment. Presidency says there is no vacuum in leadership as president and vice president are out of the country. President of the Senate debunks invasion of National Assembly. Vice President Kashim Shettima is now in Sweden on a two-day visit to represent Nigeria in bilateral engagements with the Scandinavian nation at the instance of President Bola Tinubu. During the walking visit, the Vice President will engage in high-level bilateral talks with key government officials, including a meeting with Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden and the Swedish Prime Minister. Shettima will use the visit to explore opportunities for strengthened collaboration between Nigeria and Sweden in areas such as ICT, innovation, education, digitalization, sustainable transport, mining and agriculture. The Vice President will also meet with Norsken, a Stockholm-based venture capital impact investor, which recently launched a $205 million tech investment fund for Africa. While in Sweden, Shettima is also expected to articulate Nigeria's economic vision and the reforms being undertaken by the administration to create a business-friendly environment in Nigeria for investors. The Vice President is expected back in the country on Saturday. And following inquiries by journalists as to who is in charge of our country, as the President and Vice President are out of the country, Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, clarifies that the President and Vice President are fully engaged with the nation's affairs even while they are away. There is no leadership vacuum in the country. The statement added that President Tinubu left the country on 3rd October and is on a 2-week working vacation. During this time, he has been busy answering phones and issuing directives on matters of state. He will soon return to the country before the vacation officially expires. The Vice President departed the country Wednesday for Sweden on an official walking visit for Nigeria. Such all state organs are functioning as usual. The Senate President, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Ministers and Service Chiefs are all in their respective positions, ensuring the smooth operation of the government. The release, however, noted the Constitution does not explicitly require the physical presence of either the President or the Vice President in the country at all times to fulfill these duties. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, to lead a federal government delegation to Jigawa in response to Tuesday night's inferno in Majia town, which claimed over 100 lives. The government delegation will comprise the Minister of Defense, Muhammad Badar al-Bakr, Minister of Transportation, Saidu Al-Khali, Corps Marshal, Federal Road Safety Corps, Shehu Mohammed, and the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, Northwest, Abdullahi Tanko Yakasai. While in Jigawa, the delegation is expected to visit the scene of the incident to assess the situation and visit injured persons in the hospital. President Tinubu further directs that emergency aid, including medical supplies, food and shelter, be extended to the 50 victims receiving treatment and others affected by the fire. He prays for divine comfort for the bereaved families and the peaceful repose of the souls of the departed. President Tinubu reassures the nation that the federal government, in collaboration with states, is committed to the swift and comprehensive review of fuel transportation safety protocols across the country. In a statement by the Presidential Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, the President restates his directive to the Federal Road Safety Corps to strengthen night travel measures such as increased patrol, strict enforcement of safety regulations and other highway safety mechanisms. The Senate has called on authorities to assist victims of Tuesday night's tanker explosion in Majia, Taura local government area of Jigawa State. The issue raised as a matter of urgent public importance by Senator Babangida Hussaini drew the sympathy of the legislators as they expressed sadness over the death of more than 100 persons. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports.
The tragic incident in Jigawa was the first matter for consideration at plenary Wednesday.
This catastrophic inferno occurred around 10 p.m. when the residents of the area trooped out en masse to the accident scene to scoop fuel from the ill-fated tanker.
This has happened in Lagos, it has happened in Ikeja, it has happened in my community in Akwa Ibom State before, and a lot of the burns were first-class burns. So here, over 100 people have been burned to death. I want to also pray that those in hospitals will also survive.
Senate mourned the victims and those bereaved and suggested intensified awareness by authorities to prevent such occurrence in the future. Senate passed for second reading 3 bills seeking the establishment of educational institutions.
Federal University of Medicine and Medical Science, Kogi State.
Federal College of Education, special in Karaye local government, Kano State.
Federal University of Education Special, Oyo State.
21 appointees of President Tinubu as commissioners of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission were also confirmed during plenary. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has advised Nigerians to disregard stories of planned impeachment of principal officers of the National Assembly, describing it as fake news and a figment of the author's imagination. A statement from the Special Advisor to the President of the Senate on Media and Publicity, Eseme Yibo, indicates that an online publisher authored the mischievous story. The statement adds that the speculation and misinformation circulating about an alleged impeachment plot is the handiwork of fifth columnists who are perpetual merchants of misinformation and purveyors of mischief. It reaffirms the commitment of Akpabio to transformative leadership and effective collaboration with the other arms of government. Senator Godswill Akpabio, it's added, remains focused on the implementation of the 10th Senate's legislative agenda and working tirelessly to address the pressing national issues of growth and prosperity. Meanwhile, the Special Advisor to the President on National Assembly Matters, Senate Bashir Lado, has described as baseless the online publication. In a statement, Lado says there is no discord among the legislators as they are working in harmony for the peace and progress of Nigeria. The Nigerian Air Force have continued to demonstrate its commitment to providing aid to civil authority, completing an airlift mission on 16 October 2024 to deliver essential relief materials to flood victims in Borno State. Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Olushola Akimboyewa, says the relief supplies donated by the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, under the Renewed Hope Initiative were airlifted by NAF's C-130 Hercules aircraft from Abuja to Maiduguri, with supplies comprising food items, clothing, sanitary essentials, as well as toys for children. These critical resources will provide much-needed succor to affected communities in Maiduguri that were devastated by the 10 September flood disaster. The relief materials were received by senior NAF officers led by the Air Components Commander, Operation Heading K, before being handed over to the Borno State government for distribution to flood victims. This mission highlights the NAF dedication to providing timely humanitarian assistance, particularly in regions severely impacted by natural disasters. It will be recalled that in addition to ongoing airlift missions, the NAF also launched a medical outreach program to support flood victims, provided food for over 2,000 internally displaced persons during the crisis. The collaboration between the First Lady's office and the NAF demonstrates the significance of collective efforts to alleviate the sufferings of those affected by flood in Borno State. The House of Representatives is urging the executive arm of government to hasten up the submission of the 2025 appropriation bill for consideration by the National Assembly. At Wednesday's plenary, lawmakers also pointed out that time is running out for the presentation of the medium-term fiscal policy framework as stipulated in the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007. National Assembly correspondent Mitaire Ikwen tells us more.
Lawmakers during plenary were unanimous that the January to December budgetary cycle is a good policy that should be sustained. They equally expressed readiness to receive the 2025 appropriation bill.
The federal government must, not later than 4 months before the commencement of the next financial year, cause to be prepared and laid before the National Assembly and entered for the next 3 financial years. The time the National Assembly requires to exercise its functions as enshrined in Section 88, Subsection 2B, is technically being taken away by the non-compliance of Section 11B of Fiscal Responsibility Act by the Executive.
And giving a time frame to go ahead and get these budgets passed within a month, just like what happened last year, Mr. Speaker, is going to affect our oversight functions.
The last budget, like we rightly noted, we were almost rushed. In fact, we were rushed into concluding that budget. And that is what we want to avoid.
This motion is referred to the Committees on National Planning and Economic Development, Appropriation and Finance for further legislative action.
A motion seeking stable prices of petrol and cooking gas was referred to a joint ad hoc committee for investigation.
Does the regulation allow the price of petroleum product to be different in Lagos, in Abuja, in Jos, in Katsina, in Gombe?
We are calling on government not to remove the cylinder
that the poor are already living under oxygen.
The Joint Committee of the House and Senate that's already mandated to take care of this situation should speedily get to work.
Lawmakers called for rehabilitation of highways in parts of the country.
Federal Ministry of Works and FEMA to make adequate provision for the erosion control and rehabilitation at Obinomba, Ubiaroko, Umukwata section of Old Sapele Agbo Road.
Liaise with the Federal Ministry of Works and relevant agencies to ensure the speedy completion of the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Road.
The House also received the report of its Committee on Police Affairs on a bill for an act to amend the Nigeria Police Act 2020 to review the service years of police personnel. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ikben, NTA News.
The Abuja Investment Company Limited is recalibrating business climate for optimal win as it assures genuine investors and would-be investors that they are in for a good deal soon. Abdullahi Ajia reports that this is the first Abuja Business and Investment Summit with keynote speaker and Governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo, steering the discourse for a patriotic investment drive.
Being the first high-level business and investment summit organized by the FCT administration under the auspices of the Abuja Investment Company Limited, the attendance was encouraging, stimulating a floodgate of scholarly views and expertise position from the keynote speaker to other guests who passionately talk about walking the talk.
To reawaken the spirit of Abuja investment.
For sustainability of our investment, it's in our enlightened self-interest to make sure that we empower everybody and lift the boat for everybody. That way we can secure investment of the future.
Most people have the notion that when you come into Abuja, all you do is just government business, politics, and does not have that business connotation, which is absolutely not right. As the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja is actually the gateway to investment in Nigeria. When we create and stimulate the economy and people invest, definitely there will be reduction of unemployment, and that will lead to reduction in crime, like you know. So that is basically what we're trying to do to add value to what government is doing.
Ease of doing business, promoting made in Nigeria products, as well as creating a pathway for sustainable investment were some of the ideas put forward to change the narratives.
The base is changing. And like you said, until we are deliberate about making the base a place of invested national patriotic economy.
And everything about us, we should, as a matter of fact, promote it and make use of it, because that is the basis for every investment.
This goes a long way to show that FCT is ready, FCT is open, and FCT is also assuring all investors, both local and foreign investors, that all the enabling environment that they need is going to be made available.
First of all, have to have Nigerians who are ready to invest. The moment we get that, every other thing will follow.
With a vista of opportunities abound for all interest, the panel discussion on infrastructure development in Abuja provided more thoughtful insights to the business viability Abuja holds. Thereafter, guests and stakeholders catch a glimpse of a variety of products and services at the exhibition stands, as more prospects are expected from the three-day investment networking in Abuja. Abdullahi Ajia, NTA.
As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions to alleviate the suffering of our citizens. Once again, I plead for your patience as the reforms we are implementing show positive signs, and we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Thanks for being there. Kogi State government has begun the 19.55 kilometer Bajana-Morocco road project to improve rural connectivity under the Rural Access and Agricultural Marketing Project in partnership with Ministry of Energy and Rural Development. Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo flagged off the project. Ajibola Christopher's report is hereby presented.
The road links the Obajana cement factory, farmlands and marketplaces between the cement community in Kogi West and Uruaku in Kogi Central. Its construction is expected to boost trade and agricultural activities, benefiting local farmers, traders and residents.
Many of our farmers face challenges in accessing market for their produce due to poor road infrastructure. When this road is completed, our farmers will be able to transport their produce in good time and fresh to the market at a reduced cost.
The governor called for community support to ensure the project's completion and urged the contractor to deliver a road that will serve future generations. Representing the Rural Access and Agricultural Marketing Project, Vivian Amadi acknowledged the World Bank for its support, stating that the project will contribute to the economic development of Kogi State and Nigeria.
To the contractors and to all those involved in the execution of this project, I urge you to ensure that the highest standards of quality and sustainability are maintained.
So this is for the benefit of our farmers to be able to bring their goods to the market center.
All the farm produce that are converged at the market, and some of them used to get rotting, with this access road, we'll be able to move them from the point of the market to where they're needed.
Now the state government, in collaboration with the World Bank, has brought this to enable them have a quicker access to the market. So it's good. Development is coming gradually.
This road project is a marker of development, signaling Kogi State's progress toward economic opportunities.
Medical facilities are sanctuaries of hope, places where healing and care should be second nature. But for some of these places, transform into arenas of unspeakable loss and regret. In this report, we delve into a devastating reality, one that has left families broken and trust shattered: medical negligence. Victor Azu shares the poignant stories of two men whose encounters with negligence in hospitals have left them with scars that can never truly heal.
Kano, a city where ancient history meets the hum of modern life. Here in the heart of the city, a state-of-the-art hospital stands tall, a structure that from the outside radiates hope and advanced care. But beneath its sleek exterior, there is another story, one of pain and betrayal. Inside its walls, the promise of healing has slipped away for some, leaving their families with only questions and grief. I meet Daha Tijani in Abuja, a doctoral degree holder in management. He speaks with the calm of a man accustomed to logic and reason. But when he recalls his family's ordeal, the pain seeps through his every word. His father, Tijani Abdurrahman, 70, went to the Kano hospital seeking treatment. What he found instead was a tragedy, one that left him blind in one eye.
He went to one of the hospitals in Kano and he was told that it's cataract. On the 1st of September, he went for this procedure and he was told after he had went to the theater that the procedure could not continue because of complications with anesthesia. And then my dad also complained about that same anesthesia procedure because he told me that he felt like he was being electrocuted after the insertion of the injection, and that he also alleged that the person who did the same procedure was the same ophthalmologist who administered the anesthesia. It took them about 2 weeks to admit that my father has lost his eye, while they kept telling him that it is only because the pressure of the eye has elevated and that we should wait. When it subsides, they will continue with the procedure.
And this isn't an isolated case. Mohammed Abubakar, 54, shares a similar fate. A stone injury at age 10 left him blind in one eye, and recent treatment failures at this same hospital has taken away his sight completely.
They said I have cataract, and they did operation for me. I realized that the little light I used to see with the eye is no longer there. That is when I complained to the doctor that saw me, that I cannot see the light. Then he told me that he is sorry, that the chances of me seeing again is very tiny.
Now he navigates life with the help of others, a man whose vision was stolen not once, but twice. Mohammed and Daha's stories raise a critical question. What is happening behind the closed doors of our healthcare facilities? How many others have suffered in silence? A survey published by the Archives of Medicine and Health Sciences revealed a startling statistic. 42.8% of surveyed medical practitioners had faced accusations of malpractice. And globally, according to the World Health Organization, medical errors claim more than 2.6 million lives annually. Here in Nigeria, the numbers are sobering. 16% of patients experience adverse events, many leading to permanent disability or death.
If you go forward to go and make a diagnosis when you don't have the requisite skills, the requisite knowledge, the requisite equipment, then you are negligent.
Yet, for most victims, seeking justice remains elusive, where the scales of justice often weigh heavily against those in search of accountability.
One is dearth of information. The second one is knowledge, absence of knowledge, absence of the fact that they have a right. And then the third one is the financial burden, the requisite resources that will enable them initiate the procedure for seeking and obtaining their rights.
What happens when a doctor is found to have been negligent? At the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, I probe deeper into their role in holding erring professionals accountable.
If the tribunal makes a verdict of guilty, the law gives them the authority to levy sanctions against them, which may be as high as ordering that the doctor's name be erased from the register, meaning that he ceases to be a doctor legally, or the order that the doctor be suspended from practice for a period of time, not longer than 6 months, or the doctor is reprimanded.
For many, like Mohammed and Daha's father, the deed is done and the trauma remains. But their stories is a stark reminder of the hidden crisis in our healthcare system, where lives are lost and justice is a distant dream. In Abuja, Victor Azu, NTA News.
Now it's on the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Thanks for being a part of it. I'm Olajide Bello.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to the Defenders Bulletin, your go-to-go source for updates on the vital work of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. In the next 30 minutes, we will explore the latest activities, initiatives, and achievements of the Corps, highlighting our commitment to safeguarding the nation's security and supporting civil protection efforts. From community engagement programs to operational updates and recent collaborations with other agencies. Stay tuned as we bring you in-depth coverage and insight into how the NSCDC is actively contributing to a safer Nigeria. Thanks for joining us on the news at this hour. I am Babawali Hafalabi. In a recent interview, Commandant General Ahmed Abubakar Howdy of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has outlined his strategies for enhancing national security and the Corps' role in community engagement. Howdy emphasized that his extensive educational background in public administration and criminal justice has significantly shaped his leadership approach within the NSCDC. Here's more details.
As a volunteer starting in 1996, Commandant General Ahmed Abubakar Howdy has reflected challenges he faced and the overcoming obstacles that helped him rise through the ranks. The NSCDC boss highlighted the success of reforms in the anti-vandal units, resulting in over 2,000 arrests driven by enhanced surveillance and community intelligence. He also underscored the importance of training with the establishment of the Civil Defense Academy aimed at equipping personnel with essential competencies.
My background has really given me the impetus, and the way withal to be able to provide what is called strategic leadership, into the service. And going forward, Nigerians can see what the service is now trying to showcase. So I think to the glory of God, I'd like to thank God for giving me the energy and that opportunity to have passed through those degrees. So I think this is something that I will recommend, that leaders should be able to prepare for leadership. As an individual, as a personnel of the Corps, when we started, one of the challenges we had that time that is still lingering, there are not enough funds, to run the activities of the Corps, especially now that we have a lot of innovative policies we have introduced that will warrant, funds to procure it. So it is actually really a problem, the issue of funding. But we are hoping that with this government, the government has been trying to assist the Corps in the provision of some fundings. Equipment is another issue, because now that we have we're in the era of artificial intelligence, where you have the use of IT, and technology into a lot of things. We need to get this equipment so that it will professionalize the services, especially in the area of our operations. And this equipment will also help us to do our job in terms of critical thinking, and then in most of our operations, especially where we go out for protection of critical national infrastructure, like the pipeline protection. Another challenge that I've also seen is that we don't have the required personnel. We took a survey of our vandalization spots in the country. Vandalization spots where bad guys, miscreants, go to puncture, especially pipeline, to siphon. Well, we have seen that we have over 1,000 plus. And then if you now calculate and see only 60,000 personnel in the Corps, and then you ask them to go, and even if you say 10 personnel into that number, it will not be enough. So the Corps is grossly understaffed, and so these are some of the challenges we are seeing really. The second strategy we introduced was that we said, since we're in the era of IT, the world is turning to be a global village. And then we have also realized that most of this pipeline vandalism, especially, they are done in the creeks and in the very interior places. So we now said, okay, let us introduce drones, so that we will send drones now first for surveillance. Then when the drones return back, then we now take action, because we will have gotten what is on ground. So these are some of the strategies that we introduced, and the thing has really worked, and that is why you have seen this unprecedented arrest and prosecution, of course.
Audi announced the creation of a special female squad advocating for gender inclusivity in security operations, which has strengthened community trust and crime prevention efforts.
If you look at the trajectory of how events unfold, especially now that the country is passing through an asymmetric conflict, you realize that the victims of this conflict mostly are children and women. And then from research, women have been able to prove themselves worth of doing anything to the latter. They take anything you give a woman to do, a woman does it very well and excel on it. The research has proven that. And if you, like I said, if you also look at the trajectory of how the conflicts are unfolding, all the, these bad guys will enter villages, they begin to shoot, and you see most of the victims they will take is children and women. So we now said, okay, let us create a female division that will give our female counterparts the same, that's what is called, we're not talking about equality, we're talking about equity. You understand? And so women should also have the same opportunity that their male counterparts are having in organizations. And that's why we created that female division, so that they can now give their best, and then also they can come up from the ranks. And then one day, our prayer is that we may have a female commandant general. And I'd like to tell you that so far from this creation of female squad, they have done exceedingly very well, because they have thwarted over 48 attempts of school kidnapping nationwide. So that is to tell you that they are doing well. And in fact, they are the ones that respond to safe school project issues, because we created a platform called School Community Security Vanguard, where it is the female squad in discussion, in conjunction with community leaders, youth leaders, and traditional rulers, from various communities in the country, that they cooperate together, and they send them distress calls, and they respond based on our forward operational basis that we have nationwide. The whole idea is that as an expert in gender and security, that's what is called gender inclusivity. You have to give equal opportunity, for female to also express and also give their quota. And we have seen going forward that the Corps has recorded a lot of improvement as far as the involvement of female are concerned.
He stressed that community engagement is vital for building public confidence in the NSCDC. Looking ahead, Audi shared his vision for the Corps, focusing on operational efficiency, expanding outreach, and embracing technology to adapt to emerging security threats.
The world is now turning to become a global village. And the vision I have for this service is for the service to be one of the best services globally. Not only in Nigeria, globally. And how do you do that? Like I told you, the world is now a global village. Introduction of artificial intelligence and ICT-based policies, in terms of even our operations, By so doing, you will be in tandem with the global best practice. Because now the use of forensics and critical thinking is actually what is in place now, so that you can get fast solutions, to problems. And then we're also leveraging on professional trainings from our partners, both foreign and domestic. And I'd like to tell you that we are partnering very, very closely. The synergy that we have been talking, that has been hitherto a lip service, now is very conspicuously clear that yes, all services have seen the need to come together very closely and work together. Unlike before. But now the 3 C's, we call them, coordination, collaboration, and cooperation. People are now seeing it very clear now that yes, no service has monopoly of any strategy, that we should come together and then provide solution to this asymmetric conflict.
He encouraged aspiring security personnel to commit to continuous learning and integrity in their service.
Nigerians should be law-abiding. Nigerians should know that destruction of critical assets and infrastructure of government or even private sector will not do any good to anybody. In fact, it will even cost government the more when you destroy critical assets. So Nigerians should be law-abiding. We should also know that these critical assets and infrastructure that mostly government provides alongside collaborating with some other private individuals is really what is responsible for what is called corporate development of any state. So destruction of such assets will not do good to anybody. So Nigerians should shun away from any violence that can cause destruction of critical assets and infrastructure. Secondly, to our teeming youths that form the larger part of our population, education is very essential, because education will make you to have critical thinking. Education will make you to have intellectual prowess. Education will make you to know the difference between wrong and right. Education will also provide platforms for you to marshal out strategies of how you develop yourself. And so youth who are idle should find something doing, because the whole essence is that you should be able as a human being to impact on the lives of others. And so I like to enjoin Nigerians and even personnel of our service that they should be very diligent, they should be committed, they should be loyal, and they should be patriotic.
Commandant General Audi's insights reflect a proactive approach to modernizing the NSCDC and enhancing its impact on national security.
The newly deployed Akwa Ibom State Commandant, Bashar Uzaini, has charged management staff of the command to show capacity and justify the confidence reposed on them by the Corps in appointing them the position of leadership. He gave the charge while addressing heads of department, heads of units, area commanders, and divisional officers at the State Command headquarters in Uyo. Commandant Bashar emphasized the importance of teamwork and professionalism in fulfilling the Corps' mandate at the Akwa Ibom State Command. He urged all personnel to deliver results and warned that insubordination and underperformance will not be tolerated, stressing the need for timely intelligence from divisional officers. So let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, you're welcome back. Now, the Anambra State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, led by Commandant Maku Olatunde, has called on licensed private security practitioners to strictly adhere to regulatory guidelines during a workshop in Oka. Emphasizing the importance of expertise and ethical standards, he urged private security outfits to contribute intelligence that enhances national security. Deputy Commandant of Corps, Francis Nandi, outlined the summit goals to evaluate performances, update knowledge, and equip practitioners with essential skills. The chairman of the local Association of Licensed Private Security Practitioners of Nigeria, Anambra State Chapter, commended the call for its effort in promoting professionalism within the private security sector. In another development, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps Anambra State Commandant Makuo Latunde has advised NYSC Corps members to prioritize their safety during a visit to the Nnamdi Azikiwe NYSC Permanent Orientation Camp. He delivered a security lecture emphasizing the need for vigilance and proactive measures to ensure personal safety, such as avoiding late-night travel and unauthorized movements. Commandant Olatunde assured the Corps members of robust security arrangements and encouraged them to report any security threats to authorities. NYSC State Coordinator Blessing Ekene Iruma welcomed the visit, describing it as a timely morale boost for the Corps members. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Zamfara State, has announced the prosecution of Officer Maikano Zakintasha, arrested by the Nigerian police for allegedly supplying ammunition and hard drugs to bandits. Paraded by the police after being caught at a checkpoint, Zakintasha was found with suspected cannabis and weapons, including 3 G3 rifle rounds and anti-aircraft ammunition. NSCDC Commandant Sani Mustafa condemned the officer's action, noting prior reports of misconduct. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps in Oyo State has paraded 5 suspects linked to illegal mining activities. Commandant Padonu Augustine reported that 2 trucks carrying about 60 tons of suspected lithium powder were intercepted on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Investigations revealed the minerals were loaded without necessary licenses, including operational and haulage permit. He assured the public of ongoing effort to protect the nation's mineral resources and confirmed the suspects will be taken to court after the investigations. Additionally, the Oyo State Command has paraded suspects involved in human trafficking and fraud smuggling, marking key achievements in combating these illegal activities. The 4 individuals were arrested for trafficking young women and minors for prostitution, with 9 victims rescued during the operation. Also, the NSCDC uncovered a fraud smuggling operations, seizing 55 kegs of suspected premium motor spirit while the suspect escaped. Commandant Augustine Padonu emphasized the Corps' commitment to protecting vulnerable individuals and urged citizens to report suspicious activities. Operatives of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps have apprehended 5 individuals suspected of vandalism in Abuja. 2 suspects, Sulaiman Ibrahim, age 17, and Abubakar Zakari, age 22, were arrested near Wuse Market Bridge after vandalizing iron poles. Additionally, 3 others, Aliu Danladi, age 37, Jamil Abdul Rahman, age 25, and Usman Ibrahim, age 38, were caught attempting to sell stolen items near Durumi 2 Panteco Market. The recovered items include electronic billboards, solar batteries, and various tools. FCT Commandant Olushola Odumosu emphasized the need to regulate Panteco markets, which have become hubs for selling stolen goods. Investigations are ongoing to hold the perpetrators accountable.
For us in FCT Command, we want to be recognized for the things we have been able to do in terms of rescuing, the city from the hands of vandals who will not let critical national assets in the FCT breathe. And that is why we have our men fully on ground. And when I came on board, I got a lot of complaints about the activities of vandals, especially those miscreants called Babambola, In the name of scavenging, they go about stealing road infrastructures, destroying even some hardwares for private houses. They go ahead and do that. So, but we've been able to check them to a great extent, and we are still picking them up, we are still arresting them. My men are on surveillance 24 hours. We have informants who give us information. So we just want to be known for salvaging the FCT, infrastructure, and also to be able to provide security for the residents. And by and large, work hand in gloves with other security agencies to ensure life is meaningful, to ensure that there is peace and order, and to ensure that, the FCT of old, is brought back, because back then, FCT happened to, or used to be, one of the safest places that you can live and work and do business. But, suddenly, sometime last year, we, because of other activities in some neighboring, states, because FCT is bordering Kaduna and Niger, and when the activities of insurgents and bandits became rife in those places, and there was clearance operation, the military, moved in, and, in the course of running for their lives, a lot of them found their way into FCT, and so we got a surge sometime last year of kidnapping and banditry activities, but to the glory of God and, through proactive engagement of security agencies, it was curtailed. So we want to pride ourselves as one of the agencies of government that has been able to contribute meaningfully to security of lives and property in the FCT, while also not compromising on any of our given mandates.
Meanwhile, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps Bayelsa State Command has arrested 12 suspects linked to a job scam involved with South Security Limited, a licensed private guard company. The suspects were found conducting illegal recruitment for NNPC facilities protection without any partnership with NNPC, issuing unauthorized uniforms and forms to applicants. Commandant Heweka Douglas warns the public against engaging with the groups promising employment for surveillance or protection without proper NNPC approval. The operation underscores the importance of vigilance against fraudulent job offer. And to bridge the gap between farmers and herders, the NSCDC Yobe State Command hosted its first convocation of security stakeholders to address challenges affecting food security in the region. Commandant Adamu Idris Zakari has emphasized the importance of collaboration to mitigate clashes between the farmers and herders, especially during the vulnerable pre- and post-harvest season. The event, attended by various dignitaries, highlighted the Yobe State government's effort to establish grazing fields to reduce conflicts and included presentations on livestock farming. Stakeholders discussed challenges and proposed lasting solutions to enhance cooperation between farmers and herders. For power vandalism, operatives of the NSCDC Akwa Ibom State Command have arrested 5 suspects involved in the vandalism of power installations, including high-tension cables and transformers in Ipent in local government area. The suspects were apprehended with the assistance of the local community while attempting to cut cables between Ikot Obion Ekong and Ikot Ekong village. They confessed to their actions, revealing methods of operating during power outages at night. Recovered items include 4 wraps of vandalized cables and a motorcycle used in the crimes. NSCDC Commandant Bashar Kefas condemned the rising vandalism and emphasized the importance of community collaboration to enhance security and promptly address criminal activities. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps Commandant General Special Intelligence Corps has discovered a large illegal bunkering site at Temple Camp, Umegusi community in Ukwa West local government area, Abia State, arresting 3 suspects involved in crude oil theft. The operation revealed over 10 active cooking ovens and various equipment used for refining stolen oil into adulterated automotive gas. The arrested individuals are linked to buying and transporting stolen crudes. These suspects will face charges after a thorough investigation. And that's how we'll wrap up today's news. For more information on our daily activities, you can check any of our social media handles displayed on your screen. Many thanks for joining us. Hi, I'm Babawale Afolabi. Do have a wonderful day.
Embrace the wisdom of our ancestors as we explore the timeless wisdom of Nigerian proverbs.
Proverbs are palm oil with which words are written. Kola nuts last long in the mouths of those that value it. He who thinks is leading when no one follows is just taking the walk. No matter how hot your anger, it cannot cook here.
Nigerian proverbs, timeless lessons from our ancestors.
Join us as we embark on an exploration of Nigeria's rich cultural heritage and natural wonders.
He told me that there could be fish here that could be as big as myself. Well, I'm not too small, but any fish that is as big as myself, I think that is very big indeed.
In order to make sense of the pains these women go through every day to be able to provide for their family, I asked how much of this bowl they will fetch from this river to this place to make a truck.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the serene waters of the Niger Delta, Nigeria offers an unforgettable experience.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Hello, and here is the news update at 11 a.m. on Lajide Bello. Following inquiries by journalists as to who is in charge of our country as the president and vice president are out of the country, Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onunga, clarifies that the President and Vice President are fully engaged with the nation's affairs even while they are away. There is no leadership vacuum in the country. The statement added that President Tinubu left the country on 3rd of October and is on a 2-week working vacation. During this time, he has been busy answering phones and issuing directives on matters of state. He will soon return to the country. Before the vacation officially expires, the Vice President departed the country Wednesday to Sweden on an official working visit for Nigeria. As such, all state organs are functioning as usual. The Senate President, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Ministers and Service Chiefs are all in their respective positions, ensuring the smooth operation of the government. The release, however, noted the Constitution does not explicitly require the physical presence of either the President or Vice President in the country at all times to fulfill these duties. The Nigerian Air Force has continued to demonstrate its commitment to providing aid to civil authority, completing an airlift mission on 16 October 2024 to deliver essential relief materials to flood victims in Borno State. Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Lushola Akimboyewa, says the relief supplies donated by the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, under the Renewed Hope Initiative, were airlifted by NAF's C-130 Hercules aircraft from Abuja to Maiduguri, which supplies comprising food items, clothing, sanitary essentials, as well as toys for children. These critical resources will provide much needed succor to affected communities in Maiduguri that were devastated by the 10th September flood disaster. The relief materials were received by senior NAF officers led by the Air Components Commander Operation Hadin K before being handed over to Borno State government for distribution to flood victims. This mission highlights the NAF's dedication to providing timely humanitarian assistance, particularly in regions severely impacted by natural disasters. It will be recalled that in addition to ongoing airlift missions, the NAF also launched a medical outreach program to support flood victims and provide food for over 2,000 internally displaced persons during the crisis. The collaboration between the First Lady's office and the NAF demonstrates the significance of collective efforts to alleviate the suffering of those affected by flood in Borno State. And that's the update for now. Join us at 1 for another.
Healthy vision plays a critical role in a child's overall development, learning, and quality of life. Did you know that approximately 1 in 4 school-aged children has some form of vision impairment? This, of course, can affect the child's ability to learn, play, and fully engage in life. It's crucial to understand how vision impacts the youngest generation and what can be done to ensure their eyes are protected. For this reason, Global Health Digest is shining a spotlight on an often overlooked issue, child eye health, with emphasis on making eye health services accessible, available, and affordable for all children. To help us navigate this important topic, we have our guests, but that will be after the background. I am Uche Ugochukwu.
Sight is a sense that enables an individual perceive light, color, and the world around through the eyes. The sense of sight is one of the 6 senses of the human body. Experts say the eye takes in light from objects and sends visual information to the brain. The eye sees about 200 degrees in all directions, including front and the sides, known as peripheral vision. Parts of the eyes work together to allow human beings see images, movement and depths. However, the eyes can be exposed to danger, and this can cause blindness, aside other risks like smoking, exposure to excess sunlight, exposure to light from computer screens, and lack of regular eye checks. In the ancient times, many renowned philosophers and scientists had great ideas about vision. Plato, Aristotle, Euclid, Ptolemy, and Galen all had their ideas, but most of these ideas were speculations as they were not based on any scientific experiment. Alhazen carried out investigation and experiments on visual perception. He extended the work of Ptolemy on binocular vision and commented on the anatomical works of Galen. Leonardo da Vinci was believed to be the first to recognize the special optical qualities of the eye. His main experimental finding was that there was only a distinct and clear vision at the line of sight, and it is the optical line which ends at the fovea. Hermann von Holmes examined the human eye and concluded that it was poor optically. The poor information gathered by the eye to him seemed to make vision impossible. So he thought vision could only be the result of some form of unconscious inferences. However, the development of new technologies in recent times has helped people with suffering from eye problems for years finally find relief. Eye care has come a long way, and it is making a huge difference in the lives of people all over the world, and also improved people's understanding of how to treat many common eye conditions. WHO's Vision 2019 was adopted at the 73rd World Health Assembly in 2020 with the resolution on integrated people-centered eye care.
Research shows that reducing screen time and spending time outside protects children from developing short-sightedness, that is myopia, which means that parents, caregivers, and educators have a central role to play in protecting the vision of the future generations. Do they really know they have these roles? Our crew on the street corner finds out.
Mine is basically the scratching of the eye from time to time. I tend to scratch my eyes, but with time the thing now fades. Sometimes you just start teary eyes also. So yeah, but nothing is being done. We just see it as normal something, but it's not really normal. I've talked to my parents, but everything is now money. They have to spend for you to be able to take care of something like this.
So what are you doing to avoid that?
Well, I try to reduce my screen time, then eat fruits that will help, that help the eyes, like carrots, oranges, vegetables.
My eyes used to pain me. I used to when it starts paining me. If I put my eye somewhere like a glass, I used to feel better. So I told my mommy she should buy glasses for me so that whenever it pains me, I don't have to go and look at the glass.
Sometimes you see them squeezing to see what they are even writing. That's short sight, right? Or sometimes when they are copying notes, you find the student not writing in the class. So you ask him, he will tell you that he cannot see the board. He have to wait for another student to finish writing before he borrow the note to copy the student note from his book. Students that normally have low sight or eye problem, we normally place them to sit in the front so that they can be able to see, or maybe we call the parent and advise them to get glasses, or they take them to eye clinic.
You don't ever carry them, go eye check, they check their eyes.
Guess you have to do to God, I never carried them before.
While uncorrected vision impairments may impact education and social inclusion, simple solutions such as spectacles can make a world of difference, and early detection can prevent permanent vision loss and improve treatment outcomes. In May 2024, WHO launched the Global Specs 2030 initiative to ensure access to quality, affordable spectacles and related people-centered services for everyone who needs them. Our guest will enlighten you on vision problems in children.
The commonest is refractive error, which is the common cause of vision impairment in children. Refractive error, we now have the myopia, which is short-sightedness, the hyperopia, which is long-sightedness, the astigmatism. So these are basics. Then, but that's not all. The itching, allergy, it's also high on that list because the child growing even before 1 year, they are now exposed to cereals, and these cereals have these allergic properties that the child can get sensitive to and starts having issues with allergy, both in the body, in the eyes, and also, and that child is faced with it. So we are now exposing our children, our kids, to lots of cereals. They eat all kinds, and has different types of allergies part of it. Then you can also have the glaucoma. You can have congenital glaucoma. You can also have congenital cataracts. They can also occur in children. The one that is that we often neglect, trauma. Trauma from when they're playing, poking with broomsticks, or a child will play fall, or an adult will beat with belts, because we see a whole lot of them. So trauma to the eyes is also one of the common issues that children come in with. Then the other ones are the ones there's really nothing we can do about them, or the congenital problems, that can maybe retinopathy of prematurity, that can affect the child, and other congenital problems that can affect the child, which you can't control, or that infection, conjunctivitis, infection. We take our kids to pools to swim, or so all those places are places child can get, the eyes can get infected. By the time they're exposed to the water, you don't know, different people are in the water, and it's dirty, it's not being cleaned, it's not being recycled. So these things will expose the child to different eye problems. How affordable, how accessible, how available this? It's a challenge. It's still a challenge because these services are still not. I would say they're still not affordable, to everyone. The aim is to make them affordable to everyone, accessible and available. That is what we are all. The goal we're all trying to achieve. And that can be achieved by not just you wouldn't say government, the government, public, private partnerships can help to achieve these goals. The policies, health policies that can help to make these things available. Because when we're talking about availability, these spectacles, number one, it's the parents even ready to let their kids wear this. The myths, surrounding this, that okay, when your child starts wearing glasses, the eyes will go bad. So you won't even see the parents coming in or the children coming in. The data that states that 78.9% of children with myopia are still uncorrected. So, and we are all here. The hospitals are there. One, accessibility. Are they coming in? Are the patients coming in? The children. So in that case, we have to go to them. In schools. Outreaches, that's where we can assess them challenge in that part of going to school, it's the school. Schools, their curriculum, is it imbibed in their curriculum that eye health is important, that every child should know that is their responsibility for them to see well. So when the awareness is there from schools, parents, everywhere, then the health part now comes in. Okay, how do we make this affordable? Because the accessibility and availability, you have to have the human beings, So we can now be talking about affordability, which we can now find ways to really make them affordable for everyone to reach.
How can technology be a double-edged sword to eye health? Dr. Obinna Awiaka, Registrar of the Optometrists and Dispensing Opticians Registration Board of Nigeria, gives more insight into ways to protect kids' eyes, while debunking myths regarding vision and stigma associated with wearing spectacles or other corrective interventions for eyes and vision.
Vision is not just about the eyes, which is the external part that you see when you look at someone. It's about the eye and the visual pathway, the visual system. So the eyes are the only sensory organs that are directly connected to the brain. So that connection is what helps vision very, very key and very, very important. And so when you're dealing with the eye, you're not just dealing with a sensory organ, you're dealing with the brain, and you're dealing with the whole visual pathway. I think the attention was drawn to this after COVID-19. It was discovered that more children are presenting with visual problems, and we have seen that a lot of things have been pinned to be the cause of this. Major and top on the list is nutritional problems, where a lot of food are no longer the kind of organic food that children used to eat. A lot of food that they now eat are processed food, and so the nutrition has been affected, and so it's now affecting the vision. And lifestyle is also a major reason why this has become an upsurge, because after COVID-19, it's been discovered that a lot of things are now done online. Children are now doing e-learning, a lot of focus on the laptops, the iPad, and the phone, and all these have accumulated the pressure on the visual pathway, and that's why you see a lot of children showing up with visual problems. And that is why it is important that we pay attention to children's vision. There's a global problem that in terms of vision. Research has come up that by the year 2050, half of the world population are going to be myopic, and this is a real problem. We need to focus, and it's been discovered that because of this surge on visual problem among children, we need to intentionally, let me use the word intentionally, pay attention to child's vision. And that is why this campaign about loving your eyes kids, we are trying to tell the child itself, the children themselves, to begin to pay attention to their eyes, to begin to love their eyes. We are trying to tell parents to begin to pay attention to the vision of their child. We are trying to tell caregivers, teachers, and also the government that we need to pay attention to the vision of children at this point in time. We want to start by telling the children and telling the parents that you need to think and be intentional about the nutrition of your child. If you go to the breakfast table of most homes, the greens have been removed from it. And that is where the problem starts. So you see a lot of greens. The children don't eat vegetables anymore. They don't eat fruit anymore. They don't eat things that have antioxidants that can help with vision anymore. And so we want parents to pay attention to the nutrition of their children. You know, the snacks, the packs you're giving them to go to school with, the food they eat in the school, in the dormitories. You need to pay attention to giving them green, leafy vegetables and fruits. It's important. So if that is taken care of, we also need to take care of screen time in children. It's a common thing that when a child starts crying, the first thing the mother does is to switch on her phone and give it to the child. And of course, the child stops crying. So at that early age, you're already exposing the child to the harmful rays from your phone set. And so the child becomes addicted to looking at near objects from your phone. When they start school, they start doing e-learning. They're looking at their iPads and their laptops. And so they spend a lot of screen time, not to talk of the time they spend watching television. And so the problem is they spend too much time looking at near work, and they don't develop the eye muscles. They don't develop their distant vision. And then, very importantly, you need to expose your child to good, comprehensive eye examination as early as 6 months. Yes, as early as 6 months. Don't wait till the child is sent back home from school that they cannot see. No, the visual pathway, like I said earlier on, is beyond what you see. We need to find out whether there's a blockage in the pathway, whether there's a blockage in the brain, whether there's something growing up. And a lot of these problems can be detected when the child is allowed, exposed to a good comprehensive eye examination as early as 6 months. And how often should the child go for that examination? Every 12 months. So at the beginning of every session, every school, every parent must ensure the child visits an optometrist to run a comprehensive eye test. And I also advise school teachers, ensure that the child comes to school with the result of that eye test, to be sure where you can even place the child. Some children have problem with light, and you are placing them by the window, and then they're getting a lot of light ray, which is affecting their vision. So it's important that the optometrist advises the child on how to manage the vision. And then it's also important that you spend less time on the screen. Every school, even if you're doing e-learning, teach the child to spend less time on the screen. Let them do more writing, let them do more of distant work to help them. And it's also important to let parents and teachers know this. You need to reduce the indoor time of the child. The child must spend time receiving sunlight, yes. As little as that, even if it is 15 minutes every day, they must be exposed to vitamin D. It's very important for the eye receptors. It's very important for the cells of the eyes. So it's important you allow the child to go out to play, especially in the early morning sun, for at least 15 minutes. With all that put in place, you are going to help the child to love their eyes. Wearing glasses is not a problem. First of all, when you go and visit your optometrist, it's to find out if the eyes and visual pathway are healthy, not necessarily for you to receive glasses. You can only be given glasses if you have a refractive error. Myopia, astigmatism, hyperopia, and the likes. That's only when that child will be given glasses. And glasses is like using umbrella under the rain. It is an aid. It is not a problem. It is not something you should say, my child is too young to wear glasses. How long will he wear these glasses? No. I'll give you a case scenario. Something happened somewhere in the north where this child was born and couldn't see and was having difficulty seeing. The parents took the child and enrolled her to a blind school, a school of the blind. So I happened to be at the school of the blind for something else, and I saw this child walking without a cane, and I asked, why is this lady walking without a cane? They say, oh, she's been here from birth and she's used to the environment. I wasn't convinced with that answer. So I insisted that that child comes in for an eye examination. By the time I was through, I found out that she had a very, very high myopia. Very, very high myopia, which means that if that child had had an eye examination as early as 6 months or 1 year or even 2 years or even 5 years, we would have been able to help that child better than now. So it's not too early to wear glasses. It's a need today, but with what has happened with COVID-19, with the use of screen, is very essential. Yes, it is possible. Like I said, glasses are for refractive error. And refractive errors are different types. We have the one that we call myopia. These people are short-sighted, so they start wearing glasses when they are young, as early, and as they are growing older, the glasses, the prescription increases. At a point in time, the prescription begins to depreciate, come down. What happens at that time is that when the normal person will now need glasses to read tiny prints, the myope will not need glasses to read. That is where they drop their glasses. And that is why it is always important to expose your eyes to a comprehensive eye examination and let the optometrist advise you.
We can make a difference in children's eye health. Join us again next week, same time, same station, as we continue to explore health topics that matter to you. Remember, your vision is your future, so take responsibility for your health, as always. I am Uche Ugochukwu. Bye.
Are you tired of
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to NTA's live telecast of proceedings from the National Assembly, specifically the House of Representatives. I am Itaire Ikpen, and we are reaching you live from the lobby of the House of Representatives, where the day's plenary proceedings have already commenced. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas is presiding over the plenary of the day. In the course of the week, precisely yesterday, the House of Representatives passed a resolution urging the executive to hasten up to submit the 2025 appropriation bill. The House has already mandated relevant committees of Parliament to interface with the executive and ensure that the appropriation bill comes to Parliament. Lawmakers have already expressed their desire to receive the 2025 appropriation bill and begin scrutiny of that bill. The House is also legislating on issues that affect the well-being and welfare of Nigerians. And at this point in time, I will invite on set to join me one of the lawmakers, Dr. Patrick Umar, to shed more light on some of the issues that have engaged Parliament in recent times. Dr. Umar, thank you for joining us on NTA's telecast.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. What would you say are some of the issues that have been in the front burner of Parliament lately?
Well, thank you very much once again. Parliament is interested in moving the country forward, and basically Parliament exists to make laws, to conduct oversight, and to represent the people in the various constituencies across the federation of 360 constituencies. In recent times, we've had issues on the front burner, ranging from the fuel hike that we have in our country, and the need to make Nigerians enjoy the dividends of democracy. And so yesterday we had elaborate debate on the need to reduce the price of fuel to allow Nigerians access to basic other amenities that are tied to fuel, because life is hard. And again, there was a resolution as to that the Joint Committee of the House of Reps and the Senate should look into the concerns of the people of Nigeria so that life can be better. And then we're also looking at interfacing with the executive so that the medium-term expenditure framework can be presented before Parliament, and as well we can also have the budget in time so that we can sit and then make our reviews as Parliament, and then the presentation can be made on time, and implementation can also be done timeously so that the diverse spheres of our economic life can move forward. So that's why we exist as a Parliament, and we're not resting on our hours. We want to assure Nigerians that we're ready to work, and we're ready to make things work for the ordinary Nigerians on the streets. That's it. That's all.
Okay. I would like to also ask, I know that recently lawmakers have also been concerned about the preponderance of resolutions that have been passed, and perhaps nothing has been done about those resolutions. And I know that you are Chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance. What are some of the interfaces you have had to ensure that House resolutions get teeth and bite?
Well, I chair the House Committee on Legislative Agenda. And we are doing a whole lot. We are doing the monitoring component and the evaluation component. And all of this can't happen overnight. Parliament is doing its very best. And we look at the agenda. We're also doing we are looking at what the other committees are doing to ensure that we produce results. So it's not going to happen overnight. We need some patience so that these things can work. You know, I don't want to get into the intricacies of what has happened in our country. My business as chair of monitoring and evaluation is to ensure that I do my job, and then Parliament can also produce results. If you look at the last scorecard of Parliament, you will agree with us that we've done a whole lot as a National Assembly to ensure that things work in our country. It was bad, but then I think in the nearest future we will see results. That's just it.
Okay, thank you very much. That has been Dr. Patrick Umar, who is the Chairman House Committee on Legislative Agenda, as well as the Committee on Monitoring and Evaluation of the Legislative Agenda. And so without taking much time, we'll just go right into the Green Chamber for you to have a feel of the day's proceedings during this parliamentary belt. Thank you.
My distinguished and dear colleagues, my name is Regina Akume, representing Bokotaka constituency. I'm from Benue State. I rise to second the motion moved by my dear colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committees on Works and FEMA for further legislative action. Honorable members, the business of the day is presentation of 20 bills. I now invite the clerk to read their short titles. The first order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, to create a new state in the South-South region of Nigeria, known as Abuja State, and for related matters.
Mr. Speaker, dear honorable colleagues, I rise to move a motion
on a bill for an act to alter the provision, the relevant provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, to create this new state in the South-South region of Nigeria to be known as Abuja State, and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, call that this bill be read for the second time. I so move.
Any seconder? My dear sister, you know that just Honorable Regina said women friendly, female friendly. I need to recognize names of Honorable Amobi Godwin Aga and three others. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 6 June 2024. I'll now invite Honorable Amobi Godwin Oga to move that the bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The speaking Speaker of the 10th Assembly, my dear colleagues, my name remains Honorable Amobi Godwin Oga. I represent Nigeria through the good people of Isukwato and Umunochi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to move a motion on a bill for an act to establish the National Institute for Organic Agriculture and Food Safety Research in Olonna North Farm Settlement, Isukwato, Abia State. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I stand to that this bill should read the second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable, please second.
The People's Speaker, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, GCON. My name is Honorable Ambassador Peter Ifeanyi Uzokwe. I speak for the good people of Nnewi North, the Japanese capital of Nigeria, Nnewi South, and the Ekwusigo constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to support the motion ably moved by my in-law. My wife comes from Isukwato, so I will get the organic food raw. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Amobi, this is an establishment bill. It doesn't require too much debate. So with your kind permission, I will just put the question. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk. Be referred to the Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions for further legislative action. The third order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to amend to make mandatory procurement, first option of locally made products, goods and services by government ministries and departments and agencies, make it mandatory for government ministries, departments and agencies to give priority to local manufacturers and indigenous companies in the procurement of goods, works, and services, prohibit the exclusion of local produce good in the procurement process, repeal the Local Content Act of 2010, and enact a bill to make it mandatory for ministries, departments, and agencies to give priority to local manufacturers and indigenous companies in the procurement of goods and services, and prohibit the exclusion of locally produced goods in the procurement process and for related matters. Standing in the names of Honorable Obi Agwacha, Honorable Namdi Izechi, and Honorable Jesse Okejoin, honorable members will recall that the bills were consolidated and read the first time on Tuesday, 8 October 2024. I now invite Honorable Agocha to move that the bill be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, Mr. Speaker, my name remains Honorable Obi Agocha. I represent, Mr. Speaker, Iguano, Umahia North, and Umahia South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to move that a bill for an act to make mandatory procurement first option of locally made products, goods, and services by government ministries, departments, and agencies. Make it mandatory for the government ministries and department of agencies to give priority to local manufacturers and indigenous companies in the procurement of goods, works, and services. To prohibit the exclusion of locally produced goods in the procurement process. To repeal Local Content Act of 2010 and enact a bill to make it mandatory for ministries, departments, and agencies to give priority to local manufacturers, indigenous companies in the procurement of goods and services, and prohibit the exclusion of locally produced goods in the procurement process and for related matters. A consolidation, Mr. Speaker, of HB 85, HB 1007, and HB 1330. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Is Honorable Namdi Izechi around?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Please, can you second?
Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, Namdi Izechi is my name. I rise here this morning to second the motion ably moved by my dear brother and leader. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. Honorable Ogocha, I give you 1 minute if you want to make further clarification on the bill. But you are at liberty to allow us to put the question.
Mr. Speaker, you are at liberty to put the question, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. The fourth order of the day, sorry, clerk. Bill referred to the Committee on Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring for further legislative action. The fourth order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to establish jury trial and services for special crimes, corruption, and other offenses, and the administration of jury trials, criminal justice in the Federal High Court and FCT High Court Division, and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Pascal Abodike, honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 26 July 2023. I'll now invite Honorable Pascal to move that the bill be read a second time. Is Honorable Pascal on the floor? No? Bill stepped down by the leave of the House. Honorable Ambaruna, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, the speaking speaker. My dear colleagues, I'm Honorable Bill Isa Ambarura, member representing Borba Elela Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Sokoto State. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise up to clear some issues on the issue that happened in the House yesterday, on the motion presented by Honorable Martins. And the point of order was made to that effect from Honorable Kelechi. In that respect, I want to present this motion under the matter of personal explanation. Mr. Speaker, all members may wish to recall that yesterday, Wednesday, the 16th of October 2024, Honorable Kelechi raised a point of order on the motion on higher cancellation, on flight cancellation and delays sponsored by Honorable Martins, where Honorable Kelechi's point of order was that he had recently taken a motion on the same subject matter about 3 months ago. Based on the point of order raised, the motion was stepped down. However, from the record, Mr. Speaker, of Committee on Rules and Business, it shows that the matter which Honorable Kelechi's claim to have taken was done on October the 25th, 2023, which it is more than or less than about a year ago now. In this respect, I wish to put it on record that the motion of Honorable Martins is in order, as it is on a different section from what in which Honorable Kelechi took his motion. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I wish to appeal to honorable members to allow Honorable Martins to conclude his motion. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Well, based on what you have mentioned, if it is true that a motion of this nature can be represented only after 12 months, 1 calendar year, I do not see how this motion still qualifies, because if you look at the date now, we are still not up to that date. So it's still not up to 12 months, 12 calendar months. And today, what is today's date? Or yesterday's day when it... so can we now say, legally speaking, that we observe the 12-month calendar in between the two motions? Well, that is not how law works. That is not how law works. It has to be exactly or more than for it to qualify. So your personal explanation is noted. Thank you very much. I think we still stand by our previous decisions. Thank you.
Sir. Mr. Speaker, my name is Kingsley Chinda. I represent Obiabo Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, it will not be proper that elders are seated and a goat is tied to the stable and delivering. It's not proper. There are very senior ranking members here. The procedure that the Deputy Chairman of Business and Rules adopted is unknown to Parliament, sir. We have arrived at a resolution. If you have any quarrel with it, Deputy Chairman, Business and Rules, you bring a proper motion asking for recession of our resolution, and not the method you have adopted. So aside the fact that Mr. Speaker has ruled properly, it still behoves us to at least correct this impression so that we will keep learning. The procedure is unknown to Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader, for your contribution. So we make progress. The fifth order of the day is a motion on outstanding bill from preceding assembly, standing in the name of Honorable Francis E. Waebe. Honorable Ambarura is hereby invited to present on his behalf.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Honorable Isa Ambarura. I'm representing Gorba Ilela Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Sokoto State. Mr. Speaker, I rise up to present a motion on outstanding bills from preceding assembly for the consideration of the Honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Rotimi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Akitunde Rotimi Jr. I represent the good people of Ekiti North 1 Federal Constituency comprising Ikole and Oye local governments. I rise, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This bill is referred to the Committee of the Whole for further legislative action. The sixth order of the day is a motion on the need to construct embankment.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the prayer of the motion was for the bill to be recommitted to the House Committee on Constitution Review, not to the Committee of the Whole.
Are you sure that is the prayer?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It is based on Order 12, Rule 17, and Order 1, Rule 1-2. The combined effect of both orders, Mr. Speaker, and the prayer is that it be committed to the House Committee on Constitutional Review. Thank you very much, Mr.
Okay, sorry. So the bill is has to do with constitutional review, right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so we refer it to the Committee on Constitutional Review for further legislative action. Please, Secretariat, take note of that correction. Okay. The sixth order of the day is a motion on the need to construct embankment around Askune Bridge, Talata Mafara, Zamfara State, standing in the name of Honorable Isa Mohammed Anka. Honorable Anka is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you very much, esteemed Speaker, my colleagues. My name is Honorable Isa Muhammad Anka, representing Anka Talata Mafara constituency. I'm from Zamfara State. I stand here before the Honorable House to present a motion on the need to construct embankment around Askune Bridge in Talata Mafara local government of Zamfara State. The House is to note that the Askune Bridge is an important transportation link in Talata Mafara local government area of Zamfara State, connecting communities and facilities and facilitating economic activities in neighboring states, such as Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, Kebbi, and extra. Also notes that the bridge consistently experiences flooding during rainy seasons, disrupting traffic, and posing safety risk to commuters, with the most recent flooding occurring during this year's rainy season. The House is aware of the need to rehabilitate the road top surface of the bridge and its environs in order to make it smooth, safe, and conducive for the road users. The House is also aware that the construction of embankment and ecological safeguards will help control water flow, prevent bridge submersion during the heavy rains, and improve infrastructure and connectivity in Talata Mafara, supporting economic and social development in the region. The House is cognizant of the need to construct an embankment on the Askune Bridge to prevent further flooding and collapse, ensure the safety of the bridge and the lives of the commuters, while also implementing ecological safeguards. My prayer, therefore, is that the House should resolve to urge the Ecological Office of the Federation to conduct a needs assessment of the affected bridge to ensure its safety from further flooding and potential collapse. Also to urge the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FEMA, to conduct a needs assessment of the top surface of the bridge and its environs to ascertain a proper status and take necessary steps to rehabilitate the bridge. And mandate the Committees on Ecological Fund and FEMA to ensure proper oversight and follow-up with the Ecological Office of the Federation and FEMA, and report within 4 weeks for further legislative action. Also mandate the Committee on Legislative Compliance to ensure compliance. I so move, sir. Thank you very much.
Honorable Jimmy Benson, can you second this motion? Honorable Litem is saying that you should also mention the subject matter before you second, so that we know that you know what you are seconding.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ian Zazao, a man of peace, a man of justice, a man that is so friendly to North Africa. Honorable colleagues, I remain Baba Jimmy Benson, representing the good people of Ikorodu Federal Constituency. I stand, Mr. Speaker, to second this motion, ably moved by my good friend. The subject matter has to do with the need to construct the embankment around Askune Bridge in Zamfara. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. Ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committees on Ecological Fund and Federal Road Maintenance Agency for further legislative action. The seventh order of the day is a motion on the need to review the budgetary allocation of the Bureau of Public Procurement, standing in the name of Honorable Oyime Idem. Honorable Idem is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. My name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafun, Orogonam Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that on the need to review budgetary allocation of the Bureau of Public Procurement, the House notes the need for the attainment of transparency, competitiveness, cost-effectiveness, value for money, and professionalism in the public sector procurement system. Also notes that the Public Procurement Act 2007 established Bureau of Public Procurement as the regulatory authority responsible for the monitoring and oversight of public procurement, harmonizing the existing government policies and practices by regulating, setting standards, and developing the legal framework and professional capacity for public procurement in Nigeria. Further notes that the Bureau is empowered to, among other things, oversight over 800 ministries, departments, and agencies, MDS, to ensure the implementation of established procurement policies and due process compliance, recognizes the need to ensure monitoring and surveillance of federal government procurement procedures an ongoing project across the 6 geopolitical zones. Aware that the budget allocation for the Bureau in the Appropriation Act 2024 is only 2 billion naira, 2.2 billion naira. Concerned that the existing funds provided for the Bureau is grossly
Honorable Obi.
Is grossly inadequate to meet the extensive responsibility of the procurement audit, monitoring and surveillance in the ministry, departments and agencies, MDS in the 6 geopolitical zones of the nation. Also concerned that given the prevailing trend of procurement corruption in Nigeria, constituting over 70% of corruption in the public procurement sector, there is an increasing need to ensure the implementation of procurement policies and due process compliance in line with global best practices. Cognizant that the increasing rates of procurement corruption in the public sector necessitates urgent measures for effective oversight to ensure value for money, transparency, competitiveness, and professionalism, the House resolved to urge the federal government through the Ministry of Budget Economic Planning to review the budgetary allocation for the Bureau of Public Procurement in line with current realities in subsequent budget estimates to enable successful discharge of the Bureau's core mandates. 2, also urge the Bureau of Public Procurement to collaborate with relevant stakeholders, including ministries, department agencies, civil society organizations, and the National Assembly to enhance the provision of a legal institutional framework and professional capacity for public procurement in Nigeria for holistic development of our beloved country. Mandate the committees on public procurement and appropriations to follow up and ensure upward review of the Bureau's budgetary allocation in subsequent budget estimates. And lastly, also mandate the Committee on Public Procurement to conduct a thorough oversight and recommend appropriate measures that will enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the Bureau and report within 4 weeks for further legislative action. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I so move.
Seconder. Amendment? Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Nigeria, Kano East West Federal Constituency from Enugu State. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should look at the content because this is a public document. The last paragraph where he said, cognizant that the increasing rate of procurement corruption, I don't think that we should use that word corruption, procurement corruption. We can use irregularities instead of corruption, because this is a public document. Please, so moving.
I agree with you. We are not a court of law. If it has been passed and adjudged by a court of law, then we can now say it. But this is just a perception, an allegation. So would you want to rephrase that particular statement for records?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I align myself completely with my colleague and therefore amend prayer number 5 to read that also mandate the Committee on Public Procurement to conduct...
I think that's not where you're reading. Sorry. The last paragraph before your prayers.
Okay.
Cognizance that the increasing rate of procurement corruption.
Okay.
Since we cannot legally establish that it is happening, yes. So the use of it direct is
yes,
what is not proper.
It goes thus. Cognizant that the increasing rates of procurement irregularities in the public sector necessitate urgent measures for effective oversight to ensure value for money, transparency, competitiveness, and professionalism. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. So any seconder to this correction? Honorable Maki. Pardon?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You
my
moved it,
honorable
right?
colleagues.
So please go ahead.
Huh?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Nolemon Nadir, Kano East West Federal Constituency. I'm from Enugu State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague, Honorable Eden. I so second.
Well, I will put the question, but I want to be guided according to whether correction on the body of the motion requires seconding or whatever. I think
Mr. Speaker, in line with the amendment, I also second.
Okay, well, it's just a correction of a statement which I believe does not require seconding. We just second, but the body of the prayers, if there is, that's where we need to actually move for the amendment to be seconded. So I think that is the position of our rules. There is no motion there, it's just correction of a statement, which does not require, I believe, anyone to propose or second. I think so, but we'll look at the books and see if we're right or wrong. So we go to the amendment on the prayers. Your contribution will be noted and documented.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Amendment, please.
Thank you, my dear Speaker. I still remain Clement Jimbo, representing Abak Etmekbika Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, since the subject of this motion is requesting for budgetary review for the agency in question, I would like to amend the last prayers to include Committee on National Planning and Economic Development. Thank you.
Any seconder to this? Any seconder? Hello? Is it a point of order or you want to guidance? Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, my name is Ahmed Idris. I represent Wasa Federal Constituency Plateau State. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, this motion is very peculiar to the agency and the duties assigned to them by the Act of the National Assembly and I guess also by the House rules. And that's why after critical analysis of his own duty, he's coming before the House, which is normal, to request the House to intervene for this particular ministry and agency. It will be out of, will I say, the order to now include other agencies that have not been examined in the same manner. Otherwise, the size and the focus of the agency in question will be lost, sir. I want to beg that my brother step down his own amendment and to come, if he feels deeply fit, with another motion that the House should now take a look at it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, but what I thought he was trying to do is that since he is talking about budgetary possible for budgetary processes of the House. So I think in that order, it is not totally wrong, but it is up to us to agree whether beside appropriation, any other related committee of the House that has something to do with the budget can be included in this. So do you want to still maintain that the committee should be included?
Thank you, my Speaker. Going by our standing orders, page 208 gives us that responsibility, that very committee, National Planning and Economic Development, that responsibility to oversight the Ministry of National Planning and Budget, which budget office is included. So any committee or agencies of government that requires the
Are we talking about budget office here or public procurement bureau?
No, did you look at it? The budget office of the Federation is under the oversight of National Planning of and Economic Development, which is a standing committee of the House.
So do you still maintain that you want us to get a seconder? You are completely right. I'm not saying that what you have proposed is wrong.
Yes, let's get a seconder, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, any seconder to this amendment? Yes, Honorable. Please go ahead.
My name is Paul Gowon Haruna. I represent Basa Dikina Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kogi State. I rise this afternoon to support the amendment proposed by the Deputy Chairman, National Planning and Economic Development Committee, Mr. Clement Jimbo. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. Honorable Shoba, can you second the main motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My distinguished colleagues, I rise to second this motion as ably amended by my colleagues. I so move.
Okay, let me give you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Order 4, I don't think it's required in this motion because no, Prayer 4 is not required in this motion because it has been taken care of by the Order 20, Rule 116 of the Order Book. The committee has been given every leverage, every advantage, every opportunity to conduct oversight. So the committee doesn't need to come to the House to request the House to give it permission to conduct oversight. If you look at the Order 20, Rule 116, the jurisdictions of the committee has covered this prayer. So I don't think if we may need to allow this prayer, I think...
I agree with you totally.
Yes, Mr.
It is your committee already, and you have already been empowered. So why are you requesting the House to give you permission to do what has already been given to you earlier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. Mr. Speaker, you are right by your assertion, but from the experience, all the MDAs in the country derive their limits from the National Planning and Budget Office before they bring the proposal to National Assembly. That's where they derive their limit from. I know that by the time the agency, that is BPP, brings the budget to us, we are going to do justice to it by looking at the budgets and their issues. But what we are asking for from this House is a kind of intervention from the House to reach out to the ports in which this budget...
You have already stated that under your prayer 3.
Yes, sir.
Your prayer 3 covers that one, so I don't think if there is a need for prayer 4.
Okay, prayer 4.
Because you are just repeating powers that have already been given to you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Speaker. Let me look at prayer 4.
Do you see what we're talking about? You already said under your prayer 3, mandate the committees on public procurement and appropriation to follow up and ensure upward review of the budgetary various budgetary allocation in subsequent budget estimates.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I quite agree with you, and I hereby delete prayer 4.
So you are moving for the deletion?
Yes, I hereby move that prayer 4 be deleted, and I maintain prayer 1, 2, 3. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, any seconder to this? Honorable Sesi.
Thank you, my Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Sesi Oluwaseun Wingan, and I rise today to support that prayer 4 be deleted.
from the prayers of the motion as moved by my colleague. So moved.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. Now is have it. Honorable Jibo, can you recapture your own because earlier on you relied on prayer 4. Since prayer 3 also captured the true committees, perhaps we can now couch it to refer to prayer 3 rather than prayer 4, which has been deleted.
Okay, thank you very much, my wonderful speaker. As the House has guided, I think prayer 3 should now read, mandates the committees on public procurement, public procurement, appropriation, and national planning and economic development to follow up and ensure upward review. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, point of order.
Observations, sir. Colleagues, I want to sincerely appreciate Chairman's Committee on Public Procurement by the standard, by our rules, and by the constitution of this House. I think as the Chairman of the House Committee on Procurement, all this is appealing to the House to do for him today. They are already embedded in the House rules. As the Chairman House Committee on this procurement, we have discussed and agreed on their position. That is why prayer 4 was deleted. Okay. So what are you talking about? I thought you were bringing something new. No. Other than what we have already agreed. It was withdrawn. It is assumed we are going about same thing all over and all over. And that is why I decided to come with this point of order. I don't know the opinion of other members, but I think besides the prayer 4, every other thing that he did is in order. It's in order. There is nothing to show that they are going beyond his committee's mandate there. Thank you so much for the observation. So, Honorable Choba, did you move? Observation, sir. Observation? Yes, sir. Who is, please go ahead. Honorable Anka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I personally, I'm trying to take perhaps a different view on this motion. And I think it's high time we take a stand when it comes to budgetary review. More so, the mover of the...
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to Amarawa village in Ilela local government area of Sokoto State, 85 kilometers away from Sokoto City in the northern part of the state, and just 3 kilometers to the Nigeria-Nigerian border at Ilela border post. And the event is going to be the official flag off of the construction of 100 housing units for the internally displaced persons who were displaced by banditry attacks at various times in Ilela local government area of Sokoto State. The project is going to comprise construction of solar-powered boreholes, erection of installation of solar street lights, and an extension of other part of the project comprised of premier fencing of the 16 hectares land allocated to Lela International Market. The event is going to be officially performed by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto, FCNA.
Mai girma gwamna da ya yi wannan aikin Allah ka sanya mishi da alkhairi, ka sakan kame da alkhairi, Ubangiji Allah ka biya shi nan duniya ka biya shi gobe kiyama. Allah madaukakin sarki muna roƙonka, ka sa abin da abbakatun mai girma gwamna zuwa gare ka, ka sa abin da abbakatun mu da muka haɗu nan. Ubangiji Allah ka biya bukatun mu na alkhairi baki ɗai, bukatun mu na wani alkhairi Allah ka tanda mana su kasance alkhairi ka biya san mana su ya Allah. Ubangiji Allah ka dawamar da mu, ka ba mu zaman lahiya da wamamme a cikin wannan yankin namu na aure cikin Najeriya. Allah ka anshi addu'an mu, ka roh asirin mu duniya da lahira ya rabbal alamin. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد وصلى الله على النبي الكريم.
The provision of the 100 housing units to the internally displaced persons in Ilela local government is tagged Northwest Prevention Facilities Project, where skills acquisition program will be co-opted into the construction activity. And the project will provide also victims of banditry with take-off grant for the skills acquisition programs after the construction of the housing units. The Ilela International Market will be provided after the perennial fencing by standard veterinary clinic, loading bins, stalls, toilet facilities, among others.
The Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Ahmed Ali Sokoto, PhD, FCNA, ACIT. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Engineer Idris Muhammad Gobil, the Sokoto State APC Chairman, Honorable Isa Sadiq Achida, the Secretary to the State Government, Muhammad Bello Sipawa, Chief of Staff Government House, Sokoto, Aminu Hanuduko MNI, Representative of the State Chief Judge, Justice Kabir Muhammad, Representative of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Aliyu Atahiru Galadi Mangare Sokoto, the Representative of the Grand Qadi, Qadi Dahiru Tanjega, the Head of Service, Suleiman Ahmadu Esfulani, members of the State Executive Council here with us, members of the legislature, local government chairman here with us, with much emphasis on our host chairman, that is Ilela local government chairman, our elders, Alhaji Sabi Isagara MNI, Senator Salihu Bokwai, representative of various security agencies here with us, special advisors to the governor and senior special assistant, district heads, ulama, youth groups, my colleagues in the pen profession, a very good afternoon to you all. Your Excellency, as it has been the case almost throughout this week, you've been busy delivering one dividend of democracy or another to the good people of Sokoto State. Today, we are in Ilela local government area, which is a border area, just a few kilometers away from Niger Republic, where Your Excellency is going to lay a foundation stone for 100 houses to be built for the internally displaced persons here in Ilela local government. I think His Excellency deserves an applause here. Ilela local government is one of the areas that was hit by flooding in recent times. And of course, it has also witnessed some few cases of banditry. So as a result of that, we have a number of displaced persons in this local government area. His Excellency is now taking bold steps to ensure that these people have at least a roof on their head. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Me gaba gwamnan jihar Sokoto sauran mayan baki da suke wannan wuri, jama'a assalamu alaikum. Kamar yadda aka sha satin nan da ya gabata, mun yi ta yawo a wurare daban-daban cikin garin Sokoto da kuma ƙananan hukumomin Sokoto inda mai girma gwamna ke ta kokari domin ganin cewa an kyautata rayuwar al'umma wannan jiha. Yau ma cikin iko Allah ga mu a yankin mulki na Ilela inda mai girma gwamna zai aza harsashin ginin gidaje guda 100 domin amfanin al'ummomin da suka samu kansu daga wajen gidajen su a sakamakon matsalar tsaro ko kuma matsalar ruwan sama da zai makamantar irin waɗannan abubuwa. Mai girma gwamna a ta da jan dogon lokaci ba zan so in gayyato shugaban karamar ko mulki ta Ilela domin ya zo ya yi jawabinsa na maraba. Permit me, Your Excellency, to start by inviting the Ilela local government chairman, Sirajo Shehu Maibala, to come forward for a welcome address. Honorable Chairman.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Mai girma gwamnan jihar Sokoto, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto, mai girma mataimakin gwamnan jihar Sokoto, mai girma sakataren gwamnatin jihar Sokoto, mai girma shugaban ma'aikata na fadar gwamnatin jihar Sokoto, shugaban jam'iyyar APC na jihar Sokoto, masu girma uwayen jam'iyya, kwamishinoni, SA, sauran ciyamomin ƙananan hukumomi da ke nan, jama'a maza da mata, assalamu alaikum. Da farko muna masu yi ma Allah subhanahu wata'ala godiya da ya nuna mana wannan rana mai dimbin tarihi wadda mai girma gwamnan jihar Sokoto ya zo da tawagarsa domin azahar sashen ginin gidaje 100 na 'yan gudun hijira. Abin da ya sa ni kira wannan rana mai dimbin tarihi shine rabenmu da maga irin wannan aikin tun zamanin tsohon gwamnan jihar Sokoto mai girma da tijo sarkin yamma. A gwamnatin da ta gabata shekara 8 da ta yi ba aza mana ko ɗan bulo ba ko da na gina akurki ne. Amma alhamdulillah wannan gwamnati mai albarka ga shi cikin shekara 1 da 'yan watanni ta kawo ayyukan ci gaba a ƙaramar hukumar mulkin Ilela. Sanin kowa ne jama'a ƙaramar hukumar mulkin Ilela shaida ne wannan gwamnati ta taho da abubuwan ci gaba. Tun daga raba abinci kyauta zuwa ga jama'a, raba takin zamani na noman rani da na noman damana da ɗaukar matasanmu aikin community guard domin su tsare muna yankunanmu saboda matsalolin harkar tsaro. Mai girma gwamna muna godiya. Akwai abubuwan da ke gudana yanzu haka na hanyoyi waɗanda wasu ana nan kan yi kamar titin Kalmalau wanda jama'a Ilela sun sani. Wannan titi yana da matuƙar muhimmanci ga wannan yanki domin ita ce babban fadamar da jama'a Ilela ke amfani da ita wajen noma kayan rani kuma su shigo da su cikin gari har zuwa wasu biranen ƙasa kai har ma ƙasashen waje. Mai girma gwamna muna godiya akan wannan. Akwai hanyoyi da dama waɗanda jama'a Ilela shaida ne sun gani an turo injiniyoyi domin su duba domin fara soma aikin waɗannan wurare da manyan masallacin mu guda 2 na ƙaramar hukumar mulki Ilela. Hakikanin gaskiya mai girma gwamna ba abin da za mu ce illa Allah ya saka maka da alkhairi kuma mun tabbatar da cewa lalle tabbas Ilela ta kuce kuma duk alƙawarin da aka yi mana an cika. Daga ƙarshe mai girma gwamna ina ƙara tunatarwa game da abin da ya shahi harkar ruwan da kuka zo kwanan baya aka ba da tallahi waɗannan mutane aka jajanta musu to har yanzu waɗannan mutane gaskiya hiyar gida 600 suna nan babu gida guda har yanzu wanda wani ya koma ciki ne. Mai girma gwamna mun ana nan ana kokari muna tuna ta suwa ne domin a ƙara tunawa da waɗannan jama'a. Da fatan kamar yadda kuka zo lahiya Allah ya sa a yi wannan taro lahiya kuma Allah ya maishe ku gida lahiya. Na gode.
That was a welcome address by the Executive Chairman of Ilela Local Government Council, Sirajo Shehu Maibala, who welcomed the Executive Governor and entourage to Ilela Local Government, acknowledging the initiatives severally made by His Excellency the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto, PhD, FCNA, in the areas of bringing development to the doorsteps of Ilela communities. He included the issue of Ilela International Market, which is going to receive a lot of attention by the Sokoto state government, and bringing this construction of 100 housing units is a giant project for the internally displaced persons who are in their hundreds, who are being affected by banditry attacks at several times in this part of the country.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmad Aliyu, FCNA, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Sokoto State, Muhammad Idris Gobir, Speaker, State House of Assembly, members, State House of Assembly here present, Secretary to the State Government, Chief of Staff, Head of Service, Commissioners here present, SA here present, Chairman, Honorable Chairman of Ilela Local Government, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, ably represented, very important dignitaries who are here present, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon all. This afternoon, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to be here with you today on this historic and momentous event of the foundation laying ceremony for the construction of 100 housing units for IDPs here in Ilela local government. Distinguished guests, currently the Sokoto state government and UNDP are working on two component projects at Ilela town, Ilela local government. I therefore welcome His Excellency, the Governor, and his entourage to this all-important event. On behalf of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Social Welfare, I appreciate His Excellency for his support to the ministry. I pray for Mercy's journey back to your destination. We thank everybody for attending this event. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum.
That was an address by the Permanent Secretary of the Supervisory Ministry of Social Welfare and Humanitarian Affairs in Sokoto State, Hadiza Galadima. She spoke about the intervention of the UNDP and in collaboration with Sokoto State government going on at two places in Ilela town, the headquarters of Ilela local government, including this project, the construction of 100 housing units and the intervention at the 16 hectares land allocated to the Ilela International Market, among others.
Of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, Nuruddin Bashar Saleh, for a keynote address. Alaji Bashir, please.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Alhaji Dr. Aliyu Ahmad Sokoto, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Sokoto State, His Excellency Muhammad Idris Gobir, Your Excellencies, the Honorable Speaker, Sokoto State House of Assembly, members of the State Executive Council, the representative of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, His Royal Highness, His Eminence Muhammad Saad Abubakar, the representative of the Chief Judge, the Grand Kadi, Head of Court, members of the Sokoto State Legislature, members of the Traditional Council, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to stand on the existing protocol. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. This is a speech on behalf of the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program in Nigeria. And this is it. I'm truly honored to represent the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program in Nigeria, Ms. Elsie Atafwa, and extend our heartfelt gratitude for inviting us to this significant occasion, the groundbreaking ceremony for 100 housing units aimed at supporting those affected by conflict and displacement in Ilela local government of Sokoto State. I would like to take a moment to commend His Excellency Dr. Ahmad Aliyu Sokoto, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State. His unwavering commitment to implementing impactful policies and programs is commendable, particularly in addressing the multifaceted challenges to peace and sustainable development in the state. However, we must acknowledge the unfortunate reality that conflict and insecurity are undermining our progress. It has led to the tragic loss of lives and properties, abductions and displacement of vulnerable groups, particularly women and children in rural areas. This crisis not only disrupts our social and economic structures, but also poses a significant threat to the stability and security of the nation. The conflicts and insecurity we face arise from various factors, including climate change, the spread of illegal arms, and the activities of criminal networks. All critical stakeholders, with the support of the local communities, is in daily need to work together and adopt a comprehensive approach to tackle these pressing and urgent issues effectively. The United Nations Development Program is dedicated to working with the state government in the Northwest region to create and implement a comprehensive support system. Our aim is to support you, the governors in the Northwest region, in implementing initiatives that will help tackle the root causes of the pressing challenges in the region by fostering collaboration and mobilizing collective action across states and between states and the federal levels, which we are optimistic that together we can make a meaningful impact. As part of the commitment made during the inaugural Northwest Peace and Security Summit, the United Nations Development Program is committed to expediting the establishment of the Northwest Regional Cooperation Desk to assist the governors in tackling insecurity and other regional challenges. This initiative will enhance early warning systems, facilitate information sharing, and contribute to the development of the Northwest Peace and Security Development Framework. In conclusion, I would like to first and foremost use this opportunity to appreciate the doggedness, the commitment of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Sokoto State, His Excellency Muhammad Idris Govir. I can tell you from day one, His Excellency has been pushing with UNDP to see what is it that Sokoto State can benefit from all that it's about. I also want to commend the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Hajia Hadiza Galadima, and her team for putting this together, and encourage everyone to unite and collaborate with authorities to tackle our challenges. Together, we can foster a peaceful and secure environment, allowing us to achieve our shared goals. Thank you, and I wish us a successful ceremony. Thank you, Excellency.
That was remarked by the representatives of the UNDP, who said United Nations Development Program is collaborating with the governors of the Northwest region to tackle issues of insecurity and other regional critical challenges affecting the Northwest geopolitical zone of the country. He appreciated the commitment of Governor Ahmad Aliyu Sokoto, PhD, FCNA, for his resilience in working hand in hand with the UNDP program to ensure that security is restored in the state and development is going on squarely across the state. Now, any moment from now, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto FCNA, will be called to give his address and officially flag off the construction of 100 housing units for the internally displaced persons in Amarawa community, outskirts of Ilela town, headquarters of Ilela local government, about 85 kilometers northwest of northern part of Sokoto. Alongside the construction of the 100 housing units, the installation of solar-powered street lights and solar-powered boreholes for the internally displaced persons to have basic necessities of life when the housing units are completed. And a part of this intervention is the premier fund exporting products outside of Nigeria through Ilela border post. When this international market is modernized, the business activities at international level will be improved and bring revenue to Sokoto State and the federal government to boost socio-economic activities, not only Sokoto State, but other parts of the country. The 100 houses to be officially flagged off by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, will provide efficient shelter accommodation to the internally displaced persons being affected by several attacks of banditry in this part of the country.
ولا قوة إلا بالله gwamna sai Ahmad dan alirke gaskiyar ka ba wani mai ima wala haula wala quwwata illa billahi gwamna sai Ahmad dan alirke gaskiyar ka ba wani mai ima wala haula wala quwwata illa billahi gwamna sai
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. Your Excellency, my brother, the Deputy Governor of Sokoto State, Engineer Idris Mohammed Gobir, the chairman of our great party, APC, the largest party in Africa, Honorable Sadiq Isa Achida, representative of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Galadi Mangari, Alhaji Aliyu Atahiru, representative of Chief Judge and the Grand Qadi, members of the Sokoto State Executive Council, SSG, Head of Service, and Chief of Staff, Government House Sokoto, Heads of security operators in the state, heads of federal and the state government agencies, representative of UNDP Nuruddin Bashir, the chairman of Ilela Godbawa Sokoto North and the Sokoto South local government, party chairman Ilela local government, our party elders in the state. I have seen Ambassador Sahabi Isa Gada, Senator Salihu Bakwai, and Colonel Moy Isa retired. district heads, religious groups, politicians, farmers, youth groups, women groups, be led by the Commissioner of Women Affairs, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you all. All praises are due to Allah, the Master of the Day of Judgment, for making it possible for us to witness this historic day in which we have gathered here to bring succor and relief to our brothers and sisters displaced by natural disaster and banditry. Today's event signifies another important milestone in our renewed commitment to touch the lives of our people, especially the grassroots from whom we receive massive votes during our elections. Ladies and gentlemen, the foundation laying ceremony of 100 houses which we are about to witness in Ilela local government is under a collaboration efforts between the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and the state government. All this is towards making lives of our people better. No doubt, this project, when completed, would go a long way in providing shelter to our brothers and sisters taking refuge in IDP camps. This is following their displacement from their ancestral homes as a result of natural disaster or activities of armed bandits in their locality. Distinguished audience, housing sector is one of the areas receiving attention from the present administration, considering the significant role shelter plays in human existence and survival. From the inception of this administration, we have embarked on construction of housing projects to include 500 housing units in Wajaki, Wamoko local government area. Completion of 500 housing units in Gidan Salenki, which was abandoned by the immediate past administration. In addition to the 134 units of houses we have purchased from federal government located at Panawa area in Dengishuni local government. All these are part of our modest achievement in housing sector to ensure that our people have access to good shelter irrespective of their economic or social status. We are determined and committed towards achieving this lofty objective. Our collaboration with UNDP also includes the installation of solar street lights, drilling of solar power boreholes to support irrigation and dry season farming for conflict-affected people and IDPs in Ilola local government. We have also provision of livelihood, entrepreneurship, and vocational skill acquisition programs, all in Ilela local government area. Others are distribution of farming inputs to the vulnerable groups in Ilela and our neighboring community. Construction of perimeter fencing to Ilela Cattle Market, construction of veterinary clinic, market stalls, garden vines, as well as toilets and shops, all in Ilela Cattle Market. Distinguished audience, I want to announce here that the state government on its part would construct a perimeter fence, Islamia school, and a mosque with the 100 housing units so that the occupants can enjoy their stay in the estate. At this juncture, let me express my profound gratitude and appreciation to the UNDP for this wonderful initiative aimed at making the lives of our people better. Let me also assure the UNDP of my administration determination to sustain the kind of collaboration in the overall interest of our people. As an internally displaced person, I want to assure you that the present administration would continue to ensure your welfare while in camp, pending your return to your ancestral homes. That is avoid. Finally, let me express my profound gratitude to the entire people of Sokoto State for their continued support and prayers for the success of this administration. And for all our invited guests, we appreciate you and we thank you so much for gracing this historic occasion. I wish you Allah guidance and protection at all times. Thank you and wassalamu alaikum. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. mai girma mataimakin gwamna, sauran jama'a da muke tare da su dukkaninku assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuhu. Ina farawa da sunan Allah mai jin kai mai rahama, mai kowa mai komi, mai wanda ya so lokacin da ya so, ga kuma wanda ya so ko an so ko ba a so ba. Yau wata rana ce mai ɗimbin tarihi, kasancewata ranar da muka kawo wani ɗimbin abin alheri ga 'yan uwanmu maza da mata domin su samu sassabci na rayuwa sanadiyar matsalar da aka samu na aikin ta'addanci da kuma ɓannan ruwa wanda ya sanadiyar suka rasa mahallansu har aka kai su wani wuri domin zama na wucin gadi. Wannan biki na yau yana da zuma ganin mun gudanar da ɗaya daga cikin abubuwan da ke jawo samar da ingantaccen rayuwa ga mutanenmu, musamman mutanen karkara waɗanda suka yi mana ruwan kurku zaɓen da ya gabata. 'Yan uwana al'ummar garin Illela, idan za ku iya tunawa wata ɗaya da ya gabata mun zo a garin Illela tare da abin alfaharina, abin koyina dattijon arziki distinguished senator Aliyu magatakardawa mako sarkin yamman Sokoto, sarkin yakin Sokoto, inda muka sha alwashin gina gidaje 100 tare da haɗin gwiwa na wannan ƙungiyar raya ƙasashe ta Majalisar Duniya. Cikin yadda Allah ga mun zo domin cika wannan alƙawari. Tabbas idan aka kammala waɗannan gidaje za su taimaka ma 'yan uwanmu da suka rasa matsagunansu domin ambaliyar ruwa da kuma aikin ta'addanci. Jama'a maza da mata, ina son in shaida muku cewa tun lokacin da wannan gwamnati ta zo ta mai da hankali kwarai da gaske domin ganin ta inganta muhalli, domin muhimmancin muhalli a rayuwarmu.
da wanga gwamna malamai da ma'aikata da siyasa kowa bai cikin wadata.
Sanin wannan gwamnati ta ba da gina gidaje guda 500 a garin Wajeke a ƙaramar hukumar mulki ta Wamako. Kuma ana yin wannan aiki yana gudana kwarai kamar da ya kamata. Mun ci gaba da gina gidaje 500 na gidan Salanke waɗanda gwamnati ta gabata ta yi watsi da suwa. Haka kuma mun saya gidaje 137 kammalalli da gwamnatin tarayya. Shiri ya kai matakin ƙarshe na raba waɗannan gidaje domin amfanin al'ummanmu baki daya. Al'ummar garin Illela, ayyukan da za a gudanar tsakanin gwamnatin jiha da haɗin kai na wannan hukumar raya ƙasashe ta duniya sun kasance kamar haka. Na ɗaya, akwai gidaje da za a aza a yau gidaje 100 a wannan ƙaramar hukuma. Haka kuma akwai famfunan tuƙa-tuƙa na ruwa waɗanda ke amfani da hasken rana. Haka kuma akwai wuta mai amfani da hasken rana da aka fi sani da sola. Haka kuma za a koya ma al'ummanmu musamman waɗanda ambaliyar ruwa ta shafa da kuma ayyukan 'yan ta'addanci ayyukan yi domin su dogara da kansu. Haka kuma za a raba kayan noma na zamani ga ilahirin al'ummar garin Illela da kuma makwabtansu da ke zagaye da suwa. Haka kuma za a zagaye kasuwa ta kara ta garin Illela. Akwai gina masallaci, kuma akwai gina makaranta ta addinin musulunci. Haka kuma za a sake fasali da gina asibitin kula da lahiyar dabbobi ta garin Illela. Za a gina shaguna a kasuwa ta kara ta Illela, kuma za a gina wuraren bahaya. Duk waɗannan ayyuka ne da daidai Ubangiji za a soma su nan take, kamar lokacin da muka yi alkawali wata ɗaya da ya gabata.
Wata jam'iyya ce karan kawar ba ta saba ba. Jam'iyyar Alusai. Jam'iyyar da aka san girman babba. Jam'iyyar Alusai. Maganar na tawa abudu ba karya ce ba. Sai kuma ba inda nuna abudu ba yi masa aiki ba.
Kamar yadda faɗa a harshen Turanci, gwamnatin jiha ita ce ta ɗauki nauyin zagaye waɗannan gidaje tare da tabbacin cewa ta gina masallaci ingantacce da kuma makarantar koyarwa addinin musulunci domin inganta rayuwar muhallin waɗannan al'umma. A wannan gaba, a madadin ni kaina, gwamnatin jihar Sokoto, al'ummar garin Illela, muna son mu nemi wakilin wannan lokacin da yadda Ubangiji wannan aiki na ta'addanci ya gushe kuma kun hukuma ga muhallanku na gado. Daga ƙarshe ina godiya ƙwarai da gaske da haɗin kai da addu'o'i da muke samu ga ilahir al'ummar jihar Sokoto, malamai, 'yan kasuwa, 'yan siyasa, iyaye mata, matasa, ƙungiyoyin sa-kai. Ina roƙon Allah subhanahu wata'ala ya ƙara taimakon jihar Sokoto, ya inganta arzikin jihar Sokoto, ya sa jihar Sokoto ta fi kowace jiha a faɗin Najeriya. Da wannan jawabi da ni ina mai kammala wannan jawabi, ina roƙon Allah ya albarkaci wannan aiki, kuma duk wanda ya zo wannan taro Allah ya mai da shi gida lafiya. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Official address of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto FCNA, PhD, and official flag-up of the construction of 100 housing units for the internally displaced persons in Illela local government area of Sokoto State. The construction include provision of solar-powered boreholes and solar street lights, alongside premier fencing of the Illela International Border Market, which will further guarantee the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement of the African continent, with policies from the African nations that can further facilitate free and ease of doing business transactions among African nations. These housing units, when completed, alongside other basic necessities of life, will provide efficient and sufficient shelter, accommodation for the internally displaced persons as a result of flooding and banditry attacks at different times in this part of the country. The governor appreciates the effort of the UNDP intervention in the northwest regions, which will in fact support the governors of the northwest to check activities of banditry and other regional critical challenges.
Wanda ka damu mu yanzu ya warke. A cikin shekara guda. Sokoto ta gyaru yanzu ta haske. A cikin shekara guda. Amadu ka kyautu in yi matake. A cikin shekara guda. Ai da ma hanya sanin ta sai falke. A cikin shekara guda. Daga aluwa ka yi gogarin gaske. A cikin shekara guda. fannoni da yawa kai wa gyara. A cikin shekara guda. Mun tabbata kai ka wuce gaban saura. A cikin shekara guda. Zana faɗo ayyukan da ka tsara. A cikin shekara guda. Yanzu gari babu mai yama tara. A cikin shekara guda. Domin ga titunan maka gyara. A cikin shekara guda. Kuma Sokoto yau babu mai ganin shara.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, is now dressed like engineer, moving slowly toward the site where he is going to officially flag off the construction of the 100 housing units alongside other related projects. Here at Amarawa village of Ilela local government area, outskirts of Ilela town, the headquarters of Ilela local government, just 85 kilometers away from the historic city of Sokoto in the northern part of the state. Now, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, is at the flag-up site where he is going to officially flag up the foundation laying ceremony of this historic project. This project is a promise His Excellency made when he was at Ilela town, the headquarters of Ilela local government, during a visit about a month ago. And he is now back to fulfill the promise he made alongside the intervention jointly by the United Nations Development Program. The governor is being accompanied by the engineers of the contracting firms. Six firms are co-opted to handle the construction of these 4 contracting firms are co-opted in the construction, each given 25 number of 5 blocks of 2-bedroom apartments detached for this 100 housing unit. The governor now is holding a mason plate, a spoon, and officially laying the foundation of the commencement of the construction of these 100 housing units for the internally displaced persons in Ilela local government area of Sokoto State as a result of banditry attacks and flooding in this area. Other basic necessities of life to be provided at this site include solar-powered boreholes, solar street lights, a mosque, and an Islamia school for the use of the community. After the construction of these housing units, a skill acquisition center will be provided where the IDPs will be provided with and trained with various skills to start a new life. And they will be provided with financial grants for the startup.
This is 3D model of mass housing, proposed mass housing building structural design that is going to be built here in Amarawa.
As you can see here, Your Excellency, is the 2-bedroom houses, the front of the housing design. Attached to it is the toilet and housing space here. So housing premises, Your Excellency. So the 4 blocks of houses contain 20 houses for companies. The contract was awarded to 5 various companies with name Nubunubulla, UK Amana, Kasagarwa Global Ventures, and Alfaru Global Ventures, Your Excellency. So, Your Excellency, this is the 3D design. You're welcome, and congratulations, Your Excellency.
one of the engineers expressing the specifications of the project to His Excellency at the flag-off site. At the international market, Lela border, which is sited exactly 1.5 kilometers to the border to Niger Republic, will be fenced and provided in it veterinary clinic, shops, stalls, loading bands, because it is Kara market, to facilitate movements of livestock from Nigeria to different parts of African continent that will facilitate the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and will involve policies of African countries that will further guarantee free movements of goods and services and ease of doing business.
Kamar yadda na faɗa a harshen Turanci yayin da nake ƙaddamar da aza tubali na waɗannan gidaje, ina kira ga 'yan kwangilanmu su yi aiki daidai jadawalin wannan aiki, kuma su yi la'akari da lokaci. Gwamnatin jihar Sokoto tare da haɗin gwiwar wannan hukuma ba za su amince da kowane irin aiki wanda zai yi kamar aikin ta hawainiya ba. Dole ne mu ci gaba da dubawa kuma mu tabbatar da cewa an ingantaccen aiki kuma a lokacin da aka keɓe domin wannan aiki. Assalamu alaikum.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmad Aliyu, FCNA, is giving a warning signal to the contracting firms to ensure that they execute the projects within the specified period of time and according to quality of the project being specified, saying that he will not, or his administration will not condone laxity from any firm and shoddy job. Therefore, engineers, site engineers, and the supervising Ministry of Humanitarian and Social Welfare in Sokoto State will be saddled with the responsibility of ensuring that the projects are being executed according to specifications.
Dala ba mu akwai sauran mutum biyu da za mu gayyato su jawabi sannan mu yi addu'a. Don Allah ba da wili jama'a. Don Allah kowa ya ci koma inda yake dan ba mu wili don Allah mu kare da muka fara. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, permit me to now invite two of the displaced persons to come forward for a special vote of thanks to His Excellency. Yanzu zan gayyato mutum biyu daga cikin 'yan uwanmu da suke kan gudun hijira wanda suka samu wannan ibtila'i domin su zo su yi godiya ga mai girma. Wanda farko zan kira Rabi Mu'azu. Ina Rabi Mu'azu?
Salamu alaikum. Salamu alaikum. Muna godiya gwamna da ka zo lahiya, da godiya da abin da ka yi muna, gidajen da aka ce za a gina muna. Mu matsayin mu 'yan gudun hijira na ƙasar Kalmalau, 'yan rumji, na ƙasar Kalmalo muna godiya da abin da an ce za a gina muna. Barka da tawa lahiya. Allah ya saka da alheri. Mu ‘yan wajen hajiya a Argungu da sa hannu ni aka ce mutu Amina. Mun gode. Allah ya saka da alheri.
Mun gode ƙwarai Rabi. Cika Malam Mamman.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم sunana cika malam mamman daga mazaɓar ɗamba muna mika kyakkyawar godiyanmu ga gwamnan jihar sokoto da ya gina mana waɗannan gidaje na 'yan gudun hijira mu a matsayinmu 'yan gudun hijira muna godiya sosai mun gode Allah ya saka ma gwamna da alkhairi ubangiji Allah shi wannan gwamna shugaban kasar Najeriya Allahumma amin mun gode gwamna mun gode Allah ya ƙara jan zamaninka mun gode Allah shi mai shoku Allah shi mai da kowa gidansa lafiya Allahumma amin mun gode
muna gode a karfin kallawo
from Kalmalo, one of the IDPs, and Chika Muazu from Damba village, also an IDP. They appreciated the effort of the Sokoto State Governor, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Aliyu, Sokoto FCNE, PhD, for coming to their aid to provide shelter for them. They so much thank him most sincerely for his giant strides to see that their challenges are being squarely addressed by the Sokoto State government in collaboration with the intervention of the UNDP.
Governor of Sokoto State, the Secretary to the Sokoto State Governor, all commissioners present, all SAs present, security agencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I stand before the protocols to express our feeling concerning the development project provided to community of Ilere local government by this present administration. Honestly speaking, I will come to that. In addition to that, I would like to thank the development agencies, especially the UNDP, the GISCO, and other development agencies for bringing a lot of development in this Ilele local government. Secondly, I will also thank His Excellency for sympathizing our internally displaced persons to providing these 100 houses just for them to come and stay because they were no more in their communities because of the insecurity issues. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Thank you very much, Alaji Ahmad Isa Tafidan.
Vote of thanks there from representative of the Ilela community. Is exchanging pleasantries with His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, and his Deputy, Engineer Idris Muhammad Gobir, and the rest of the Executive Council members.
mai salati ga annabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad warham Muhammad ali Muhammad wa barik ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita wa rahimta barakta ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Ya Allah muna roƙonka wannan foundation da aka aza Allah ka sanya mishi albarka. Mai girma gwamnati da aza wannan foundation ubangiji Allah kai albarka ga rayuwa tai. Ubangiji Allah hakama mishi kada ka bashi da dabara kai ne. Ubangiji Allah ka sa shi gama da wannan duniyar lahiya abinda an bukata ta tunna lahira ubangiji Allah ka biya mishi Allah ka hada mu da mu baki ɗaya a cikin wannan addu'a ya rabbal alamin bismillahir rahmanir rahim subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Your Excellency, the national anthem. Police band, please.
This brings us to the end of the official flag-off of the construction of 100 housing units for the internally displaced persons in Ilela local government area of Sokoto State at Amarawa town and headquarters of Ilela local government, 85 kilometers away north of Sokoto city. On behalf of the production team, the crew, I am Dalhatu Abdullah Saifel Maguli, thanking you for being with us all this while and saying bye for now.
It's a lovely time with you again on the show, The Woman. My name is Elizabeth Abai. Now, I love to read, and a lot of times when a book involves a woman, I pay attention and read even more. And recently, I was just reading one from Claire. She was one time a U.S. ambassador, and then she said something that quite interests me. She said, a woman's best protection is a little bit of her own money. Yes. Not that you have to make all the money in the world, but if you can, that's no problem. But you need to make a little bit of your own instead of being fully dependent. And my guest today on the show will be telling us what that means in the life of the Nigerian woman, what that means in all our doings day to day. You're right on time. I'm about to launch my guest, who is a whole lot of things put together. But I know that, like I mentioned earlier, she is an engineer. She is a financial expert of some sort. She is an avid reader. She is a writer. She is a coach, especially for the female folk. And she is known as Oluwatiminu Adepoju. And I'm going to ask straight up, why did you run from engineering to the financial world, which I know you have your bachelor's degree in? By the way, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for having me. I'm so glad to be here. Okay, so as I like to say, I have my 5 to 9 and I have my 9 to 5. So in my 5 to 9, I still do engineering, and my 9 to 5, I do other things. And I'd like to tell the audience that the world has evolved so much that you cannot afford to be doing one thing. That is one of the biggest mistakes I see people make with money. And I will drop you with this. If you think it is okay to do one thing, you need to start asking yourself, why is the richest black man in the world not in Nigeria? Why is the richest black man in the world doing cement, selling sugar, selling noodles, and now he's doing petrol? You can't afford to stay on one thing. I'm very, very passionate about women empowerment. Women, we do a lot, but we are not focused. That's what differentiates the man from the woman. If you look at the man is focused and is articulate about his goals. When I discuss with women and I ask them, what's your money goal? They are looking at me blankly. They don't even understand what that means. And I tell people that this is the best time to be alive. This is the time when children of nobodies can become somebody without necessarily knowing anybody because of the power of technology. So what am I saying as a woman? This is a time when women can earn from home, even from the comfort of their homes. And these are things that I've done with several people. I remember that I had this lady during COVID, a lot of businesses shut down and all of that. And she was saying she couldn't make money. I said, no, I don't understand what that means. There's nothing that is, I can't make money. It's just your mindset. And I said, look into your house. There must be something in your house you use to make money. And she calls me back, throw that challenge to everybody here. You are not unfortunate. Everybody can start with something. You know, she looked around. She was a teacher, schools have closed down. It was a private school, no money. And she realized that what she had was that phone she was using to communicate with me. And she had data on it. So what's that barest thing that you have? And she had good fashion sense. She knows somebody that sells clothes. She went to go and negotiate with the person, and that is how she made it through COVID without begging. Let me come down to the women at the grassroots. Mama Basira knows Mama Bingpe. That fool, who made it? As you are saying the who made it, you are putting 1% inside it. A lot of people don't know how to monetize their talents. There's something called facilitation fee. That I introduced somebody to you. I see, as I love to say, a lot of people sleeping on a bicycle, like, and you are crying, it is not working, it is not this. I tend to be very down to the basics so that people can get it. You can't tell me you do not have a talent. God did not make a mistake when he was creating you. The question is, how did you, or how are you using your talent? Mm-hmm. You are community gbeboro, in quotes. Everybody knows that you know news. Please, go and sharpen that talent. Open a blog. Do you know how much bloggers are collecting? You already understand how to get news. But your problem is you don't just understand how to disseminate that news. Why on earth would you waste time talking and people are not paying you for it?
You can actually make money, make a living out of gossiping, right?
Instead of sitting down and constituting yourself to be community nuisance, have a blog. People now know that this blog is forced to go. You want fresh news, just go there. Before you know it, people are coming to meet you for advertisement because they know that everybody is always going to your blog. So I hope that helps on multiple streams of income. I just wanted to keep it very basic so that we can relate to it.
All right, that's actually a good one. Beyond that, what other things, draw us back from looking inward, coming out and making that money?
Okay, one of the things I wrote about or spoke about in my book is common money mistakes. Mindset. We were conditioned over time to think a certain way. So most women believe, keyword there being believe, that the man has to be the breadwinner. If you look at every currency, there's no currency that's gender sensitive. Some people go like, oh, when women make money, they are arrogant. I know a lot of arrogant poor people. In fact, I think poor women are more arrogant than the rich ones. When I see the way some people insult their spouse, I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. Is it your husband you are talking to like this? And they don't have anything. Some 8-9 years ago, thereabout, I had the privilege of having I'll use the word careless conversation. We were in church. I'm a Christian by orientation. And it was around November, and these women were complaining, oh, our husband is not giving us money for December. And I'm like, for Christmas. And I'm like, sorry, I don't get this complaint. It's Christmas and emergency. Like, if the world doesn't end in 2025, we know there's going to be Christmas, so it's not an emergency. Every year you have Christmas. Like, it's not, but we need more money, and these men just don't understand. Mindset, because you believe the man must give you money. And I'm like, okay, does he give you money every month? They said, actually he does. Does he pay the bills in the house? Actually he does. Okay. Do you think you can optimize this money in such a way that you can save money towards Christmas? And they're like, the idea makes sense. Now, remember I said it was a careless conversation. So I said, okay, and we're just about 4 talking. So I said, okay, between the 4 of us, can we pick somebody, solution mindset? You must be able to see solution in every problem, because that is where the money comes. Solution mindset, I said, okay, can we pick somebody that we are sure that over time this person has proven to have money integrity? And they said, yeah, that makes sense. From January, can we commit to saving minimum of, let's put it at a benchmark, minimum of 5,000 naira every month? They were like, oh, that makes sense. No, we can even save more than 5,000. We can save 10,000. The rest, they say, is history. We've been doing that for the past, this year will make it 8-9 years now. And every November, the community has actually grown, it's evolved, lots of evolution there. We've empowered businesses, because there's something called a money network. The kind of people you talk to will determine how you think about money. So we consciously build money network within each other so that we don't have emergencies. The women in that group, we do not have emergencies. We've had people's business, and I'm not joking, that has 4x'd. So as some people are complaining from one government to the other, you see the problem is changing names. Once you start thinking of solutions, you start seeing the solution, and the money starts coming in.
All right. This group, is it open for everybody?
It's only to women for now. We're empowering women. Men are no vex.
All right. So yeah. I've actually noticed that you have this thing about, opening up groups so that you can empower and motivate women to achieve the Glory to Glory, which you just talked about, the cooperative, and then the READ group. I want to know, what's the vision behind the READ group?
And I'm smiling when I say this. I was raised by teachers. My father was a lecturer, my mom is a teacher. And you know this popular saying that if you give, you get...
To measure the yam. Before they cut.
Yes, that. But we were raised reading. And my father used to say one thing. He used to tell me then that the only equalizer between the poor and the rich is education. He was always saying it. So when I see people complaining and complaining and complaining, then you discuss with them. This is a bit of a joke. How many books you count? How many books have you read? Then they start looking. You see some people that in the past 5 years, they've not even finished one book. And you are surprised that your life is this way. Even the life is surprised that you're expecting it to change. So I decided to form the community to help us to encourage each other. And we start small, yes. So the target is to read at least a book a month. We read the book, we review the book. We get people that, because it's not just about reading and reviewing, it's actually about the application. Whatever you know and you don't apply, it doesn't work. So we bring people that have applied these principles to come and speak. So these are the role models. These are the mentors. And in the past 4 years we've been running this, I've seen people's lives change tremendously.
Can I have that book?
Yes,
okay.
please.
This is the one you wrote. And this is actually how I got to know you. Where is the money? That's why you captioned it. Where is the money? All right. Now I'm wondering. It's amazing because you're asking me a question that I think I should be asking you, who is the mind the money mindset coach, so to speak. Where is the money? Why did you choose this topic?
Okay, so I would refer to one of the things you said about my parents that I think are absolutely amazing. And I'm always looking like, how many teachers do you know? When you said teachers use tape ruler to measure yam. So for the people that are screaming about yam now, can you imagine? It did not start today. It did not start today. So my parents are aware because my dad was late, extremely ethical, very brilliant, but they didn't have money. So I grew up understanding what prudency was. I grew up knowing the haves and the have-nots. And most especially, growing up and interacting with more people, I noticed that, and this is a global statistics, after men have worked for all their lives, you spend your life, you wake up, you sleep, it is only less than 5% of the working class that retires rich. So that begs to ask, so you agree with me, huh? True, yeah, you see it around.
I see a lot of people who are retired and the bubbling self is no longer there. I'm not talking about your physical appearance. There is a shutdown, so to speak.
So when you see a man that has labored for 35, 40, 50 years of his life, and he still does not have anything to show for it, it begs to ask, this money you were chasing, where is it? Where is the money? And I've spoken to a lot of people. There was a time I had a privilege of speaking to grandmothers, women in their 60s, and it was because of the book. And they were like, where is the money? I said, in your 60s, your 70s, we are looking for this money. So yeah, that's how I came up. I realized it's a language everybody understood. The young, the old, the middle age, the retired, the actively working, everybody's looking for the money. Where is the money?
So the practical thing is, this is more like tips on how to attract money to oneself.
Yes, please.
And I know that earlier on in the conversation, you told me you had a 5 to 9 and a 9 to 5. Much as I may not understand the implication of that, but I'm just wondering, do they include the family? Where did you fit in your husband and your children, or your daughter?
Okay, thank you. Very good question, especially for a woman, because the general mindset is if you see a man that is very busy, it's okay, like he's doing it. But when you see a woman that is busy, people go like, ha! The home front is suffering. Something is suffering for what? And if you don't have a very supportive home front, you're going to have problems. I remember when our daughter was in, I think it was from primary 3 to primary 4, thereabout. I went for their prize giving day, and I was getting bored. I get bored easily, so I was just pressing my phone, but I was listening to what they were saying, and you know, they'll go like, best in this, call my daughter's name. Best in that, call my daughter's name. Best for me was business as usual, so I was just pressing the phone. Then they now went like, best behaved, called my daughter's name. Then the mother beside me went like, we don't see her, she doesn't hang around with us, yet our daughter is the one getting all the prizes. Yes. We that, you know, there's this, all these things are just mates. Yes. We that we are full-time housewife. People will say, full-time housewife, no, I don't want my wife to do anything so that she will have time for the children. All those things are myths. You better go and check that your wife is not a full-time baby. And honestly, I'm not saying this to bring down anything. When I decided on the kind of life I wanted to live, one of the things I went to do, I tell my people, I tell my community, success leaves footprints. I went to go and look for successful women with well brought up children. And I went to go and start checking how they do it. And one of the things I learned from one of the women who incidentally is a TV personality, she said something about quality time. That every time, I know that the way I live my life, I don't have that plenty time. But you see that 1 hour I will spend with it's top-notch quality. So for me, it's quality over quantity. Then permits me to say this for women also, because I equally get this. So how are you able to get your husband to be this supportive? And the question I ask is, how do you marry a man and you don't know his mumu button? So it's a research.
Oh my God.
It's a research issue.
So before you marry, you must know your husband's mumu button.
It's very important to, because you will need some things and you must be able to press that button. So for me to be able to balance all of this is give and take.
Then, I'd like to know, do you have real quality time with your daughter? And then when you do, what really transpires? What forms quality time for you and her?
Okay, so we do a lot of things, and I was coming equally to the child space because I see women run around doing it. Sometimes I'm like, you want to kill yourself? Yeah, I know El Shaddai, you can't do all things. You need to be able to give age-appropriate tasks to your children. I have regular conversations with my daughter. There was a time 3 years ago, I noticed my schedule was getting very tight. I get home very tired. And as usual, I approached an older woman and I said, I'm trying to balance a lot of things, but there's this particular one that is difficult, yes, because by the time I get home, I'm tired. And she looked at me and she was like, you see the way you schedule every meeting you have, you will schedule the meeting with your daughter. I'm telling you, honestly, that's what I did. So I looked at my schedule. Sundays after church, we close church between 12 and 1. 1 to 5, non-negotiable. Husband, dearest, I love you very much, but this is mother and daughter time. And we time out. And one of the things we do is that we go swimming. Inside swim, there is no phone. We are forced to bond with each other. We are forced to discuss with each other. The first 2 Sundays we tried it, we Coral Dome. Everybody's face was like this. When we got home, I'm like, what? I said, no, because we must know how to quarrel and make up. Yes, we live in very interesting times. And this is it's not even just going out of money, it's still the same thing, where identity crisis is a big problem. I was filling a form one day and they said sex, male, female, undecided. I said, what does that mean?
In Nigeria?
Yeah.
It's come down to Nigeria?
I saw it. I can't remember the platform.
Oh my God.
I'm like, interesting. So we are living in a very interesting time where, as parents, we cannot afford to be uninformed. You cannot afford to let your children get information from outside, because information is extremely accessible right now. So I have regular conversations with her. So as at that point, I need to balance it. And as I said, I'm a Christian by belief. Everybody must believe in something. And it is at this time that we reinforce our beliefs on the next generation. I'm equally a Yoruba woman. One of the things my mother used to tell me over and over again before I left the house, I'll say it in Yoruba and I'll translate it for the global audiences. Remember the child of whom you are. So I remind her, you are a woman. This is the way women behave. This is attributes that is normal to woman. It is normal for a woman to be attracted to a man. It is normal. Normal. How you now control and you handle yourself. And as I said in my earlier talk, she's been identified as best behaved. It's not like she's perfect. In fact, I tell her, please, I'm not trying to raise a perfect child. Perfection is a myth. Come with the mistakes. And we'll talk about it together. And so don't come and present a perfect front for me, because I know it doesn't exist. But with the mistakes, with the D's, so we have the conversation. Who are you attracted to in your class? Ah, mommy, no, that's a problem. Because your hormones are changing. So let's discuss it. One of the things I spoke about in this book, and permit me to share it right now that we're talking about children, is when I started moving on my financial literacy journey, I felt like a bad mother. Not that I felt, I knew I was a bad mother. Because the problem is we respond to the loudest noise. Once we hear, hey, you turn. And women, we are extremely emotional. And I will give you this money tip. We don't track our expenses. So money just comes in and you are just giving it. At the end of the day, it's like there's a spirit that joined you in spending the money. Mm-hmm. So the first thing I tell people is track your expenses. See where your expenses is going. My sister, when I tracked my expenses for 3 months, I said, you're a bad mother. It's good to give, but you don't give yourself away to irrelevance. When I saw the amount I was giving on the urgent 2K, urgent 3K, and my immediate family will come, honestly, I do not have. I started doing what was called budgets. And I didn't realize how much damage I was doing, and I'm glad I was able to have chance to control the damage. The first time, and I'm say, see, I work very hard. I'm hardly around like other people, so you must enjoy the perks of this money. So I told her, yeah, let's go shopping. This is you shopping, and we got there. You know the African mother, before now, we've arranged, this one is locked. I said, pick anything you want. She picked small. I said, no. And I said, mommy, do we have money? This is chocolate though. I said, are you
sure you can pay for this?
And what we are actually selling to those children is scarcity mentality. And because I'm not saying spoil your children, but there's balance. And one of the things I tell people is, how many rich people do you know that don't go on vacation? It's poor people that never do.
All right. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me. The pleasure is all mine.
Our guest has been Engineer Oluwatuniminu Adepoju. She is a trained engineer and practicing. She is a trained financial literacy expert and practicing. She is a mother. She is a wife. She is a sister, and very lovingly, she is a philanthropist. One who not only gives material things, but also gives what she has upstairs as intelligence. She is anxious to see that women get total freedom to ensure that they live the life they desire to live. Next week, we'll bring another exciting guests. My name is Elizabeth. Whatever you do, please be on the move. Don't be stagnant, because that's the only way money will come.
The Mosaic.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I'm Nancy Godi Angonihu, and these are stories trending on the hour. Petty traders in Borno State who were affected by the September 10 flooding in Maiduguri will soon receive empowerment package from the Renewed Hope initiative. Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu made the pledge on behalf of the initiative at the palace of Shehu of Borno, Shehu Abubakar Ibn Umar Galbay El-Kanemi during a sympathy visit to the state capital. She said the incident, which left some residents dead and many homeless, was disturbing and would require the support of all Nigerians to fast-track recovery for the victims. Appreciating the First Lady on behalf of the people, the Shehu traced the source of the flooding to the aging dam in the state and appealed to the federal government to find a lasting solution. The First Lady later interacted with a cross-section of the victims at the Borno State Government House, where she handed over relief materials, including tons of food and sanitary items, to them through the State Governor, Professor Babagana Umara Zulum. Vice President Kashim Shettima is in Sweden for a 2-day working visit aimed at boosting trade and bilateral relations between both nations. The Vice President is accompanied by the Plateau State Governor Caleb Muthwang, Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Toga, and some heads of government agencies and parastatals. The visit, which is at the behest of President Bola Tinubu, will see the Vice President engage in high-level talks with key government officials. He is also slated to meet with Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden and the Swedish Prime Minister. Targeted areas of strengthened collaboration between Nigeria and Sweden that will be pursued by the Vice President include ICT, digitization, education, sustainable transport, agriculture, and mining. The Vice President is expected back in the country on Saturday. European Union leaders have converged on Brussels with a focus on how to tackle migration issues to the bloc. Other topics on the agenda include leaders reiterating their unwavering support for Ukraine in its defense against Russia's invasion and a call for a ceasefire and de-escalation of hostilities in the Middle East. But the hottest discussion will be on how to deal with irregular migrants arriving on the 27-nation bloc in what most EU governments see as a political and security risk that is fueling the rise of populist and far-right parties and influencing elections. A Bangladeshi court has issued an arrest warrant for exiled ex-leader Sheikh Hasina, who fled to India in August after she was toppled by a student-led revolution. Chief Prosecutor of Bangladesh International Crimes Tribunal, Mohammed Tajul Islam, told reporters that she must be produced in court on November 18. The court also issued an arrest warrant for Obaidul Quadda, the fugitive former General Secretary of Hasina Awami League Party, as well as 44 others who were not named. And those are the stories trending at this time. Thank you for watching. I'm Nancy Godi. Bye.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello, thank you for joining us. This is Platform. I'm Ruth Aguela. The movement of goods and people from one place to another is part of human existence. But when this existence is hanging in the balance, when on board from one destination to another, it becomes a source of worry. Water transportation is said to be the most economical and significant means of transport. But with the recent surge in boat accidents across the country, this has raised concerns on the safety of lives on the waterways. Consistently, the nation had witnessed several boat mishaps with high casualty figures. Now, between 2020 to 2023, according to reports, about more than 1,200 persons died in boat mishaps across 25 states in the country. And reports also says that this year alone, nearly 300 lives have been lost. Now, these tragedies are becoming disturbing frequently. Experts attribute some of the factors to night travels, excessive loading, non-use of life jackets, and overspeeding. While concerned by the reoccurring incidents, President Bola Tinubu recently ordered investigation into the spate of boat accidents, directing the National Inland Waterways Authority to assess the situation and come up with solutions. But how can those in authority ensure that the nation's waterways are safe for all and put an end to these recurring boat mishaps? The National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, is charged with the responsibility of enforcing safety standards on inland waters across the country by ensuring the safety of passengers and cargoes. NIWA has attributed these recurring incidents to non-adherence to laws regulating inland waterways navigation, negligence and ignorance as major causes of these accidents. On platform, our focus is curtailing persistent boat mishaps in Nigeria, and our guest is Mr. Ekong Ephraim. He's an engineer and a manager on the Savicom unit, NIWA. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Engineer Ephraim, I'll just let our viewer know a little bit about you by reading out your profile. He specializes in transportation engineering with over 10 years of experience working for the National Inland Waterways Authority. Engineer Ephraim is a certified registered current member. He's a member of the following professional bodies that include the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Nigerian Institute of Highway and Transportation Engineers, Nigerian Institution of Safety Engineers. He obtained his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Port Harcourt, a postgraduate diploma in maritime transport technology from Maritime Academy in Akwa Ibom State, a master's degree in transportation engineering from University of Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. All right, well done. Thank you once again for coming on platform.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So our panelist on platform today is someone, this is her first time on platform, and we're pleased and honored to have her, Ladi Bala, our transport correspondent. Thank you so much, Ladi, for joining us.
Oh, thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. So, Mr. Engineer Ephraim, I can call you Engineer Ephraim, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Let's get the reaction first from NIWA. Following these scary incidents we get to hear, it's been reoccurring for quite a while now. Yeah. And it's not stopping from what we're seeing. But tell us, how is NIWA, taking it all in?
All right, thank you very much. As you know, NIWA is in charge of inland waterways transportation, and their core mandate is to improve and develop inland waterways for safe navigations. So as we speak right now, we have our water marshal on ground. Before now, they'll be working 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. But as we speak right now, they are working all day, 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. to ensure the transportation code, which is also known as Inland Waterways Transportation Regulation 2023, which is a set of guidelines to ensure that all vessels obey the navigation rules as enshrined in the transportation code. So the marshals are out there to ensure that they enforce the Inland Waterways Transportation Code such that there will be safe and secure navigation. What am I trying to say? They will ensure that there will be no overloading at the jetty terminals. They will ensure that the boat drivers are certified. They will ensure that the boats are up to standard. They will ensure that there will be no night traveling and early morning traveling. With this, they can mitigate boat mishap in Nigeria.
It's good you just reeled out the mandate of NIWA.
Yeah.
We'll delve into the issues we're hearing and what reports are feeding us with. But let's hear from Ladi.
I'm glad you did say that. We were going to ask you what strategy or plans NIWA has put in place, to address the issue of the incessant boat mishap. But I'm glad you mentioned that you already will have marshals on the ground, and I think basically for them to enforce those regulatory standards. Should we now assume that the marshals have not been taking up their responsibility? Because with the marshals at the water, ports, we still have incidents of boat mishap.
First of all, if you look at the training pattern of this boat mishap in Nigeria, 90 to 95% happen late at night or early in the morning. Before now, our boat marshals have been working 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. So now, with this incessant boat mishap within Nigeria, they are now told, they have been mandated to work 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. There will be rotated shifts such that they will enforce this transportation code and ensure that night travel will be a thing of the past and early morning travel. Secondly, we have carried out aggressive safety sensitization campaign awareness, which was done in the months of August and the months of September, but it's a continuous thing. We also sensitize the riverine people, the boat owners, the boat passengers, the riverine traders, that we told them, fine, you can't travel at night. If you want to travel at night, it's not possible. You must wait until it is 6 a.m. before you travel, and endeavor to put on your life jacket, because your life jacket is your personal protective equipment. Your life jacket will keep you afloat if there is a mishap. So these are the things that we are doing, and also we are training and certifying boat operators, and to ensure that they require the right skills to navigate inland waterways transportation. And this has to do with mandatory certification, refresher courses, and operating licenses.
It's good you just mentioned that these boat operators are being taking on trainings, because a lot of them rely on their overrated knowledge based on reports we're hearing, for these navigation channels in the waterways. Yeah. They believe that they know it all. But it's good NIWA is coming up with this training. But the question is, I know you talked about the marshals who will be on ground 247 yes. now. Yes. They don't used to be, it wasn't like that. And this was because of the last incident that happened in Lagos, exactly. where 21 people drowned in the local government area. The question is, why do we have to wait until something terrible happens before a proactive step is taken? What happened all this while?
Okay, let me say this. Over the years, there have been a major shift of population from the rural area down to the urban area. Now we have more population. Now, when there's an increase in inland waterway transportation, then we have increase in accidents. So before now, we never have this high rate of accidents. So now we now.
But it's been consistent.
Yeah. So
consistent.
Okay. So we have to take this approach.
Okay.
Before now, we never had the Inland Waterways Regulation 2023, which is the transportation code. But thank God for the Honorable Minister for Marine and Blue Economy that unveiled this transportation code on the 11th of June 2024. Okay. So with this, it will also guide the boat operators, the boat owners, the investors of inland waterways, and the riverine traders on how they can navigate safely within the inland waterways by going through this transportation code. And this transportation code, you can get it in NIWA website. It's there. Just go to NIWA website and download it. www.niwa.gov.ng. That's our website. So you can go there, download it, and have a copy of the transportation code and go through it and see what it entails.
Okay, I still want to take you on the responsibility of the boat marshals. Now, just this year alone, about 300 lives have been lost to boat mishap.
Yes.
One of the factors responsible is the wrecks, you know, the woods, whatever, within the navigation channels. I want to know what NIWA is doing to ensure that, because one of your responsibility is equally to drench, you know, the navigation channels.
Yeah.
Has NIWA taken that into cognizance? Because we haven't heard of any of such steps so far.
Thank you very much. As for the removal of rakes, NIWA has been doing it, and we are still doing it. The major causes of boat mishap is not just obstruction within the waterways. No, it's due to night travel. If you check the trend and pattern, 90 to 95% of boat mishap in Nigeria is as a result of night travel and early morning travel. So that is what we want to see, how we can curtail that to ensure that there shall not be night travel and early morning travel. Secondly, the use of life jackets. It's obvious that these our boats operators, they don't provide life jacket for their passengers.
Who is supposed to provide it? Who is supposed to provide it?
Are they supposed to?
What are the marshals doing that they are not enforcing that, compelling the boat operators to ensure that all their passengers are wearing the life jacket?
First of all, it's the boat operators that will provide life jacket for his or her passengers. Yeah. Now, for the enforcement, before now, we never had water marshal. It was on the 11th of June 2024 that they were inaugurated by the Honorable Minister for Marine and Blue Economy. So they are working right now, day and night, to ensure that all terminals must have their life jackets for their passengers to wear before they sail.
I want to know if there is any synergy between NIWA and state transport agencies at the state level, at the local level. Has there been any synergy? Because obviously NIWA alone can't handle, you know, the issues along all the waterways in Nigeria. What strategy have you put? Is there any synergy?
NIWA cannot do that alone. So we need to collaborate with the states and see how they can come to us and we can come to them in order to have effective and efficient inland waterways transportation. So there have been collaboration with the states. We have synergy.
I understand that synergy is necessary, but very crucial. Even though states is putting in its weight, that it's if states are putting in their weight, you know, to support NIWA, of paramount concern is the fact that before this boat, you know, starts its operation, there are certain guidelines, there are certain safety tips that must be ensured. You said there were no water marshals before now, but I understand in the past how NIWA operates, there were certain officials from NIWA designated at some of these points. Am I correct?
Yes.
So what was the difference? You know, if this boat mishaps have been happening before we have the marshals now, are these marshals going to be arresting? Is it just to, you know, teach the people about the safety guidelines, or what exactly are they going to be doing?
Thank you. These marshals will enforce the transportation code to ensure that before a boat leaves the terminal, the boat operators must provide life jackets for the passengers. And these boats must be of standard. It must not be substandard boats. So these boat marshals make up their recommendations and report back to the office. And apart from that, we have the Inland Waterways Police. This police...
Is there a cooperation?
Yes. These Inland Waterways Police, they work with the water marshals to arrest any defaulters in line with the transportation code. So that's what we are doing right now.
Just before Oladi comes in, I'm just curious. They were just inaugurated in June. Right? Yes. Now, what happens to these boat operators? Because from June till now, we've recorded, the nation has recorded a number of boat mishaps.
In October alone.
Yes. You know, even in September, We've seen that happen in Niger, you know, across
Niger and Lagos.
Yes. So what is really going on? Are these boat operators adamant to compliance? What information are you getting from these marshals?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, in regards to boat mishap, it all depends on perception.
Okay.
And perceptions are shaped by various factors, such as past experience, cultural norms, socio-economic condition. Now, they will say that we have been sailing for over 5 years without life jackets. There's nothing there. I can swim. I'm a fish. What about those that don't know how to swim?
You're gambling with people's lives.
So that is the challenges we are having. And meanwhile, from time to time, we issue out life jackets to boat operators for free. So that's what we are doing right now, to also help them, to help people as well. So that is the mechanism that we are working now at the moment to ensure that there is safe and secure inland waterways transportation in Nigeria. So with that, I believe it will help to mitigate boat mishap to some level.
The incident that occurred in Niger State, about 300 persons were on one boat. The capacity of the boat...
Talking about overloading.
Yes, the boat was overloaded. 300 persons. So what mechanism have you put in place, you know, to ensure compliance, to ensure that the people that you have, you know, given this responsibility are up and doing?
Yes, there is. Any boat operators that fail to comply with newer safety regulations, there is fines and penalty.
What are the fines? License.
Of your license. The third one is impoundment of your boat.
Has that been happening of late?
Yes, it has. In Lagos State, yes, I can assure you that. I don't have the record here, but I can assure you it has been happening.
Okay, so let's also look at the side of these boat operators. We can't just push all the blame to them. They're not here to defend themselves. In as much as we're seeing human error contributing to this based on overloading. Now, what about their challenge of the boats that has, you know, deteriorated? Are there complaints, or is NIWA putting that? Because you're also responsible to ensure that the maintenance of these boats are in, you know, safe condition before they can be navigation worthy.
Yeah.
So is NIWA checking all of that? And what is the challenge from these boat operators? If they know they don't have the capacity, why risk people's lives?
Okay. First of all, there is inspection of these boats,
okay,
and it's being conducted annually, once in a year.
Okay.
And it depends on the region, the level of the water traffic, and the specific risks associated with that route. So it could be 6 months, between 6 months to 1 year,
okay,
but it won't exceed 1 year, depend on those regions and the traffic you have on the water. So that's what we do. And we also inspect the hull of the boat, that's the body of the boat. We inspect the engine, we inspect the steering system, okay, and the buoyancy. We also inspect the life jackets, the fire extinguisher, and ensure that their operating license are up to date. Now, NIWA is putting effort to see how they can help these boat operators. We are trying to get fiber boats to give to them, but it's going to be gradual. We have done that in Lagos, we have done that in Port Harcourt.
More like a joint venture with the boat operators, like supporting them?
Supporting them,
okay,
yeah, yes. So we have done that in Lagos.
Why I'm asking if it's a joint venture, are they going to pay certain amounts to get it, or it's for free? Is NIWA giving them for free?
It's not for free, but it's just a means of supporting them.
Okay.
Yes, to do their business and save more lives.
I am curious, at the point of issuing license to private operators, yeah, what are the conditions that they must meet before they are licensed to operate on our waterways?
All right, thank you. First of all, when these boat operators acquire their boats, and they are ready for business. They come to NIWA. I say, NIWA, we want to do this. We want to operate in your waterways. We say, okay, fine. Write in, give us your letter of intent, what you intend to do. After that, we'll now inspect your boat and ensure you know how to navigate. After that, we'll now ask you, do you have the requirements as a boat operator? Are you satisfied? Where did you require your training? If you don't have that, then NIWA will now come in to train you and certify you to ensure that you can navigate within the inner waterways before your boat can be licensed.
You know, it's a lot of task before NIWA, and I'm just thinking, does NIWA have the capacity, talking about the manpower? We're looking at 10,000, you know, what is it called now? 10,000 kilometers of our inland waterways. Now, does NIWA have the capacity to get across, you know, the whole country, putting in manpower in place, infrastructure in place? What really is the challenge?
Yeah. NIWA has the capacity
to
put that in place. Now, when we talk about dredging, for dredging to be effective and efficient, it goes with maintenance dredging. And dredging is in billions. That's a lot of money. So NIWA has the capacity, but they also need some little support. That's why we are seeking for PPP, public-private partnership, in line of the NIWA's financial operations, so that they can also come. We have joint ventures to ensure that we can expand these inland waterways system in Nigeria. So,
but in the aspect of providing these life jackets, ensuring that the centers, the navigation centers, where these boats reside, the jetty channels and all of that, is NIWA having that shortage, or should I say deficit, in the area of infrastructure to ensure that certain things are put in place to support these boat operators and the investors coming in?
Especially in marking of the channels of navigation. Because NIWA is expected to mark those channels for the boat operators to pass.
That's true. That's what we are doing, and we are still doing it. We are improving the inner waterways navigation. If you check, we are still constructing more jetties. And also, we are still installing navigational aids, such as the buoys, the marks, the lights within the waterways, so that it will help these boat operators to navigate safely, not to have boat mishap or collision. So NIWA is doing that, and we are still doing, because we have these 10,000 kilometers of waterways, which is not that small. It's quite big. So we are doing it, and we will keep on doing it and ensure we have sustainable inland waterways transportation system in Nigeria.
Okay, how is NIWA addressing the issue of water hyacinth? You know, which is one of the one of the things that obstructs navigation.
Thank you very much. Water hyacinth is one of our functions. We clear water hyacinth every year. Every year we do that. That's one of our major functions, to clear water hyacinth nationwide and other aquatic weed, such that they won't obstruct the inner waterways channel. That's what we are doing, and we are still doing it.
Because part of these mishaps happen because of obstructions in the navigation channel. All right, so let's take a break. When we come back, we'll pick up with our conversation. Please stay tuned.
What are we doing as a nation to, first of all, settle our teeming populace, especially the NTA's political package, with a third eye on the nation's political scene? I am Fisa Ogunfuyi. Welcome.
You have to be very careful giving space to people who are obviously sponsored to further the agenda of some other groups.
We have a lot of questions. A lot of questions in a closed-door sessions. Some of these issues, some of the problems bedeviling of their...
In fact, between June 1st
And July 17, 19-point-something billion has left the coffers of the NDDC.
I can say my constituency, they need everything because we don't have anything.
A method for digital literacy is a bot that you can use, you can interact to learn more about digital literacy.
Hello, it's our pleasure to have you join us on Platform. I'm Ruth Aguwele.
What is the yardstick for measuring everybody's moral integrity? It's critical at this point in time.
How daunting has that been for the Institute in getting them abreast with all the legislative procedures?
The fact remains that one training workshop is not enough.
As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions.
Thank you for staying tuned. The conversation is curtailing persistent boat mishaps in Nigeria. Engineer Ephraim, you just responded, about the challenges of NIWA and efforts being made by the authority to put in place this right infrastructure. But I'd like to know in the area of compliance and monitoring. Ladi asked the question if there is effective monitoring ongoing. Now, these marshals have just been mandated across the country. We're looking at the kilometers of our waters, inland waters, and you just admitted that it's huge, right? So, and you categorically stated that NIWA has the capacity to man everywhere.
Yeah.
So, is there effective coordination for monitoring to ensure that these marshals positioned at designated places are actually doing what they entailed to do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Before now, we have 80 water marshals. So as a result of this boat mishap, they have been increased to 350 water marshals cut across the country. So they are doing their work.
300, is that enough?
350.
Is that enough?
Formerly it was 80, now it's 350 water marshals. So we believe is enough, and if it's not enough, definitely we will still bring in more river water marshals to ensure that boat mishap is being mitigated at each terminals.
But my question is there an effective monitoring system? How is the authority monitoring what goes on across the states from the headquarters?
Yes, there is effective monitoring system. Now we have area offices, about 23 area of offices nationwide, and each offices have area managers. So the area managers are the one monitoring these people and give feedback to the headquarters. So there is effective monitoring as we speak.
Okay, you said you have 23 area
offices.
Yeah. These 350 marshals, are they spread across the 23 offices, or where are they actually designated?
They are spread across
the 23
area offices to ensure that each of the terminals at that area offices where they are being located, I mean the states, each of the terminals, they must be there to enforce this transportation code.
How many terminals is NIWA operating?
So many.
Because I'm just wondering, 23 offices, and Lagos alone, they see now, I mean, it's so huge.
Yeah.
How many people have been assigned to take charge?
NIWA, jurisdiction has to do with the rivers, the creeks, the lakes, the lagoon, not the sea.
Not the sea, yes.
Yeah, the sea has to do with NIMASA, NPA.
Yeah. So like how many people, you know, when 350 across the country, we are looking at 36 states.
Yeah.
Though you have 23 offices.
Yes.
So what is the sharing formula like? How many persons, how many personnel to a port?
Okay. I can assure you that we have 350 river marshals right now. And if their work is not good enough, based on their effort seems to be not that good, they can bring in more river marshals to cover more areas where they feel that they are lacking. And apart from that, these river marshals, they do bring back their challenges. So we respond to their challenges to ensure that their work runs smoothly.
Okay, and I'm just thinking if NIWA is also looking at the aspect of deploying the use of technology, more like an innovative means, you know, to monitor some of these key areas that are prone, you know, where we get to hear of this boat accidents.
Yeah.
Is there that in place? Is that in place, talking about innovative means to monitor?
It's ongoing right now as I speak.
Okay.
It's ongoing. Before now and December, we will have it.
What are we looking at?
Break it down.
Tell us
How
what is
to
ongoing.
monitor our inland waterways. We have made a provision for CCTV cameras at the major jetties and our waterways to monitor what is passing, what they are carrying, how many people is on board, are they putting on life jackets, what is the nature of the boats. So these are the things we are trying to see how we can monitor through surveillance.
That is real-time surveillance.
Real-time, yes.
Okay, but what about the aspect of communication with these marshals that are at these designated centers? Is that also being looked into to ensure that they're communicating with these officers at the right time?
Yeah, sure. There is. They communicate with the area managers. Then the area managers give the feedback to the headquarters. That's what they are doing, and they're still doing it right now to ensure that boat mishap will be a thing of the past.
Well, we're hoping.
We're hoping. Now, most of these coastal states, you know, people rely heavily on boats, you know, water transportation, waterways transportation. Earlier I asked you about synergy, if there is any synergy with the state government. Now I want to know, because these days you don't operate in isolation. I'm looking at the local people, the local chiefs in some of these communities, riverine communities. I don't know, do you have any, is there any platform that you all converge, you know, to discuss issues that affect the lives of the people on the waters?
Yes, we do.
The training you've been talking about, how intense, how effective has that training been, and how has the, you know, collaboration with the local chiefs been able to address some of this issue? Because it has to, you know, when you involve the local people, it drives home the you know, the message faster.
Yes.
So can you speak to that?
Yeah. As for the training is continuous. And like I said, in the month of August and September, NIWA carried out aggressive safety sensitization awareness campaign in all the area offices. That's what we did. And we went straight to the locals, the riverine areas, and meet with their heads, the chiefs, the people.
Okay.
And we have meeting. Also, we sensitize them on the use of life jackets. Right. We tell them this life jacket is a lifesaver. It's your last line of defense. Endeavor to put on your life jacket when flying through these waterways. Something terrible might happen, but you have to be safety conscious. Safety is key. Safety is not just all about compliance, but total commitment. So that's what we told them, and we have to tell the chief so that the chief will also drive down the message to the youth as well. And also they will also be telling them, Niwa said, do this, why are you doing this? They will encourage them to see that this thing imbibe in them, and with no time, they will adhere to safety measures and procedures.
Okay, and also the passengers, we've not talked about the passengers, they also have a role to play. We've had reports of that adamant nature of refusing to wear this life jackets. Yes. You know, it's unfortunate that when these accidents occur, they bear the brunt. But these boat operators, like they say, they are fish. They know how to navigate their way out of the water. But the passengers also, I want you to tell us first-hand experience, you know, where these passengers are refusing, you know, to wear the jackets based on reports that we've been hearing. Why would someone put their life on the line?
Well, first of all, I would say that it's based on their perception. And perception is being shaped by different factors like past experience, cultural norms, socio-economic condition. For a passenger not to put on his or her life jacket when given, it could be something fishy, or there's a reason why he or she don't want to put it on. One is this, possibly it's dirty, and the person don't want to put it on. Two, he or she don't feel comfortable. So it's not left for the boat operator to educate this person that don't put your life in danger. I need you, and your family also need you. With that, the person might put on the life jacket and also apologize that, sorry, next time I will ensure that this life jacket is being washed and cleaned for you. Please put it on. So the boat operators has a role to play. They should ensure that all passengers put on their life jacket before they start navigating.
Which is also the job of the marshals you talked about.
Exactly.
Do they encourage them? Because when they're adamant, it's a tough job.
Yes.
You can't force me if I don't want to do something.
Yes.
You know that whole scenario.
Yes.
Okay.
But it is for your own good.
Yes.
You tell them, what about if these boats capsize? Have you thought about your family, your siblings? What will they say? Please, for their sake, put on this life jacket. And that is the responsibility of the boat operators and the river marshals to ensure that all passengers on board put on their life jackets.
Adi raised the question earlier on, you know, involving the community heads.
Yes.
Are you also, you know, in the areas of sensitization, right?
Yes.
Are you also working in synergy with NOA? Their job cuts across different sectors. Is NIWA collaborating with NOA for this sensitization to go down? Because it's so disheartening when you hear even one life is so precious.
Very, very precious.
Okay.
Well, for now, NIWA is not collaborating. I wouldn't know for now, but I believe with time, we will collaborate.
A follow-up question. You just raised a valid point, saying some passengers may refuse to accept to wear the life jacket on health grounds. Perhaps it's dirty and we don't want to put that on.
Yes.
Is NIWA looking at the possibility of ensuring that at every port, at every point, you know, river boats, they provide life jackets at an affordable rate? I don't know how much it is. I don't know the cost, but that let there be provisions such that if I want to use the boat and I'm not comfortable, I don't feel comfortable using the one being given to me by the operator, I may decide to just buy one for myself, because it's another way of, you know, promoting a business at the water, at the water bank, river banks, so to say. So I don't know, are you looking at that, the possibility? Because we need every passenger to have the life jacket on.
All right, I would love to say this. NIWA do not sell life jackets. NIWA provide life jackets for the boat operators the boat owners, the riverine traders and farmers to make use for themselves, to be safe. So NIWA don't sell, NIWA give for free. That's
but
one.
NIWA can encourage operators to have, enough.
Sure.
For
we can.
Those that will want to buy.
It can only go for hire, because how many people who go through this means of water transportation can afford that? It can be part of what NIWA. I'm sure Ladi is just proposing. Yes, and a recommendation to make it easy for everybody. You're not taking it to your houses, even when they give, which is compulsory. You're supposed, is your entitlement entering that boat. You have to wear it.
But presently, NIWA don't provide life jackets to hire. We give out for free, and that's what we are doing, and we are still doing it.
Okay, what about the aspect of exploring other means, to utilize these inland waterways, looking at our natural endowments, to facilitate regional integration and all of that? Is NIWA diversifying?
For now, I would say no, because our main focus is to improve and develop Nigerian inland waterways for safe navigation. So that's what we are doing, but we also welcome investors. If they want to do that, they are free to do so. So for now, we are looking at effective and efficient inland waterways transportation in Nigeria.
When you talk about development of the inland waterways, it has to do with, it cuts across. That's why I asked the question.
Okay.
You want your inland waterways to be safe and secure. Nigeria is a blessed country.
Definitely.
We have our tourist sites, and some of these places you can't get to, you have to navigate through the waters.
Yes.
So making it attractive for tourists is one aspect. Promoting trade, some of these goods can only be transported through the waters.
Definitely.
So harnessing the opportunities is what I'm asking. Is NIWA willing these investors to explore various areas?
Yes.
What are those areas that you would recommend for investors
to come in
and participate?
All right. First of all, boat constructions, they can come in. We have tank farms, they can also come in. Hotels, resorts, they can also come in, and also run cruise boats as well. They can also come in that area, and so many things. Also sightseeing as well. In Abuja, we have hippopotamus as well. So if investors can come in and say, okay, fine, we want to make use of that area, that's River Niger, for people to come and see hippopotamus on the water. So that can create a source of revenue and a center of attraction for people to
I will not risk my life and go and see hippopotamus if I know the boat I'm going to enter is not safe for me.
No, the boats,
so that's another aspect that needs investment. Some of these boats.
Boat building.
Yes.
Yes. So NIWA is welcoming boat builders.
Okay.
Yes, that's one of the things we also encourage investors to come into.
What about locally manufactured boats? Is NIWA promoting, the aspect of encouraging local manufacturers?
Yeah, sure. They are. Fiber boats and also the barges as well. And we have dockyard as well. We also do that as well in dockyard, local Jacobi State.
Okay, you have a final question?
Yes. Earlier you did talked about dredging of the rivers.
River, yes.
And that is capital intensive.
Exactly.
I want to know what plans, if NIWA has planned to, to ensure that the federal government truly invests in that, or are you looking at inviting private sector, to take up that responsibility for economic benefits?
Well, I would say it's two ways. It's either the federal government comes into play or the private investors comes into play. But I believe that the federal government is high time
dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere.
The ray system.
Okay, on a final note, what's your message to Nigerians? We have to stay safe on our inland waters.
Yeah, thank you very much. My message to Nigerians is that safety is key. And in anything you do, ensure you take safety as your priority. Your family needs you and I also need you. Boat mishap is an ugly incident and it is preventable if safety measures and procedures were put in place.
All right.
So, thank you very much. God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ekong Ephraim. Thank you so much for your time on platform. We wish the authority, talking about NIWA, all the best to continue to do the work that they do and to ensure that lives are safe out there, especially on the waterways. He is a manager on the Savicom unit with NIWA. I want to thank our panelists, Ladi Bala, our transport correspondent. Thank you so much for your input on platform.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
Thank
and we've been discussing, ways of curtailing the persistent boat mishaps in Nigeria. You have to take responsibility of your safety because your life matters a lot. And safety on our inland waterways should be non-negotiable, especially for those concerned. And that's Platform. I'm Ruth Aguwele.
African oral traditions are messages that are transmitted orally from one generation to another. The messages may be passed down through speech or song, and may take the form of folktales and fables, epic histories and narratives, proverbs or wise sayings of our fathers. The development of African literature leads to various reflections on the future of the continent and its population. Self-knowledge and consciousness of one's cultural identity are two major factors in the process of the formation of one's personality. What then is African literature?
African literature is that literature written by Africans about themselves, about their cultural heritage, about the societal norms and values, and about especially the situational realities in Africa. Okay, if you look at works written by African writers such as Soyinka, Achebe, the likes of Samena Usmani, the likes of Opek Bitel, and the likes of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, what you find is an attempt to reconceptualize what literature is, especially because before now, what you have is a misinterpretation of what African literature is. So with the emergence of post-colonial literary studies, scholars have come to realize that African literature is that literature written by Africans about themselves and of themselves, especially about the realities in Africa, and not as misrepresented by colonial masters or colonial scholars.
To share these values with other continents of the globe, it is essential for the Africans whose culture and civilization have been denied or rejected for many centuries to affirm its stance through masterpieces of the oral and written literature, to make a modest contribution to a better knowledge of the history of the African continent that has been marginalized for a long time, but has succeeded in surviving and moving forward. African literature is highly diversified, even though it shows some similarities. In fact, the common denominator of the cultures of the African continent is undoubtedly the oral traditions. Africa, though there is no doubt to the fact that there was also interaction with Western traditions. Writers in Africa today owe much to African oral traditions and to those authors who have occupied the space between the oral and written traditions, especially in the area of creative interaction.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment.